Live from the ESL studios in Burbank, California, welcome to the CSGO Pro League. T-Squared and the Bears kicking this one off at the Xfinity desk, and it's day 10, week number 3 of season number 4. Our first match of the day is going to be SK taking on Renegades, followed by Winter Fox going up against Energy Esports. The Bears, what are you stoked about today?
It's an Aussie day.
Aussies.
Good old Vorm, mate. That's my best Aussie impression. That's all I got.
Yeah, put a little shrimp on the bobby, mate. Eh?
Yeah, I'm not going to go for the generic one, but yeah,
Okay.
you got to put shrimp on some Barbies. I
Yeah.
don't know what that is.
Why not?
What is a Barbie?
Why not?
Is that like a terminology? I don't know.
It's a barbecue. It is a barbecue.
Oh, Barbie. Well,
Yeah.
that makes sense.
Yeah,
Well,
they're weird over there,
yeah,
but
it's
they
cool.
got good beer.
I like
so.
weird. I like weird.
You do like weird.
Yeah,
But
I do.
anyway, so yeah, let's talk a little bit about this match before everything, gets a little bit too crazy. It's going to be, SK, they're 2-2 going up against 1-5 Renegades. Now, Renegades, they've played some of the hardest teams so far, and it's not getting any easier in SK.
Yeah, no. They are definitely kind of. It seems like they might win and then they lose,
Yeah.
and it's really close matches. And against a team like SK, it seems like SK is more of when it's close match, they're beating themselves and the other team's beating them. Like you saw yesterday against Energy, where SK was up by a lot, and then they let them get so many rounds in a row towards the end and just barely winning out on Dust 2.
Yeah, SK not in full form quite yet, but two guys that are always in full form. That's going to be Lex and Blue. Going to toss it over to those guys.
Hey, thank you very much, Tom. And indeed, we are ready to jump into today's matches and talk about them. However, before we do want to thank all of you guys that tuned in yesterday for helping out Ruru, of course. We talked about it a lot on yesterday's stream, and in the time since yesterday's stream, we have now raised over $11,000 from by far exceeding his goal in excess of $1,000. So thank you all so much to the CSGO community that reached out from your hearts and did donate yesterday. It's really appreciated. It's really awesome to see something like that come together. So, of course, we'll be, again, encouraging more of that as anything can help for him. But, Lex, good story, right? Good story. Hopefully a good ending soon now that we've managed to reach the funding goal.
I mean, Ruru's got a long road ahead of him, but hopefully, us as an esports community, you guys out there made a difference, and, we appreciate it.
Yeah.
I hope you guys appreciate that you guys came together and made the world a better place.
Absolutely.
It's pretty an awesome feeling, huh?
And for anybody that is still considering donating, of course, if you are a current ESC subscriber, there are details on a special offer over on the forums. You can go and check out the sticky post there for more information on that. But there's some pretty good matches today. First off, starting with SK versus Renegades.
Australians.
A lot of Australians today.
That was the weirdest Australian accent I've
That was
ever.
a very poor Australian accent, wasn't it?
To all the Oceanic viewers out there, I just want to issue an apology on behalf of all of, us here on, North America. Yeah, thanks for Eric Bear Stromberg for completely destroying your Australian accent.
Well, let's talk about these Australians.
Yes, we shall.
Renegades versus SK, of course. Renegades very close to actually putting the first loss for Cloud9 on the board. And SK looking a bit weak. Any potential for an upset today, or do you think it's going to go 2-0?
You want to talk about the map for a second here, Blue?
Oh, do you?
I do.
What's the map going to be?
It's going to be some Nuke, boys.
Oh, no.
Y'all excited for some Nuke? Because
I'm not.
I am. He's not.
All right, well, to talk more about Nuke, of course, and along with the rest of today's games, we can send things back over to the desk. Tom, take it away.
Blue's looking sharp today.
He is.
He had a surfer shirt on about 10 minutes ago, but now he's just looking extremely sharp.
I mean, he does look like he's a little sunburned. Maybe from too much of the monitor. I don't know. I don't think it's actual sun, though.
Yeah, let's get back to business, though. So when it's all said and done, guys, all 14 teams in the Season 4 ESL CSGO Pro League have played, and these are your current standings. C9, what a remarkable run they're on. 14-0. Immortals looking strong as well, 10-4. Echo Fox 6-0. Again, Liquid with that rough start, but now they've won 6 in a row. And that's where the things really get interesting, that battle for that 3rd, 4th spot. Optic Gaming and Winter Fox really looking to fight their way up in there. But look at the bottom. United, CLG, and Renegades. Now, Renegades 1-5. I don't know if I would really put them in towards the bottom, 6. I think that they're stronger than that.
It is a little misleading. Again, the teams that they played before were really strong, and they put up a good match, but ultimately they still lost. Hopefully, their next set of games, they're able to put W's instead of losses.
Well, let's go ahead and take a look at the maps for today's matches. Again, that's going to be Nuke, your first map of the day, SK Gaming taking on Renegades, followed by Dust 2. Then we're going to have Dust 2 again, Winter Fox going up against Energy Esports, and then again, we have Cobblestone. So what do you think of that map selection?
I like Nuke. I'm a huge fan of Nuke. I like how now teams are starting to play it, kind of trying to figure it out. Like, is outside the best thing to take? How are we going to play CT side? I'm going to have my notebooks, just taking notes, making sure that I learned something from these pro teams today.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah,
we'll learn
something. You got to learn something. If you learn something every day, it's a good day.
Now, I want to talk about, again, this Renegades going up against SK match. Again, I want to just point out that Renegades, they've had a really, really tough road here. They're 1-5, and last season they were 7th. But, I don't think that they're deserve to be 1-5. The only maps they've won were, I think, against Optic Gaming. They split 1-1, but they lost to C9 and Immortals, and they played C9, I think, best out of anyone so far. At least, probably the second
close.
best. It was very, very close, if you guys don't remember that match.
Yeah, it was close, and just a couple less mistakes for Team Renegades, and they'll be able to capitalize on the couple rounds that they lose, and instead, win those rounds, and it'll help them immensely when they get those kills.
And let's talk about SK Gaming for a little bit, because you can see Showtime over there just holding down platform. And the thing is about these guys, Fur is out, Showtime in, and this was the first time that we've really seen them start to feel comfortable. Yeah, it was against, Energy Esports, maybe not the strongest team to go and say, hey, let's go up against SK, but, going down to Liquid and losing 0-2, they needed a little bit confidence booster going into this match.
Yeah, Showtime was definitely the MVP on Cabo, at least, and he was always in the right spot, the right time. He got key kills. He won a 1-on-2. I mean, he was just all over the place, and the SK really needed these wins in order to stay towards the top of the scoreboard.
Yeah, I mean, even though we're still only into week 3, we're into day 10, these matches mean so much. Taking a look at SK's next couple of matches, they're playing Winterfox, Complexity, CLG. So this is a really good opportunity for them to take games from these, quote-unquote weaker teams and start to get into that form that we're really expecting from them.
Yeah, I mean, even though the teams are weaker, being the #1 team in anything, even if you play the last place team, they're going to play a little bit better, because it's just that mindset of, oh, we're playing the #1 team. Let's upset them. Let's beat them. Let's make a name for ourselves. That, hey, even though we started off bad, maybe there's a chance for us to do better and to make playoffs.
So let's talk a little bit about this Winterfox match. They're going to go up against Energy Esports. The thing about Winterfox is they've had the closest matches out of anybody in the Pro League. We were talking about how Renegades put up a good fight up against C9, but the thing is about Winterfox, they're always winning or losing 16-12, 16-14, 16-10, always in the double digits. So definitely looking forward to this match going up against Energy.
Yeah, I don't know too much about Winterfox. I'm still learning them as I watch them play. They're a new team. They got picked up by them this season. And, I mean, if the scores are that close, just a couple mistakes win or lose you the game.
Right.
So hopefully they're able to just capitalize on not making those mistakes. And, you never know. You could see them beating these teams instead of losing.
Yeah, and the reason that they're 3-3 at this point, they split games with Selfless in week 2, lost a close series to Liquid 0-2, and then beat CLG 2-0. Again, an Australian team, and looking forward to see what they're going to do today, going up against Energy, who lost to SK yesterday 0-2, beat E United, and we saw these guys from Energy. They have what it takes. Tabson with that 42, 2-11 on Overpass. Overpass again not being played today, but the guy was definitely impressing yesterday.
Yeah, they almost had a chance on Dust 2. I felt like even though SK kind of had a huge lead at the start of the match, it showed a lot of heart that they were coming back and winning the matches or rounds, and they were so close in beating SK, and then they just kind of fumbled the ball a little bit towards the end there, and it was a disappointing loss, but I feel like they're on the right path. I mean, just a couple things here and there, just a little tweaking, and they could win against SK.
Well, since we're still in the pregame, can we get some predictions for you on how you think things are going to pan out? I think it's going to be 2-0 in favor for SK, and then I think Winterfox is actually going to 2-0 Energy as well. I would look forward to possibly seeing 1-1 split games. We haven't seen that much in Season 4, but I have a feeling that today's matches are gonna be a little bit one-sided, even though the matchups say that they're going to be close.
I think it'd be 2-0 for SK, but I think it'd be a closer match, and against Winterfox Energy, I believe a 1-1 is going to happen. I think Winterfox is going to get a win, but Energy is going to kind of step it up and, have revenge from yesterday.
All right, guys. Well, we want to know your predictions. Now's your chance to get on the show. Hit us up on social media. Use that hashtag ESL Pro League on Twitter and on Facebook at ESL CS. And do not go anywhere. We're going to have this first map going on between SK Gaming and Renegades right after this break.
Obviously, the numbers have grown in the past few years with Counter-Strike's rise to prominence, but the real way the community has grown is just with all the companies, all the sponsors coming in. There really is that level of professionalism for players who are trying to aspire to be in the top levels.
This season, Mountain Dew League is doing a qualifier, and it's basically a quick path to the top.
If you win this Mountain Dew League, then you get into the professional division, you become a professional player.
And I'm looking forward to watching and spectating and seeing who actually makes it.
This is the galaxy's easiest meal. And this is the galaxy's easiest haircut.
I absolutely love it.
Soylent, the galaxy's easiest meal. This is the galaxy's easiest meal. And this is the galaxy's easiest race. Soylent, the galaxy's easiest meal.
Get your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, TheScoreEsports.com, Mountain Dew, and ESEA.
Welcome back to the CSGO Pro League. T-Squared and the Bears hanging out at the Xfinity desk. We want to give a shout out to one of our sponsors, Kingwin, for making this season happen. The Bears, best Arnold impression, go.
Ah.
All right, guys, I want to mention that the Guild Wars, that was pretty good. Better than I could do. That's why I was like, hey, you do your impression, and I'll just sit here. All right, but guys, the Guild Wars 2 World Championships taking place September 17th. That's actually taking place here at the ESL Studios in Burbank, California. That's $200,000 in prize money and the world's best teams. For more information on that, go to ESLGW2 on Twitter. Now, we're talking SK, we're talking Renegades. This is going to be one hell of a match.
It will be, and I want to see Showtime pick it up again today. He did really well yesterday, and I want to see more FNX. I want to see more Taco.
I want to see all these guys.
I want to see all these guys, but I want to see FNX today. I want FNX to really shine through, to show him why he's been in the game for 10+ years.
Yeah, following Cold Zero, FNX, Taco, and Showtime, replacing Fair, who is out for Season 4.
Get well soon, Fair.
Yes, get well soon. And their opponent is going to be Renegades, the team from Australia. AZR, JKS, Yam, Usilo, and Rick A. Again, really impressed with these guys. It's going to be a tough match for SK, even though these guys are 1-5. Again, I don't really think that that's the case. They've been going up against some really tough competition. And because they have gone up against tough competition, I think that they're going to be somewhat ready to go up against this SK Gaming squad.
Yeah, I mean, it's one thing to be at the top, but it's another thing to stay at the top. And when you're at the top, number one, everyone's going to be gunning for you. They're going to play harder. They're going to play extra tough. And just, it's going to, people are going to just throw everything at SK. Everything, in the kitchen sink.
If you ain't first, you're last. That's what I always say.
Rick Bobby. Shake and bake.
Come on, let's.
Shake and bake. Shake and bake.
What is it? Come on. Come
I
on.
don't remember it.
All right. Well, hopefully, Blue and Lex can help us out, guys. You guys know the shake and bake? Come on.
You guys just absolutely screwed yourselves by starting that.
Yeah, I'm uncomfortable for you. Frankly.
Neither of you knew it, yet you started it anyway. I'm pretty sure you just go like this and then you pull back.
Yeah, we don't need to show off over here. We're cool as it is, boys.
I got my references locked down, but don't need to show off. So
right.
Anyway, we do have a match in front of us here. SK versus the Renegades. SK finally putting 2 wins on the board for them yesterday after they started off 0-2 against Liquid from the major rematch there, whereas the Renegades also got fairly close to putting their first losses up on the charts for Cloud9 yesterday, but unfortunately failed, losing in kind of the last moments of both of those maps, it seemed.
Yeah, and you got to think, okay, if Renegades isn't banning this map and is, they want to play it, I think they're going to have something up their sleeves. Obviously, SK, they know that the kitchen sink, as demonstrated by T-Squared, is going to be thrown at them. I think they also practice Nuke probably extensively. Definitely far and away the least practiced map, both in North America and I'm sure in the world. But there are some teams...
Apparently...
Go on.
Sorry to interrupt. Apparently, Aussies are huge fans of it, though.
Well, I guess I have a little bit of Australian blood in me because Nuke's always been my favorite map. I don't care what they do to it. They can break it any number of ways.
There was an Australian team that came to the ESL Global Challenge Land where I was in Poland last weekend, and they went 16-14 versus Echo Fox on it.
Echo Fox, I remember that game. I watched it.
And they had a crazy opera playing it, too.
I was trolling in Twitch chat the entire time. I was like, go blue. Go Bach.
Thank you. Thank you for the support. I appreciate it.
I'm a fanboy.
Twitch chat's normally not a fan of me, so.
I'm a fan of Nuke.
I'm not.
Twitch chat's not a fan of you?
Yeah. I don't know, man.
Can we get some love for Blue in the chat, ladies and gentlemen? And for Nuke, for Christ's sake. I mean, literally, this is one of the least seen maps. So whether or not it's a good map is not even, I don't even want to talk about what's wrong or what could be fixed on Nuke. That's not going to be part of the cast. This is a brand new thing. We're not casting Cobble right now, or Dust 2. You have to do that twice today, Blue. But
yeah.
Nuke, man. Nuke.
I'm not a fan, personally. Like, all right, so here's the thing.
Matchmaking in pugs is not the match experience
true.
that comes from Nuke, man.
That is true. It can
Teamwork
be
that's
good.
required. It's so much fun.
It can be good if there's good teams playing in it. And thankfully, this should be one of those times where it is good. But the problem is when you get two teams on it that have no clue how to play it, or they just haven't played it in so long, it's just like a mess.
Oh, I agree.
And oftentimes it's just like one team crushing it. So hopefully that won't be the case here, though. Hopefully we'll have some good stuff. We do need to see a couple players from SK step up if they want to crush this. And for the Renegades, too, I feel like overall we need to see like a good performer come to the table, because I didn't really see anything special from them yesterday versus Cloud9. It was good overall. They were racking up a few rounds, but there were, besides like one or two key plays, I don't think there was a consistent star for the team.
Yeah, I think for the I think we're about to go live here as we have Dead in the server and 2 managers. I don't know if this is live or not.
It's fixed now,
Find
I think,
out.
so it should be good.
Okay, yeah,
they're in the coach slots.
There we go. So here we go. SK Renegades on one of the best maps in the game. DE Nuke.
According to you.
I'm just trying to get you to cringe. Blue.
No, not that word.
No, it's definitely not one of the best maps in the game, but it's definitely a change of pace. And the interesting thing that I'm sure we'll all be watching here is how Renegades approaches this pistol round. All 5 players back towards lobby. Couple on the roofs, bouncing around. Azert. Go for some quick catwalk control. He can round the upper bomb site up towards Heaven if he's unspotted, and I'm not sure he even has yet. They have 3 players going towards Heaven now. Fallen picks it up, knows it's coming, drops a flash, and drops down towards Hell, and 3 of those players are actually pushing into the upper bomb site. FNX and Showtime are both awaiting them now, and Fallen goes back up the ladder and picks up 3. That's huge, as the round is effectively over already before it even starts, and although quick map control gained by Renegades, SK 1 step ahead. Fallen dancing on that ladder, able to come back up and nail 3 shots to the back of the head. Showtime and FNX both chiming in. Nice round from SK.
An interesting attempt at a strat, too, considering they found no one outside, so they were pretty much allowed to wrap all the way over there towards that Heaven position for free. But when it came to the execute, simply because Fallen spots that and drops away, saves his own life, they are able to pretty much crush that since everybody is aware of it. So they go 1-0 to start this one off, and the Renegades actually don't go too heavy on the second round, just a normal investment for the most part. Of course, Ricky going to be saving up so that they can get the op, but already we've got a frag on the board for Cold to shut down Yam, and also Taco holding very aggressively just outside the old radio hallway. Zera just scouting out more. I believe this is all happening outside from inside of the warehouses where he's scouting them down from, but there's the Renegades not getting any control, and Taco just waiting for more than a push. He's going to get quite a few of them in a moment, but he actually mispositions himself. Falls away just a little bit there. He'll still be pressured in a second, but I think he can hear them moving in, so he's going to fall back. Kind of let them move into them. Baiting him into a trap, essentially, although, nicely shot from Ustilo. Does take it down, but Cold with another one, and a second one. And with that, there's only one left up. It's JKS.
He's hunting that ace. Let's go, Cold. He knows he's around there. He's got the bomb in hand. JKS on the ramp, dropping down towards lower. Just looking for get a few kills here, but Taco's not going to allow it to happen. Stealing an ace from Cold, and that's kind of the dangerous part. I wonder if we're going to see in this first gun round coming up, in the round following this one, whether or not Cold's going to stay outside. That'll allow Fallen a couple different ways you play the op on this map. Obviously, you can play him towards outside, towards ramp, and towards that Heaven position to be able to dance and rotate all over the map. Now, with 2 more than capable oppers on hand, Cold and Fallen, I'm not sure we're going to see a 2-op setup, but we might see him at different times picking up both rifles regardless. It's a huge threat because Renegades, the outside area, Cold's actually going to run into contact. A quick mini split looks like as all 5 players from Renegades are dropping on him, and they're going to get 2 kills pretty quickly. FNX catching a Glock bullet to the face. That ends him. Yam finds another, and now it's just Azur picking up that auto shotty in mini garage. So he gets shut down by Showtime. Now 3-0 SK, and as I was saying, kind of I hadn't even considered the talent aspect of how SK could be so dangerous on this map, because having both of your all-star players kind of being able to rotate everywhere essentially on the map and kind of demonstrate a war of attrition on Renegades is going to definitely pay dividends for them in the long run on the CT side.
We can see, though, we'll be getting into the first gun round, of course, for the Renegades, and looks like they're going for pretty fast outside control. Coldzera maybe realizing this, and again, just falls right back. Not only this, too, but he's also still sticking with the SMG from those anti-ecos, so with no one else sitting here on outside control at the moment, this is actually something new that I haven't really seen before, where they're kind of avoiding holding the outside area. They're going to let Renegades get control of it, and then they're just holding the areas that lead immediately into bomb sites. But Cold shut down on an initial peek from Ustilo. Fallen now, the main player that's going to stop them from getting even more control, picks up that first kill. FNX, I believe, gets one just outside of the entryway to the A-bomb site. So that will slow Renegades down a bit here as they go down to a 4 versus 3, but JKS also in position still here in the E4 can try to push in the doors, and they can still go for an A execute, just down a man at this point. They don't even really get that far into the site, so they don't know what's going on there. Very little intel as far as where the members of SK are going to be positioned. So it's going to be a bit of a struggle to actually find their way.
Kind of the more interesting aspect of Nuke, especially when you're in these down odd man situations on the terrorist side, is as it is, I mean, Azarez actually might get this kill into Showtime, but he's not even going to clear it. Showtime's just lurking in this corner. And this is actually a perfect example of what I was about to say is it's so difficult because of the width and breadth of this map. You can't really get trade frags well. Multi-kills are almost non-existent for the terrorists, and you have to kind of play this pick and roll and hope that just the numbers fall in your favor. You're able to clear the corners, and there's so many different angles you need to clear. There's height disadvantages that you are constantly up against. It's an incredibly difficult terrorist side. And as Showtime drops Ricky, I mean, several different situations that round played purely into the hands of just angles. And actually, you still did a nice job of clearing out Cold Zero here. Got the first kill of the round, and Fallen and FNX just traded it right back. Incredibly easy in contrast for the counter-terrorists to kind of bring numbers back in their favor, win odd man situations, and retake bomb sites. And that's really going to be a question moving into this next round. I mean, even on ecos, it's very difficult to get any kind of bomb site control and get plant money. But on gun rounds, I mean, where you're actually on an essentially an even playing field, it can be difficult. Just getting into the bomb site's the hardest part in most cases. So Renegades looking for another quick mini play, and Cold Zero is going to have a field day. This man's just going to look for all the kills this game, as they all seem to come to him, and that's a quick round, done and out, 5-0 SK, and Renegades moving into this next gun round. Ricky's going to man the AWP, and hopefully they have something in store for us now.
Fallen also helping out there from the outside area too, but only racking up one kill. The Renegades do try to make up for a mistake, but the biggest thing here is if they are allowed to get that slow outside control again is when they peek these angles. The biggest problem I think from that last one was they weren't really set up for trades at all. So the kills that SK did start to get away with, there wasn't anyone positioned to really find them. And once they started getting crushed, there was no turning it back there. SK basically got all their kills in that first gun round for free. So we'll have to look and see if they changed it up this time. But a little bit more active, I would say, from SK here on the outside area. Cold, kind of just slowly tucking away in different spots, but I think Ustila knows there's one in here. He spotted him. Takes a lot of damage, though, on the push, but however, they still clear out not only the secret push, but they also get ramp control, and that should pretty much give them the B bomb set. If anybody pushes down, the only area they would be able to move from would be, at the moment, the vents.
Yeah, and at the extremities of the map, both outside and ramp, kills come the way of RNG, and so that's huge. Even though there's only 3 members remaining in the SK side, retakes are difficult. The bomb has gone down, and that's really the biggest threat is no matter how many players you have alive, you have a very difficult time getting down to that lower bomb site. You have a few different avenues of approach. The vents have been changed. Only one vet remains, so FNX coming out here. He's able to catch that strange angle onto Ustilo. Fall to Azar, though, and now it's 3-on-2. Looks like they're still pressing in. Both Fallen and Showtime looking to go for this one. Showtime coming from that ramp position. Fallen actually burns one alive, and a nice shot from Ricky. That's his second of the round after he got the one on a Fallen. So 5-1. Renegades get the first one on the board.
And so with that, finally, we'll see victory for them. Of course, though, SK, with a lot of these crushing anti-ecos, they managed to just force their way through. They still have a decent cash flow to work with here. Probably one more force bite coming up after this, but of course the full investment still on the table for the CTs here, including Cold, who buys up at the last moment. But the op back on Fallen, everybody else back on Rifles too. No problems for them being seen as of yet. And the Renegades, for the most part, still favoring just this usual default outside control that they've been going for on all of their rounds up to this point. Haven't really seen them go for a big push, except for maybe on one of their ecos in through old radio to take control there. No direct A hits either. And this time they're just using the smoke, which they can use to create that pathway into secret. 4 of them go very quickly downstairs. Showtime's going to be inside, but he very quickly catches on to JKS. However, you saw that. JKS was able to escape with 1 kill and a taco for some reason before going down. And now they're going to breach in here. Once more, no one from SK positioned here. The hit comes in a little bit too quickly. They're going to focus on the retake instead.
Yeah, and this is so important for Renegades to be able to plant this bomb and win this round. Don't want to get reset now, 7 rounds in. Nonetheless, SK playing this very patiently. They know they're in lower, and at all angles, they'll be swarming in a timed advance. And FNX poking out now, trying to get some information for his teammates. You still getting flashed off, but it's not enough. Showtime will fall, and now it's a 3v4. Making it even more difficult for SK to retake this bomb site. Ricky finds another on the Fallen. FNX not able to land the shot on Yam, and now it's Cold all alone. He falls to Azur, and Renegades racking up a second round. That's really big because now they're able to start building up some money. Even if they lose this next one, should be able to buy into the next round. And SK, they're going to have a buy coming into this one, but following this, you know, being able to reset the CTs, even though this isn't the easiest map to run an anti-eco on, of course, SK Gaming, definitely wielders of some deadly pistols, and it's going to be difficult to clear all the angles. It's a much more comfortable position than going up the likes of Fallen or Cold Zero's op on the outside, be able to take map control much more quickly.
A bit unfortunate, though, that SK don't pull off that round as well. They actually had ramp control that time, where previously it was being held very aggressively by the Renegades. Just was not able to find those entries to find their way back in. And then they were promptly shut down. A couple good trades there. So once more, Renegades just go out for outside control. They don't smoke it as heavily, and Cold Zera is here. You can see, looking for Ustilo, doing some great damage, just barely able to spot him through the smoke. And not only that, but follow him with a quick peek. Up from Secret, finds a second kill. Cold still hunting outside to grab a third against Yam. And this is where things look like they're going to get very bad. Even though we've had a couple of players still hanging out right now inside of the T4, they've got no map control anymore. And they're moving into punish.
Yeah, and unfortunately, this isn't necessarily a winnable round. You might be able to get Ricky to get some picks here, but definitely, if you can get a few kills here, let Renegades kind of just walk around, you know, maybe opt to save if that's what you want to do. Keep the op for the next round, but if you can get a few kills, keep the money equal. And there's one on a taco from Ricky. Nice kill, but Fallen's playing that Seeker's position so well so far this game. Just about every round, finding at least one. Now it's just Ricky, 30 seconds remaining. He knows he's not going to be able to get that bomb. So he's just dancing around, trying to do as much economic damage as possible. Even if he falls, they should be able to buy it in the next round. So, although I'm sure he would love to have that AWP. 1v4, 18 seconds. Definitely not looking to mount any heroics, any crazy no-scopes out of the vents to try and recover that bomb. Just not feasible. And Cold Zera's going to drop him. SK answering back after 2 successive round wins from Renegades at 6-2.
Actually, it is going to be a bit of a perplexing question as to whether Renegades go for the buy. 2 of their players are sitting below 3K, so they may not be able to justify going for it. And if they do, we're going to be looking at a couple players downgrading on the Tech 9s. They do make that choice, but as mentioned previously, JKS and Ustilo have to go on to Tech 9 buys. Gives them utility at least, but still a little bit rough. Still no big change up in the strat for them. It's still that same basic outside push that we've been seeing.
Yeah, and I'm curious to know whether or not they have any sort of executes in the bag, or if they're going for maybe some sort of an upper push here. The reason I say that is they opted by the Tech 9s, have utility, and Yam's actually going to get caught up by Cold Zera. Unfortunate, because when you throw all these smoke grenades outside, right, and you're covering big garage, you're covering mini garage, it allows you to cross safely. But if you try to advance your position at all, it gives the counter-terrorist so many different angles to hide in, as Cold Zera demonstrating right here. Unable to get the kill, and you still actually take that back. He finds one and then another dink onto Azur. This man's a god. Cold Zera just holding it down outside. It's unbelievable what that man can do sometimes. But as I was saying, if you try to advance at all outside, you have no information, because your own smoke grenades that you're using for protection are at the same time shrouding in mystery where the counter-terrorist playing outside is. And Cold Zera is able to just play some guerrilla warfare outside, hide in small angles that, as a terrorist, you just don't have the time to clear all of them. And unfortunately, Showtime alone in this upper bomb site now. He's actually going to drop Ricky, but JKS is going to find him. Now it's a 2-on-2. This is doable for Renegades, but they need to cover their angles as Fallen flies up the vents. He's rotating like a madman in this upper bomb site. Able to drop Molly under the bomb. And he knows JKS's position. It's just down to some nice shots that need to be hit, and it's not going to happen. Taco's going to find him. And 7-2 now, SK sending Renegades to a possible eco, as they did get a bomb plant and got 3 kills. Wouldn't be totally surprised to see them buy into this next round with pistol armor, but that said, SK Gaming is about to build a bank again if they eco.
Yeah, and again, SK, for whatever reason, well, I mean, I should say Renegades, they do not really, they don't really get the fact that those T's had pushed back around into the T4 there and then pushed back into the main doorway. So that catches them off guard completely and brings that into the 1v2. And then that's obviously where it becomes impossible for Clutch. But they move in, and there's actually some big mistakes made by SK. First of all, Ricky grabs that first kill, and then the second one is Showtime wastes so many bullets on trying to trade that first one out that he doesn't have enough to take down the second player. That's what allows them to trade. If he had like 5 or 6 more bullets, then he probably would have been able to shut that hit down in its entirety. So there was definitely a valid possibility. It's just nobody watching for the flank around there, and that eventually does kill them. This time, though, from the Renegade side, since they're just working with pistols, it looks like pretty much all of them are going to push outside to an A main push, but Showtime's in the way of this one. He only gets one, though. Again, the spray's a bit messy. EM does trade him out. Up on top, though, FNX is able to grab one. He's got a nade in hand and also going to be supported here by Taco. Rotates over. They're already primed for a retake. They do get the bomb on the ground, which I imagine, considering the investment, was the main goal of this mission, but now it's time for SK to move back in, and they're going to try to shut this one down here. EM holding him back quite nicely, but not enough. SK will win this one with 4 still alive.
EM almost had 2 complete kills with a Glock that round. He was dinking FNX in heaven so many times. Just not able to pull it off. He did kill Showtime at upper. I was like, oh my god. Glocks. Glocks. 8-2 SK over Renegades now. Finally a buy coming in from Renegades, and they did opt to eco that last round, which was in the end the smart move, as they did get that bomb plant, and now Ricky has an AWP. So I wonder what strategy they're going to pull out now. This outside has not been open to them this entire game. coldzera has just shut it down. He's sitting at 15-5 right now, the top fragger for both teams. And Fallen actually picking up that AWP, I think, for the first time this game. He's over towards that ramp position. JKS, actually, they're going to be working towards ramp, so if they're not careful, Ricky actually hits the first shot onto Fallen, gets the better of him. Nice shot from him. And coldzera, usually an outside player, is now back towards ramp with Fallen. They just have an answer for everything, and he finds 2, and now it's a 3-on-3. Able to leave things back up. And Ustillo lurking towards that outside. He's been such a huge lurker for Renegades in the past few days. We've seen it time and again. He turns rounds around, and he finds that kill into FNX seemingly out of nowhere, as Ricky and JKS are moving down towards this lower bomb site from ramp. Inching their way down, they're pretty certain at this point that at least somebody's rotated, and that would be Taco lurking just below the ramp. And I'm sure they'll try and clear it out, but maybe he'll get the better of them. Regardless, Ustillo lurked down successfully through secret. He will join his teammates at any moment.
And Taco is still playing around inside of that toxic area too. This could prove dangerous if this is peaked on a 1-by-1 basis, but hoping they're going to be smarter than that. Taco waiting for more, but looking up at the sky there. So JKS is going to catch him at an off angle. He'll punish pretty easily. And now it's just on Showtime, who was still kind of plastered at the A site, not leaving a lot of hope for him. And if they knew he was up here, as soon as he walks out, he doesn't check the angle. Actually, he still just fired off a bit early. Still gets the kill, though. A quick shutdown. And the Renegades are going to pick up a 3rd round here for themselves. So far, all of their successes have come from the B bomb site. But, you know, out of all the times they've hit it, they've hit it 4 times, and it's only not worked once compared to the, 6 times that they've gone for A sites now, and it never working at all.
Yeah, I wonder if the reason, you know, an inner execute is definitely what you expect on a counter-terror side. Like, you know, as soon as a team gets utility, that's the first thing that a lot of teams try. And Renegades, on the contrary, has kind of thrown this retro style of play where outside gets taken every single round. And despite that, in a lot of ways, I think this map has changed towards being beneficial for both Ts and CTs on the outside yard. But here, as I'm saying and giving praise to Fallen holding that secret so well this whole game, he actually falls relatively easily for Renegades, and FNX is going to be the only member of SK Gaming down here in this lower bomb site. And he actually does find one on the end with a quick dink, but he's low on HP now. He's certainly calling for his teammates to help, but Taco distracted by ramp. Late to rotate, does find one on Azure. Now it's a 3-on-3, but JKS comes in with the lurk, and now it's a 3-on-2, and finds a nice shot onto Showtime over in that vent area. And now it's a 3-on-1, coldzera all alone. Most certainly going to be a 4th round for Renegades unless some heroics come out here from Cold. And as he's lurking towards this control room, double doors, he's just looking for any noise, anything at all from Renegades, and they're playing this so smart right now.
He gave them too much time, so now they've been all tucked away. He should actually, he's got some smart knowledge here, but because of the decon door being opened, he's kind of just waiting for a player to peek there, but no one's there. He's really just checking for the vents push. That's his main focus. I believe in the distance, that would be JKS playing in that position, but you're going to see the peek, and a nice shutdown from Cold. Problem is, he's wasted so much time just looking for this first kill that he has no time left to retake the site in a 2v1, so has to bail out through secret. He'll give it away and let the round go into the hands of the Renegades. good news is, though, is that because of that sort of impending threat, one player from the Renegades stuck onto the site for a bit too long. He'll go down. However, that's not going to matter so much with just a few rounds left here. Unless they upset on this one, we're still looking at the Renegades in a pretty okay position to buy up again.
Yeah, and it was actually really important in a lot of ways to get at least one of those kills. You know, he got the kill, got the AK, and then bounced out. He knew he didn't have a kit, wasn't really trying to go for it. But he kept the Renegades' money low. They are still almost all below 2K, and barring an eco win, I mean, they forced into this round, actually. So it's shotguns, FAMASs, and 5.7s, and a UMP here for SK. So if they win this round, they're sending Renegades right back to an eco, resetting them for the rest of the half, and that would be 11-4. But Renegades certainly aware of the impending threat that saved AK-47 and a little bit of money left in the bank can do for SK, and their mindset is certainly, we want to win this game. Let's send Renegades back to an eco. Despite that, though, they've slowly inched through outside. FNX is playing passive over here towards CT spawn and actually catches an instant dink on a Yam with that FAMAS at long range, and he's able to get that kill. So JKS lurking back towards this lobby. And Ustilo actually falling to FNX as well. FNX is literally backing towards CT spawn and being challenged by Renegades, and the AK-47s are just not hitting their shots. And unfortunately, now it's a 3v5. No matter what the buy was or how much utility SK has left, Renegades right now just needs to group up and make something happen.
Ricky's still hunting for more players to peek outside too, but I think they're going to be happy with the fill that they received, dropping 2 of them now. So the Renegades will have to try and make their move next. But where to go, again, when you're outmatched, you only have that outside control. And you can't really even line up a regular take now. Like, you can't afford to send a player way back over to try and get the ramp control, or you can't really afford as well to send a guy back over into the T4 at this point to re-execute through the door. So it's just going to be a straightforward push from outside. Showtime sees this, but he can't actually hold. The good news is he dinked Azure before going down. Has him at about 10 HP. They will move into the bomb site. There's Ricky actually sniping down another one, so they're turning this on its head a bit, and this is where the eco becomes a bit unfortunate. However, those were the easy guns. You still have a lot more to deal with. JKS tapping away onto another one, though. Great shot so far from the Renegades. Fast, efficient kills. Very little damage even going on to these Ts. Cole trying to push his way back up with the AK, but Ricky's paying attention for that. He's also going to do double duty, however, but there's FNX with his push. Cole tries to push up, but it's denied, and the Renegades finally close it around here on the A site.
And they're going to send SK to an eco. Nice round from the Strayans. And honestly, when you're down numbers like that and all 3 of your players are towards outside, it's a really difficult situation. You don't want to go down lower because you're going to be running into shotguns and tight angles for pistols. Very difficult to clear out. And at the same time, going in through, say, Heaven is the same situation. So with only 30 seconds left on the clock, you know, if you're back towards the lobby, the smart answer is almost always ramp. You go back and you regroup and you ramp. But right there, I mean, the gamble was made. He was like, okay, let's go through mini garage. Let's all go through together. And they were able to regroup, all 3 players, and make something happen. Some nice kills coming out from JKS. And actually, he falls right there to Taco 2A, running 5-7.
Ricky almost hit that shot through the wall. If Showtime had been a little bit further back, he would have connected. But this time, SK are trying to play a lot more aggressively. As we can see, moving up, we've got a player sitting at the entryway to the door. And Yam also is going to get dinked. Running pistol shot, of course.
I'm so done. I'm triggered.
Ricky trying to peek back out, but he's also taking damage, so they're trapped a bit here. But Azure and Yam are doing a good job of kind of battling it back. Taco does pick up the AK there, but he's going to be forced in the back. There's FNX with another pistol frag, shutting down Ricky on the outside, and he's got Yam down very, very low here. 14 HP for him, so I doubt he's going to want to peek out against that. They got to be a bit passive here, because all of a sudden, here comes Taco up towards Heaven. Yam will grab one more before going down. Azure trades it out, but Taco still lined up with this AK. It goes into a one-on-one. Taco needs to be very careful about the way he approaches this, so considering he has no armor. So try and hold a perfect corner against his opponent, but you still is smart. He'll head down to the bottom. Plant the bomb here on the B-bomb site instead. Posting up in the tunnels. He's got a perfect read on Taco, considering his position from Heaven. And right now, he's just waiting at the double window at position. Trying to see if Taco's going to push back in. But Taco, I think he expects him to be in here and well. Grounding the corner, and he grabs the perfect headshot. Shutting him down. SK pull off the eco. And they go 9-5 as we head into the final round of the half.
I hate eco rounds.
Please elaborate.
I wouldn't hate them because and I think that's kind of the tilt factor that comes to a lot of people that play this map, especially in, like, well, I don't know, matchmaking or pugs or whatever. Is just anything and everything can happen, and that's why it's exciting to cast and kind of watch pro teams, like you said, teams that are really good play Nuke, but just like these tight angles that, okay, I'm just gonna hold W here and spray my 5-7 and hope you die, and like JKS gets just destroyed. just obliterated at ramp before he could even shoot back his AK. It's like, okay. Something about using distance to your advantage with AKs, but we're playing Nuke. So here we are. 9-5 now. Renegades looking to put 6-1 on the board. And of course, a full buy coming out from both teams. Cold Zero again lurking through these smokes and just making plays. You still have falls. Azure answers. Now it's a 4-on-4. And FNX spotted both those players heading down towards Secret, but Fallen has pushed up as well with Cold. And Ricky had no idea and not quite sure whether or not the Terror's going to double back now. We still have JKS back towards that lobby area, but both Yam and Azure are already in the vents towards lower, and Taco is wise to it as he finds 2 nice shots and nice rounds coming out back to back for Taco, holding it down for his team. And nobody can say that man doesn't make a difference on SK, because he's making a huge one right there towards the end of that half. 10-5 is our half score. SK Gaming, standard CT side, 10-5, not bad.
And that is going to close out the first half, guys. Stick around. We'll be coming back to you in just a little bit with more here from the ESL Pro League.
He's going to get the 1 kill in that bomb coming onto the side. FNX has to stay up. Oh, he gets the triple FNX. Oh my god, what a way to win that round. They don't have a smoke, so this over still. Oh,
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, TheScoreEsports.com, Mountain Dew, and ESEA.
The second half here of SK versus Renegades will be getting started in just a moment. Before we do, of course, we'll have a little bit more of a discussion. We never got your thoughts as far as which side you still think this map favors. You definitely think it's more of a CT-sided affair, or
definitely still a CT-sided map. When the map first came out, I think a lot of people, including pro players, were like, "Wow, this could be kind of like how Cobble changed drastically in the identity of the map towards a T-sided map." I still don't think there's enough. It's not a lack of creativity that I'm going for here, but definitely it's definitely still a CT-sided map, just for the exact reasons we both kind of spelled out throughout that entire half, where, I mean, as a terrorist on this map, you only have so many seconds to clear all these corners and play these angles, and I don't think anybody anytime soon is going to really kind of be a hugely dominant Nuke team, and I think it's going to still stay as a team's veto. So as teams practice it less and less, I still think the identity just doesn't have room to change.
It's still very hard to get multiple angles that you can use to take a site beyond just going inside of the T lobby and then just pushing directly into A, or just going towards the ramp and then trying to get control there. Even getting ramp control to get that one angle to be as hard. Outside's still so crucial to starting it. If you have a good outside defense, then it's very hard to make any sort of impact as the T side. But we get right into the action here. A 1-for-1 trade. Azur's going to move out, though it doesn't necessarily spot FNX there, so he's surprised to find him wrapping around the corner, considering how much progress the Brazilians had already made here. But at the end of the day, at the end of the chaos, it's brought into a 2 versus 2. Yam still holding heaven pressure, and he does have JKS wrapping in to the shed area all the way through the ramp. They expect him, but that's a perfect nade from Yam.
Kobe
Denies Taco from moving in and taking it down, and FNX is now very curious in terms of what's inside of the shed. Finds a player, but he cannot grab the frag, and JKS will finish all things off here.
That's a beauty right there from Renegades. Absolutely massive frags. That's not my Australian accent. That's just my demand accent.
That sounded more British, to be honest with you.
Absolutely massive frags coming out here from Renegades. Anyway,
now you're the world's best caster.
It was a
British accent.
Yeah, it was a very similar strat to what Renegades ran, but Renegades actually chose to fight it pretty early rather than letting them up into upper initially, as SK did. And they just hit their shots. It was actually some beauties coming out from JKS and Azure. And I think Yam as well up in that Raptors position. So moving into this next round, I'm wondering if SK, I mean, they pistol armored here. They don't have any utility. Just going for a ramp bust. And unfortunately, SK being met by JKS's UMP and a Tech 9, and he's just going to work. As he still finds another. round just about over. FNX and 1v5 with the Deagle. Trying to do a little bit of economic damage, but he's getting hunted down after finding JKS, and now it's 10-7.
Nice little ramp rush. Doesn't pay off, though. Good hold coming out from the Renegades. And they will pick up another round here. Closing the gap quite quickly, of course, but SK get themselves onto their trash round. We're not able to find a plant in any of those previous two. So they are going to be looking at saving up for that 4th round on the usual routes.
Trash round. I like that.
That's what I like to call it.
Trash
because there's like no way they're going to win this round. Watch another win it, but
yeah, they're going to win it now. And
not that I've said that.
One man's trash is SK's treasure, boys.
Absolutely. But the Renegades pushing back in. Well, there's the start. This is where it happens, boys. Jumping down, dinking one of them.
He's catching a dink in the air, man.
Good reaction, though. Is able to pull back, prevents them from pretty much overwhelming them, which is always kind of the scarcity thing here that happens on these types of rounds. You go for like these big desperation plays, basically try to find kills by overwhelming your opponents with like five players.
Yeah, these mini splits used to be so deadly in the other version of Nuke, because nowadays you can just drop onto that catwalk. It's even quicker. They come like almost 15 seconds quicker than they would actually jumping up on that marshmallow and going all the way around over the mini garage. You know, here you just walk right on up, and so right up there, right in the faces. Renegades able to hold it down inch by inch. They're clawing their way back into this match, but this is where it matters. 8-10, trailing SK. First gun round. Let's see how they set it up.
Fallen, of course, now picking up the op for himself. The other 4 with rifles in hand, and most of them not going for outside control at all. In fact, they're moving very quickly through radio. Looks like they wanted to go for a push. The smoke will deny them, however. Going in the back for a few seconds, but this is something we really didn't see at all from the Renegades until very, very late in the half when they finally realized that B control was working out a lot better for them, so they changed up the way that they were doing it. Nade tossed out. Doesn't do much damage at all, but the Renegades as well have a pretty good focus in the ramp room. 2 players kind of hanging out inside. And again, they know that there's pressure coming down this hallway, so they're using a lot of utility to hold them back. This plan from SK, unless they want to force the issue, does not look like it is going to work anytime soon, but here they come now. Taco pushing out JKS, doesn't realize it is close, but still grabs 2 before dipping back down the ramp. Nicely picked up a pop flash as well. Ricky tries to move back into support from Hell, but he can't do it. At the same time, though, JKS running out once again, shuts out Showtime. The hit's dead, and it's all left at the Coldzera now.
Yeah, the hero for this match for Renegades right now is JKS. He's been an absolute monster on both sides, and he's looking to pick up his 4th on the Coldzera right here, and he does. Coldzera gets yammed first, and that's going to be the only kill that SK finds. 2 late round frags to end the last 2 rounds from SK, but Renegades building a bank. And honestly, Nuke is, if you have a lot of clutch rounds that need to happen, some of the more exciting clutches, you know, in Counter-Strike can happen on this match. But we haven't seen a lot of those happen, and so both these teams, as they win successive rounds, not a whole lot of ecos occur, and they're able to build a bank, and that's the real threat as a terrorist on the side, is you don't want to let the CTs be able to have 10K on any map, but Nuke specifically. When you give the counter-terrorists the ability to use Molotovs, smoke grenades, you know, wither you away with frags early on in the round, it's very difficult to gain map control in any situation, so Renegades just chopping SK to pieces, and once again, a late round frag out of Coldzera to be the only one they find. So, actually, that's the second one.
They grab one, and I think they overwhelmed the guy outside first.
Yeah, in any case, 10-10, they've tied it up.
Yep, indeed they have. And now it'll happen on another gun round, too, that we decide who actually gets to take the lead here in the second half, since Renegades have round of the comeback. To keep things rolling strong, or, well, will they be shut down? And the problem is for the Renegades, too, is their economy is still very uneven. Now, granted, they have plenty of cash, so still going to see a rebuy coming up after this if we see SK picking it up. But it will lead to some quick donations, which will deteriorate the economy pretty quickly, I imagine, and bring them onto an eco after just one, maybe another forced reinvestment, too. But fortunately, Renegades try to push outside there a bit too late, and with that, you could see Fallen grabs that first kill very easy. Yustilo also trying to hold aggressive pressure. Playing this like it's an anti-eco round, but it is working to a certain degree. They move in, and they all have also responded to 2 of their own kills. Yustilo and Ricky catching it, as they're also inside. The T-room here moves up to catch an additional player. That shuts down Taco. All of a sudden, SK, who were starting to look great, this early outside pressure, have now been brought down to just 2 players, and all that control they had out here is gone completely. And they're stuck just outside of the T foyer room.
Yeah, it's actually really interesting to me. I mean, SK didn't really commit many resources to either ramp or outside. It was Fallen and Taco on the extremities of the map, both finding the opening kills, putting it in a 3v5, and the members of SK that were in lobby. I mean, not being able to hold lobby control is so huge. And Renegades just push a little bit towards Squeaky. You had Ustilo fighting at the Squeaky door, and then Azar pushing in through Hut, and it was just the lobby collapsed. And so 3 kills quickly went the way of Renegades, and now it's a 2v3. Showtime and Fallen working their way back down through Secret towards lower, clearing the vents very closely. Down towards decontamination. Is that what we're calling it now? Decon?
Decon.
For short?
It's probably the short one.
Okay.
Or just
Decon.
new hallway.
I'm not calling it new hallway. It's Decon.
Okay.
Showtime's got to put the bomb down here. 15 seconds remaining. 2v3 situation. And this is actually a little bit deadly because Fallen still has that AWP. Not a whole lot of utility, but Showtime also has a Molotov. So as the CTs file in, Fallen's going to hear everything. He's going to find one, and can he get another? Can he get out of here successfully? Showtime does back him up, and it's one after another. It's a 1v1 now. Azar versus Fallen. He's going to catch out Fallen. Oh, Fallen was cycling, picking up maybe, I think he picked up a grenade. I don't think so, actually. I think he was just trying to jiggle peek and see whether or not Azar was there. Maybe a quick switch error. Nonetheless, all it takes is a few inches of his shoulder sticking out there for Azar to capitalize. There's that entry from Fallen. And another one on from Ustilo on FNX. And 11-10 now. Excellent clutch from Azar to be able to build the lead for his team.
That's insane. They have that, and they have that crossfire setup too, and it's so well played with Fallen going across, grabbing that first kill, and then just spraying wildly with his pistol to draw that attention, and then his teammate down below picks up 2. It's brought into the 1v1 after he finally trades it, but Fallen with that last second mistake throws the round away. They basically had that perfectly. What a toss. Considering Renegades had also gotten the early advantage after making up for them losing those 2 guys near outside.
Yeah, and that's just the dance of the vents. And actually, one of the on the terrorist side here, the one way you can really probe an upper is having control of the Squeaky. That's going to be a 1v1 battle throughout the rest of this half. Is Ustilo versus FNX. You know, you just blow a hole in the door, maybe you open it up completely, and you just wait for the CTs to try and rotate toward that vents position. And if you can win that 1v1, as FNX just did, you know, the counter-terrorists, their ability to rotate towards lower is just significantly hampered. He doesn't need to move the rest of the round. He just sits there and waits. And now Renegades, in a man-down situation, are going to battle up against a fully equipped SK that haven't really moved much. And Renegades doesn't have any information.
SK once again here too, being held back away from the ramp room early on, due to the heavy utility usage that Renegades keep throwing out here. But it's doing its job quite well. Renegades are still kind of stuck at the moment in the T entry room. Still waiting to find their way into a site, and they've ducked away from outside control once again. It's been very light overall in this half. There's only been 1 or 2 rounds where they've really pushed pretty heavily for that outside control. Beyond that, it's either been 1 or 2 players just poking it with ops, or they've decided to avoid it completely. And once again, it looks like it may be one of those rounds where, for the most part, they just have a player up on top of Silo pressuring it. More trades happening, though, near the inside, the entryway into the A-bomb site. Hazard up on top of the catwalk here. Also denies a kill. Ricky still shutting down players from the back over there in Heaven, too. But in comes FNX, and, well, wow. Cold apparently finds that last kill, too. The 2 remaining players in the Renegades just die out of nowhere, seemingly, in what looked like a round that the Renegades were going to win. Somehow SK just steals that away.
Yeah, FNX finds that kill into Ustilo, and Taco just mans up and enters into the bomb site and finds 2. And it looks like JKS at this point, you know, that from that Raptor position right above where Mustang is, you can be hidden from virtually everything and take any gun battle you choose while seemingly being completely exposed, if that makes any sense. You can see people, but they have a hard time seeing you, more or less. And JKS was dancing around there, and unfortunately, after finding the first 2 kills, was unable to get the 3rd, and Coldzera cleaned it up there, and FNX hit that last shot of the man in heaven. And it's 11-11 now. Renegade's able to buy into this one. Full utility, more or less, but SK just biding their time. Seem to be looking for picks at outer, but nobody's playing out there. Taco, again, playing this aggressive kind of ramp position, trying to poke in, holding for any kind of aggression coming up from Renegades at the same time. So FNX still towards Squeaky. Trying to see if he can get any entries into upper end. Looks like Ustilo playing above that hut might be able to fight him at some point. Sorry, that's Azar, nonetheless. Loving the default coming out from SK, just trying to see whether or not Renegades makes a mistake. And JKS is actually going to capitalize on that ramp player, Taco. And now the initial threat's neutralized. JKS knows he's not out of the woods yet, but the initial entry towards ramp falls. So Coldzera inching forward with an AWP, paired up with Fallen on the big greens for this round. Yam drops him, though. Not quite sure where that kill happened, but Fallen was outside, advancing very slowly in the same manner that Cold's going towards ramp here. And in this odd man situation, just as I mentioned in the last half, a lot of the options go back towards ramp is a very good way to do it. As Showtime entries on a JKS, now you have options. You deny the CTs any sort of information. You have to commit towards someone playing Hell, and the rest of the team just rotates towards lower. So if they can get down here, find a kill or two, and get the bomb down, this whole round changes. But actually, Cold's not able to get the kill, so Azur finds him, and Showtime's just got to stick that bomb in that smoke, and you still cleans up from behind. Nice round from Renegades to be able to rotate, find the entries, and deny SK even any chance for money in this round.
All these little mini dips that we see from the Renegades, they're just peeking out slightly to pick up frags. We had one from JKS that you see at the beginning, later down on the bomb site too. A couple of players peeking out. A good shot from Showtime, of course, to finally dispatch of JKS where he failed on that peek, but right here is where they really get shut down. You could see all the damage that had been done because of the peek from window. A little peek from in the vents area too that happened just a few seconds before that. So doing a good job of kind of priming the damage and then eventually just overwhelming them entirely. So SK just lose far too much on their way into the bomb site, and they cannot follow up upon it a few rounds later. Fallen, however, goes balls to the walls out on the catwalk outside, pushing up. Ricky gets destroyed. FNX as well with the Deagle here, catches Azur peeking out from the A entryway. And now Taco gonna find that additional pickup against Ustilo. They all just fell apart, and it was because SK decided to rush. And this is where I imagine Fallen will be able to get another kill here. This air conditioner screws with so many players. Thankfully though, JKS does shut it down, picks up a second. But is it too late for him to have any more impact and retake the site? SK just came in with such ferocity, and with only 18 HP, he's also working against a flank player coming in onto his right. He doesn't see this. He actually might have been able to see that shadow a second ago. Turns it around anyway. Shuts out Taco. Not necessarily fighting for a retake anymore though, really just fighting for survival.
Yep, if you can get at least one more kill here. I mean, Renegade's probably going to force into this next round regardless, but you want to deny SK the ability to save guns if possible, so he might just hold onto this M4. Count his blessings and escape. He had 3 kills in the round, so... And he's not able to get the last one. Cold Zero drops him, and now it's 12-12, all tied up, both sides. In not a great financial position, but I would imagine Renegade's going to grab some shotguns.
Pause coming in, I believe, from the Renegades here now. A bit of a tactical pause. This half overall, though, has not been bad for them by any regard. I mean, they've rounded a huge comeback. They're just running into some issues here because of the fact that SK are all of a sudden just finding a couple of different shots that they're employing to get into these bomb sites. Like I said before, for the most part, what all they've been doing is just bursting their way into the A-bomb site and working there, but the thing is that it's happening so rare. It's basically the exact opposite of what we saw in the last half, where the Renegades were going for outside control almost every single round and then hitting A where it was never working. Now we're seeing from SK, they're hitting B a majority of the rounds. It's not working, but then the few times they do hit A, it does actually pay off.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a different map philosophy. A lot of different teams don't go towards outside, and then, like, you know, some of the classic teams like NIP, just every round they're taking outside control. Yeah. And in this case, I mean, SK's opting to kind of pick around the map and work the extremities and take those one-on-one duels, probably because, you know, some of the more predictable spots are ramp, some of the upper spots, and that duel at Squeaky, I think, is the most paramount thing going on throughout this game, because not only do you keep your lobby control and listen for the rotates going towards vents, but you're able to hear who's up in the rafters and actually take some advantageous gunfights towards anybody in upper. So, you know, rather than executing into the upper bomb site, you just bide your time, you wait, you see if CT's challenged to try and push it all and punish it. And that's all they've been doing. They've been working 2 different ops for the past few rounds. They're not going to have them this round. But a couple Galil's on the board. Anything can happen for SK at this point. I wouldn't be totally surprised if they came out with an execute. They've only got a few smokes, a couple flashbangs, and a Molotov. So, but the question, of course, will be, does Renegades buy into this one? So most of them are sitting around 5K. I think they're starting to buy some pistols. I have the monitor here in front of me. But as the pause ends, they're opting to save. Probably not a bad decision at all. They did just get reset trading rounds with SK, but pistols can be equally deadly on this map.
And that also brings more justification to the pause, considering that they have made the decision to save, because now SK, unless they upset here, are more than likely going to get up to 13 rounds, and that's a bit of a dangerous scoreline. So basically, establishing the game plan, the contingencies that they use to really make sure that they round this comeback again and are able to actually shut this match out before it either goes to OT or before SK, of course, just outright win it. It's getting a bit close here, so even though they've only lost really 2 rounds in the past couple, doing the pause does make sense. And now Ricky, unfortunately, holding a bit too close up, more peeking out there. They do find 1 frag eventually with Azur coming out of the vents, but the rest of them are shut down. Down to only 2 left alive for the Renegades, whereas 4 still stand strong for the Brazilians here. Haven't moved into the site yet, since Azur did retreat through the vents, so just taking it a little bit more slowly here. They got the map control they needed, though, and that's what matters for right now. The final two, they can just play it slowly since they still have a minute and execute them. And there we go. One of them's been found. JKS actually can't get this kill against Taco, so trying to dance, but there we go. Finally finishes up that execute, takes him out.
Yeah, saving guns here, not really that important. What you want to do is just make sure these terrorists can't actually winning the round would be nice as Azure does drop that bomb carrier. JKS is about to find one on FNX. Now it's a 1v1 and Showtime's not able to get it done. JKS with a huge round starts out with an awkward kill over at ramp, brings that AK back around, and Azure drops the bomb carrier just in time for JKS to come in and make a play. So wise to not buy in that last round because 5.7s are the best gun in the game. So 13-12 now. Renegades bounce back. They take the lead. They have full money control. And SK, you're beyond frustrated at this point because that is not a round that you want to lose. Getting eco'd is never comfortable, but this late in the half, when you don't have any sort of money control and you're allowing Renegades to actually have a bank, you know, very difficult for you to bounce back from that. So if Renegades win this, all bets are off. They might be able to take this map.
JKS also with no armor in that clutch either, and he was from a pretty overexposed position, so Showtime should have absolutely had him dead to rights there, but...
He didn't have armor, but nobody seemed to know where he was. I mean, they were both spinning around in circles, you know. FNX, like, clearly had Jiggle peeked, but he was looking towards heaven, and JKS was all the way pushed out already, so not even a single bullet landing onto him. And this should be interesting. SK actually going for that pop flash towards Ninja Vent, and they're going for an upper bust, and Ustillo fighting for his life. Teammates, please help me, and Ricky is there to save the day. 14-12, 2 rounds away. Renegades looking for the upset now.
Buy's not going to come in yet for SK. It's looking like double save for them. They will have to wait one more before they can get another big gun round, but that's going to come on the final round, basically. They'll have to upset there and try to round an additional 2 more to be able to take this to OT, unless, of course, they can upset on another eco. We've been seeing that more on the CT sides, though. Very rarely do we see a T-sided eco upset here, since it's very hard to get that kind of control with limited utility, let alone just pistols instead of rifles or even SMGs. But Fallen pushes quickly outside regardless, grabs one, but fortunately for Yam, he's stuck on an exposed position, and Fallen will grab the kill. But in addition to this, Ricky also shuts down one more player with an op, and Azure in a bit of an awkward duel there. He gets taken down by Fallen. A little bit of jiggle allows him the kill. Picks up the AK. It is, again, though, compensated by Ustillo's earlier frag. At this point, 3-on-2. The bomb still stuck in the T entryway. Taco sitting an old radio trying to push himself into one of these bomb sites, but they don't even really know where the CTs are on that A site, so he's got to be very, very cautious about the way he approaches it. And you can see that now, checking every corner, making sure he didn't just catch it at a bad peaking time. And as he moves out, spots Heaven, but it's a bit too late as Ustillo spots him at the same time. We're also going to see his teammate follow up, but nade going down into the shed, and Ricky's op shot will end it, and the Renegades get up to 15.
That feeling when your frag grenade kill and your op kill happen at the same time, and you just have a roar of thunder, a death raining from above by Ricky. Nice kills from him to save Ustillo in that situation. It's 15-12 now. SK is going to be on a full buy. Let's not count them out yet, as you know, Renegades still doesn't have a ton of money. Regardless, I'm sure they'll be forcing out the rest of this half if they so happen to lose this round. SK looking like they're actually going to throw some outside smokes and try and get some map control early, which, knowing that Fallen and Cold, neither of them have ops, this might be a wise choice, as Renegades opting many times to not even play outside whatsoever. But Ricky's spotting from near heaven area with an AWP, not able to land a shot, but he knows he's down secret, so both Yam and I believe, not sure who else that is, have rotated towards lower nonetheless. Frag coming in here from Fallen. Not a good angle for Yam. You still have trades back on a Colds, and that's a 4v4, but they know Fallen's at least down here alone. Still quickly discovers that FNX has joined him and catches a dink onto him. Nice shot. So FNX is going to double back and head back towards the mini garage as his teammates slowly advance towards that ramp room.
JKS again, who's just completely destroyed SK many, many rounds before, and trying to get them into the vents room. It's been in their way for pretty much this entire half so far. The only good thing they have going for them right now is the fact that Fallen is in the site already, but the problem is the other two are still trying to push in through vents, and that's where JKS stands in the way. He's a frag leader for this team right now. He is going to be watching for this push, as he knows it's coming very shortly.
Yeah, this is all on JKS right here. If he finds both these kills, this is over. And it is. Oh, FNX, 10 HP, down and lower alone. Not going to happen. Renegades take the map, 16-12. A beautiful CT side coming out from the Renegades.
But that rounding...
Detroit Renegades.
Yeah, the Detroit Renegades as well. We don't have the updated logo yet, so...
I was thinking to myself, like, the LA... Nope. Caught yourself, Lex.
SK is technically the the LASK now because they're living here, but they hail from Brazil, so that's not true either. We have two teams that are based in a different city and hail from a different country / continent.
So we have the Australians in Detroit and Chicago. It's like the Midwest stomping grounds for the Australians now.
Yeah, sounds about right.
Interesting.
But that is going to be a very interesting map. Of course, let's not underscore just how big of a comeback that was. They go from 5 to 10, swing all the way back to 10 rounds before we even see SK impacting, and then also round that after a quick pause at 12 to 12 there, and then are able to actually win it out by upsetting on that eco round. So huge victory indeed.
I mean, they're able to keep the money close. Like I said, the CTs weren't running away with the money. They were forced to eco at that pause. But being able to come back, and JKS with that huge, essentially 3K round where he clutched it out, sent SK into a double eco, and they got the 15th match point. And so this last round, basically, it's like do or die. But they haven't really had a whole lot of success yet that half. So it was a little difficult. You know, you're not quite sure what to call, as I'm sure SK was stumped at that point, but didn't work out for him. Beautiful CT side from Renegades.
Well, very interesting game, and I'm sure a lot to break down. So let's send things back over to the analysis desk. Tom, what an upset.
Yeah, well, there goes my predictions. I suck.
Well, I said it too, 2-0. So I mean, it's both our predictions because no one can predict that SK would look so lackluster on a CT side of Nuke.
Yeah,
Nuke, I should say. Sorry.
Yeah, we were watching it, and they looked strong on the CT side, obviously a CT-sided map, but we're just talking about they don't seem to really have any executes. It seems like their plan was just to get an op in someone's hands and maybe Fallen or someone like that and just try to get a pick and kind of play it by ear from there, but you need to, use utility and have some sort of strategy going in.
Yeah, I would. SK seemed like they didn't use too much smokes and flashes on their executes. They had their outside take with smokes, but that was pretty much it. It looked like a pug almost from SK, and Team Renegades really took advantage of that. They played exceptionally well. They even won eco a 2-on-4, and that's huge. I mean, you can't lose a 2-on-4 and expect to win out on that point.
Yeah, and Renegades with a slow start, they were down 5-0, but they started to show some fight in round 12, where things really started to turn around for them.
Look at this. Here's Cold Zero. He's just sneaking up. Now, what I like about this round is the previous rounds before, Team Renegades was smoking outside, but they kind of just sat back and tried picking off Cold Zero. And he kept picking people off. But now, in this round, they smoke it and then they rush Fallen, completely catch him off guard. And this is kind of what kind of sets a tone where Team Renegades start picking up a little more momentum throughout the match.
Yeah, and they had a lot of success on that B site, and that change of pace completely threw SK off guard.
Yeah, it was a nice round a nice call by Team Renegades.
This match was absolutely insane. It was so back and forth the entire time. Something that I was really impressed with was Taco really clutching it up. What round was it? He won a big 1v1 against Ustillo in round 14, I think it was.
I think it's this next round.
Yeah, this is it right here.
So Taco Wednesday, man.
Yeah, Taco Wednesdays. Usually it's Taco Tuesdays or Taco Thursdays. At the hotel here, it's Taco Mondays, which I don't get. But you can have Taco Wednesdays. It's like Taco every day.
Yeah, Taco made an amazing play. He stayed alive. He picked up an AK towards that lobby area, and he gets 3 kills this round. Actually, 4 kills this round. I mean, this is a huge round, especially on an eco. And this must have been deflating for Team Renegades to be able to win the previous round and lose this round this bad. But in the end of the match, though, it didn't matter because Team Renegades pulled out with the victory.
Well, we're talking about, when you're Renegades and you're the underdog, you have to almost play perfectly. And the thing is they didn't necessarily play perfectly. They just didn't win the first pistol round. They were down 5-0, like I was saying, but they did win that second pistol round. And I got to give hats off to them when they called time out. That was absolutely huge. And that's one of the things that you're always talking about is why don't these North American teams call time out? You have, 4 of them?
Yeah.
It's insane.
I mean, I call more timeouts, slow down the other team, change the momentum around and talk about it. Just talk to each other, maybe just like a flash or a smoke that's a little messed up that's causing you to lose a round, or maybe it's a communication thing. But as long as you talk about it with your team, get on the same page, and then continue to win the next round, it's all good.
Now, round 25 is when Renegades really secured the deal, and it was all about JKS. He had the best KDA on his team, and he absolutely clutched it this round.
Yeah, this is a 2-on-4, and at this point, it's like, oh, SK has this round in the bag, but JKS comes in huge. He has a pistol right now, but he picks up a couple kills and then an AK and just takes out Fallen and pulls out an 8 here in a second, after the first 3 people die, of course.
Yeah, and this was back and forth the entire time, and we saw some teams, we saw both these teams lose on the eco rounds, and this is it right here, where it was almost impossible. I had zero hope and faith for Renegades at this point. I thought this was going to be a big turning point for SK, but I love how AZR slow played this one, waits for the bomb to go down, hits him with the shots, gets traded, and then this is the clutch from JKS. Perfect positioning.
Yeah, look at them. They had no idea. And he killed Showtime, and I'm sorry. And it was just maybe SK haven't called the spot out because it looked like he's kind of hesitant where to peek. He's like trying to look for the rafters and stuff. So I think SK may want to go over this map a little more, come up with maybe an upper take, maybe call out names because there's so many spots in the map to look at, especially in the rafters. So you have to be really specific on every little angle. So as soon as you see it, you spot it, and your teammates can react the faster.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the basics of the game is right when you look at the map, go down and just pinpoint certain spots. But SK looked so strong. Cold Zero doing Cold Zero things. He was going absolutely off when they were going on that 5-0 run to start the game. What was he? 25-4-10, the top fragger for their team. Also, Fallen was looking really good. But, Showtime, we were talking about, he had a lot of assists. And, when you're getting a lot of assists, sometimes when you're playing aggressive like that, that's good for opening up your team. It's not bad to have assists, but that means you're not necessarily finishing your kills at the same time.
Yeah, how bad or how underperforming SK was, you can't take it away from JKS. He was all over the place. He had clutches. He was having kills. I mean, he was definitely the big factor in their win. And it's nice to see a team where it's not just one player always carrying them. One night you got JKS and they're not like Ustillo or someone, and it's just mixing it up. And they seem like they're more of a complete team, and I like that.
All right, guys. Well, if you're into stats and news, go and check out the Score Esports app on your phone. Take out your Android or iOS device. Go to the Google Play App Store and check it out. And don't go anywhere. We're going to have Map 2 going on between these two teams right after the break.
He's going to get the one kill in that bomb. Coming down to the inside. FNX has to stay up. Oh, he gets the triple FNX. Oh my God, what a way to win that round. They don't have a smoke, so this orb is still.
I'm back! Now that Kinguin has partnered with ESL Pro League, you have even more of a reason to buy the skins you need. No one has a bigger selection of CSGO products. Buy CSGO cases from your favorite players and events, including the ESL Pro League case. Buy and sell skins on skins.kinguin.net. Check it now!
Get your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, TheScoreEsports.com, Mountain Dew, and ESEA.
And we are coming back to you guys on what might be an easier map for the SK roster. Going over to Dust 2 now for our second map. It is still, of course, the Renegades taking them on, and after an upset like that, well, we may not even know what's going to happen here on the second map.
I think after an upset on Nuke,
air quotes required, of course.
Air quotes because, you know, SK is not at full strength and it's Nuke. Anything can happen on Nuke. That's why I was so excited to cast it. I felt we were going to have an upset. They're over there like, oh, who knew? I knew. Dust 2, I mean, yesterday, SK very nearly fell in like a last-minute comeback from NRG, 16-14. They didn't look the most comfortable on Dust 2. So I'm thinking maybe Renegades has a shot here. They've always been a good Dust 2 team. Not that good. Not maybe good enough to beat SK with Fur. But maybe, just maybe, to make this one close.
The thing is, right, is I think a lot of what sort of threw them away on Dust yesterday was their CT side. And because of how varied, like, Energy was throwing the hits at them. Just like, because here's the thing, right, is when SK played on their T side, we were seeing a lot of, like, very direct cat hits. Whereas when Energy jump on it, it was still, for the most part, A hits, but the way that they were doing it was different from round to round. Sometimes they would fake a mid to B split and then fall back and go for cat. Other times it would be that direct cat hit. Other times they would put out long pressure. It was a lot more varied, and for some reason, like, SK were really bad at trying to get that intel early in the round and communicate that properly, so they got overwhelmed a lot. And they either had to call like 3 or 4 saves in a row, or just were completely outmatched because of that.
You're not wrong. I think it was a lot of the win was circumstantial, but at the same time, the way Renegades has played Dust 2 since coming to America, it's very Stragan CS, is like they'll get a couple ops. Anybody who's like can afford it will get an op, and they'll like pick mid doors, and then they'll send the rest of the team B and just surprise, no flashes, just run into B. Like they run very scrimmy, quick strats sometimes on Dust 2, and I think if anything could catch SK off guard, it would be that kind of a style from Renegades. So we'll see.
Well,
I'm not counting my chickens just yet, boys.
We are getting started, guys, so let's jump into the map and take a look at things. Renegades will once again be starting off on the T side, and it'll be SK jumping onto the CT side. Lex, why don't you start us off?
All right. Pistol round coming out now. I'm going to do that thing again, Blue. Wow, pistol rounds are so important. Renegades are actually going to come to an empty long. Mid-aggression coming off from SK as Cold Zero and FNX are pushing up. They're going to catch... Actually, Ustilla might be hot to this idea coming out from them, but Fallen, the lone man over here at the CT spawn connector, and he drops Ricky before Ustilla, as I said, lurking top mid, drops Cold. So now they have the full A bomb site control, Renegades, and they're taking a duel over towards Cat. Ustilla is the late flanker coming to execute FNX. So now it's a 4-on-3 bomb planted. SK backs up against the wall here, desperately want this round. Ustilla will fall to Taka. Now it's a 3-on-3, doable for SK. Whether or not they can hit any shots at all, and as he's going for a boost, Showtime says, "Come here, get on my head," and Yam happily obliges. Jumps down and snags himself the extra cash. Well done, sir. And here we are, 1-0 Renegades.
So with that, obviously, Renegades get off to a hot start, and we'll be looking to build upon that now. We do see the counter investment coming in on the second round from the SK roster. 2 scouts to be seen on both Taco and Fawn, and... well, that's a bit unfortunate. I believe that was team damage that hit Showtime.
Here comes the B-rush from Renegades. Can Taco and Showtime hold?
Yeah.
They're going to do this so much this half, and it's going to work so much this half.
Yam and Blind, or Yam and JKS both partially blind while pushing into the site, but they still find those 2 kills. Coldzera does respond with his Deagle, but while moving back in, he doesn't spot the player just to the left at window, which allows Azur to grab an easy peek out to shut him down. 2 left alive now, and it looks like they're both running to save. At least keep those guns and the upgraded, or apologies, the upgraded pistols and armor in play for the trash rounds. You can keep it, but down goes the upgraded pistol, and now it's all fallen, and well, he just gets wrecked by a single bullet from JKS at range.
Yeah, and I know it was a super early prediction when it's not even the pistol round when I mentioned the B thing, but Showtime's playing over towards here with Taco, from what I can tell, and or if my memory serves, rather. And I just think, like, if you're going to exploit something in a game plan, perhaps making the new guy and picking on him is a great way to do it. So Renegades, again, heading towards these B tunnels. Doesn't look like they're committing yet. They expect some sort of a stack coming out from SK, but you still have the scout already out through mid, already out mid B. And Yam and Ricky are going to hold towards mid as Azur pushes into the site, finds the kill on a Taco. The B side is empty, and they're just going to go hunt with these MAC-10s. Don't want to be too audacious in this push, but doesn't quite matter, just USPs. Ricky finding one to fall after Ustilla was just farming over here with the MAC-10. Azur tries to push in and falls to FNX's USP, but quick 3-0 coming out from Renegades, and they have stacked quite a bank.
Not really seeing SK put up much of a fight, to be honest, but now their investment rolls in fairly usual, with the exception of Taco having to go for an SMG pickup. And also 2 FAMASas too, so favoring utility over the M4 gun power, and obviously no op. Money at this point is actually really crappy for the CTs, and obviously this scrap together buy won't even look that great in the grand scheme.
Yeah, Renegades quickly pushing towards this B-bomb site with Ricky and Ustilla. They're going to fish in for a pick with this op. Unfortunately, he burns, gives away his position, so he's going to bail out, knows that smoke's coming in. And again, trying to pressure B as much as they can. He's not going to move away quite yet. Ustilla will hold, and they're going to reset. JKS early on in this round, unfortunately, dumped his whole inventory along to try and draw a rotator out, but Zera's pushed all too aware of where the Renegades team is, back towards that CT spawn, and Fallen's not too far behind him. So a little worried about the mid B, probably after Renegades demonstrated that they're preferring that B bomb site over these first 3 rounds, but looks like it's going to be a late long execute coming out from Renegades as JKS, Azur, and Yam throw smokes over. And it's all FNX over here blind at this blue bin. Can he find one? And he will not. Azur will drop him, and now it's just falling through the smoke. Does get one onto Ricky, so that's a 4v3. And Ustillo, the ever-present lurker, finding one on a Taco. Nice kills from him, and they just need to stall, maybe head back towards B if they choose to. They know Taco's dead, so Showtime, faced with indecision, is going to try and get some information at mid, and he's going to spot them. I believe he spotted them heading back towards T-spawn. I'm not quite sure, but he's going to commit back towards B. And Cold probably is aware that Azur is still lurking over here, or the possibility that he may be able to, so he's going to find the kill onto Azur, and now it's just Showtime. If he can get 2 kills here, this is doable, but Yam gets the better of him, just kind of walks into the B bomb site, so quick and easy round here for Renegades. Just needed to take that late long control and find those 2 kills, and the whole round collapses for SK. So Cold going to trade that FAMAS out for an AK and push through the long doors as the Renegades go hunting. Ustillo towards CT spawn, Yam towards mid, and JKS looping all the way back towards T spawn. Probably be the first one to find Cold. Going to try and get that AK-47 out of his hands, as they know the rest of the CTs are broken. They have the money to do it, so yeah, JKS spots him, but Cold zero. One of the best. Finds the headshot onto him.
And again, Colt still looking to save, but he does have Ustillo slowly creeping up on him from the long door. Smoked it off, but it's a pretty far out smoke, which would have given Ustillo room to creep. And we can see he's getting closer now. Slowly getting ready to push back out. Unfortunately, Ustillo himself is being rather passive about this. He doesn't want to risk losing his own gun, so he decides to fall back, and he'll let that 1 AK stay in the hands of coldzera for the next round here. But once more, SK's players, a lot of confidence pushing out to these more aggressive positions, and Renegades just reading it like a book. You can see it on the replays here, punishing it, and the entry is also very much on point. So they go 4-0, winning that first gun round. SK, still a fairly minimal investment in this one, and Ricky with a nice shot going through the wall. It brings Fallen down to 17 HP. SK will put 3 on that bomb site this time, but with S Fallen already lit up here and the other 2 only having pistols in the site, definitely won't do a good job of trying to hold it if they go back. But you can see there too, we caught it off camera. Fallen responds with a scout shot, I think through the door, that absolutely destroys Ricky.
He may have been running and jumping at the same time, but just CSGO things. Fallen is like a wizard with the scout. I'm not even kidding. Like, you almost, the reason you hunt Cold there is because maybe you knock the AK out of his hands, and they opt to save. Instead, they buy scouts, they buy pistol, they buy armor. And now it's a 4v5, and they're creeping up catwalk looking for anything. And unfortunately, JKS made a little bit of noise coming out here long, so I think Cold knows that he's here. And the better of Fallen is had by Yam, and that's a huge kill, as Fallen is the last defense back towards A, and now it's just Cold stuck over at long. He's going to get lurked on by JKS, and now it's pretty much round over at 4v2, and Taco and Showtime might opt to save the pistols that they have in hand, as this is going to be a double save here coming in for SK. Actually, they have a little bit of money on the board. Might opt to force into the next one. They are on full money bonus, so no reason not to, I imagine. Go get some exits, try and keep the Renegades' money low.
Was a fairly light buy here regardless, so we can see once more JKS moving his way out from long, already taking on the Deagle, and Taco, which is a P250 in armor. This isn't really much that's being saved. The biggest thing he's actually going to take away is the armor. But wrapping around the corner now, they spot him. Good response. Now he's got an AK in hand, but he is also being encroached upon. Didn't even realize that Yam had gotten into the B bomb site. That's going to take him out. And Renegades still pushing forward, of course, but with us only seeing 1 gun round so far. This is where the big money investment continues to come in for SK. They will now go for the double up buy-up. Fallen gets armor and everything, so will Showtime. Interesting, by the way, they put it in Showtime stands, not coldzera, who we've normally been seeing pick it up.
Yep. They wanted it B, so I mean, Ricky had this spawn. Of course, he's going to go for this B pick. And Showtime, unbeknownst to Ricky, he's going to be there with the AWP, and he's not going to hit the shot. That's a deep Molotov. Traditionally, you want to keep it a little bit closer, but that does stave off the push from Ricky, and he's forced to fall back. Reset with the rest of his team, who are spread across the map. Renegades just trying to see what they can do. And Ricky almost hits Taco through that smoke, and Taco answers with a quick M4 burst, and it dinks Ustillo. That's a lucky series of events for Taco, but nice way to start the round for SK. coldzera is going to be alone here. Pop flash is a little bit early. Azur doesn't get caught, and so he advances his position just a bit. Cold knows he's there. Yam's backing him up, but another pop flash coming in from B. That's beautiful teamwork out of the SK side. Those Brazilians are always so good about utilizing their flashes correctly, and One goes bad, and the second one nails it. JKS actually coming out mid. Ricky pushing into the B bomb site. 2 kills quickly go their way, but Taco has had some really incredible plays coming out from him in the last map, and certainly this map as well, as he finds 2, making this a doable round for the retake. It's Fallen and FNX coming up quickly. Fallen gets mollied off actually and has to fall back down. Might opt to save, but you already see FNX pushing up through these tunnels, seeing if he can find anything on this bomb site. Yam at a very awkward angle to watch those tunnels, and JKS must peek from this closet area. Knows Fallen's there now, and FNX is pushing up through these tunnels. Fallen dancing around the window, not able to find one as JKS gets it, but he's going to get his 4th of the round. Finds one on FNX, and nice 4K close out there from JKS.
6-0 now. The Renegades continue to shut the members of SK down. And again, it's coming down to the fact that we can see Renegades getting such good map control early on here. SK can't hold the initial pushes back. They'll get themselves into that site. SK make a valiant attempt at a retake. It even comes down to a 1v1, but they cannot stay in it. With that, they get knocked out once again. More aggressive pressure coming out from Long this time, and Ustillo already doing some damage, layering it on. He does get tagged and finished off as well by Fallen there at Long, but a repeat from Yam. He connects a little bit of damage, and we see JKS, though, just ripping through the players at the tunnels. Overstays his welcome a bit, though. Showtime is actually going to grab that trade. Now the Renegades will just stack up at mid. They do have a 3-on-3 advantage, and only 1 gun has been picked up so far by FNX there towards Long. So long as they still shoot this towards B, they'll get that easy control. Unless Showtime, of course, pulls off hero play, which we're not expecting, considering he's now diving into the tunnels.
Yeah, he's got 36 HP and no armor. However, the fact that they're not quite sure, I'm sure they suspect that he's pushed through already, considering they went mid B. However, all 3 members of Renegades posted up now in post-plant positions, so FNX is going to jump on this box, see if he can find anything, and walking right past him is Yam, and he ends up killing Fallen, but FNX, it will trade it out quickly. I don't know if that was 4x3, but certainly that was just an awkward angle that he couldn't see. So Azar holding the door is going to find him. Ricky drops Showtime from the tunnels, and now it's 7-0. And there's that dominant B play that Renegades is just so good at on this map, is just spreading the map, finding some picks, and executing late round. And even though that was an eco coming out from SK, they made it a little bit close. Renegades still capitalized. Outsmarting SK once again. This is 7-0, commanding lead coming out from Renegades.
This is the one good thing, is that they are keeping the money rather low. Even on eco rounds, they're impacting with somewhere between 2 and 4 kills, so it keeps the Renegades right around having enough cash for 1 rebuy and maybe another force up with a rifle after that. And now we're at the beginning of this round. Again, we see that over-aggression, that confidence from SK, that while it kind of makes sense for it to be there in this matchup, it still needs to be restrained after 7 rounds straight of this. And oh, what was Azar doing? Either
Do I say it?
Go ahead.
1G.
1Gs indeed.
Sorry, it's like, a tick.
It seemed like he wanted to pull out a smoke, but again, look at this. They're just walking right up. This is a gun round. This isn't an eco round. Yam is punishing them so easily. They don't even see that he pushes up there, and after that first kill, there's literally no response. It's on Taco and Showtime. Showtime still has to rotate over, and they've got players in mid watching for that rotate specifically.
Yeah, quite frankly, this entire half has been Renegades dominant, so SK is just looking like, how can we break their default? How can we get an entry? And Fallen just on that wide peak. I wonder if he thought he had support or just timed it incorrectly. As was able to just walk up onto that lower box and pop him once in the head.
Oh no, Showtime
He's not going to get away with this op, I don't imagine, but actually, he did hit the shot, actually.
Yeah, and he got away for now.
I didn't even notice that. I'm just like, and he's dead. 100% dead.
Ustillo is on the way for the tunnels, though, and that's going to be his doom. So he gets knocked out. No save. Believe the teaser retrieved it. They had 1 already anyway. Maybe they just don't want to run a double, but there you go. Bit unfortunate for Azar here. I think he tried to pull out a smoke and then realized he didn't have one. Either that or a teammate said he would throw a smoke, and then he never did.
I have a feeling it was just like some quick switch issues or something. I mean, he might not have had a smoke when he thought he did, but I mean, the Molotov spread, as soon as I saw it, I knew he was going to burn. I just thought he had a plan for it. Unfortunately, he did not. So, a little bit embarrassing. Unfortunately, the stream did catch that. However, made up for it with a nice entry. And Azar actually, speaking of which, finds the aggression in upper B tunnels. SK again trying to aggress, trying to do anything to stop the train that is coming out from Renegades. Straight out of Detroit City, boys. And Azar does fall to Taco. Didn't know that he had aggressed that far, but the mid-B split is already on. They're aggressing towards that B-bomb site. JKS finds one at FNX, the last bastion of hope of this B-bomb site, and Taco opened upper dark. Falls to Ustillo, now it's Cold and Fallen looking for anything. And Fallen actually pushes lower with this Mag 7 hoping to find a close quarters combat battle with Ustillo, and he finds it, but not where he thought he would.
And now things are just getting sloppy from SK. 2 of the kills in this round have been because they've leaped around corners without their guns out yet, so you can see Cold moving up at the very least, trying to escape with his AK that's now retrieved off of Ustillo, but things are starting to get a bit rough here as they continue to throw that aggression out there. You can see that as you've already mentioned that, but they're not even fully covering this. There was nobody watching for the lower push when they initially pushed into the tunnels. They had a guy watching out in the T courtyard for whatever reason, trying to see if someone's stuck behind since they've been doing it so often, but it wasn't the case at all. And they get wrecked by the guy that pushes lower because of that. The gun is not saved. Finally, we see a pause coming in, but this is still fairly late in the half. 0-9 now.
It's definitely late. I mean, just considering the bank's already been built for Renegades, but I feel like SK just threw everything that they had over and over again and nothing worked out. And the curious thing is I mean, the Australian teams traditionally are incredible Dust 2 teams. Like Dust 2 and Cash are their home maps. And Renegades has always been dominant on it. But, I mean, I feel like Fallen and the SK squad are just getting read so well every round. I mean, it's not even necessarily like a strat call that's being made. They just find a pick. They lose a player on a different side of the map. They know they're pushed up or B. You know, we watched Azur get that initial kill and then follow to Taco. So JKS, without even getting a smoke, just runs out, takes the fight, and immediately finds the battle with FNX, and they were able to capitalize on that. There's nobody left. Fallen and Cold on the other side of the map, and it's like every round is a similar situation where the defense has been split, the picks have already been made, and there's nothing left for SK to do but retake. And if the retakes don't go your way, it's 9-0.
And because, at this point, too, because SK just keep throwing aggression at them, Renegades can just sit back and play to that mid-default almost every single round.
Absolutely. They don't
just
need to
wait
do
for
anything.
it. Wait for someone to either push tunnels or push from Cat, and then, all right, well, we've got 1 or 2 on them, and now we can just do a mid-to-B split.
And I think this is about to go live, but I wonder what SK can do here. It looks like they've got pistols on the board, some armor, and that's about it. But hope to win an eco, I guess, is a start.
So we will get into it, and as Lex just said there, it's just an upgraded pistol round. Taco and Cold are able to get armor on the board. Ricky again looking for the shots on cross. It's only hit really 1 or 2 of those so far in the half, but still having the effect of, at the very least, keeping SK from peeking the doorway. There's Taco, though, finding 1 as he goes for a wild peek in the tunnel door. And finally, Rex Ustillo, as they're going to push out, gets that first kill. Very quickly retreats. He's almost blocked by a teammate, but he does get out of there with 2 HP. And now Yam peeking out, doing some more damage. Cannot execute Taco just yet. Another one's moving up. Fallen's going to push him, but he doesn't check his back. Azur holding close to the Xbox, grabs Fallen with only 2 HP.
Yeah, and they're just continuously pushing this mid doors, forcing Renegades to fight, and finally Azur falls, but it's going to be all for naught. Actually, Showtime's going to get another one, and suddenly this is a 2-on-1, a doable situation. He even has a kit. So, despite not having armor, he seems well equipped for this situation. JKS already all the way back towards long doors. Ricky scoped into that A-ramp area, is going to find him in just a second if Showtime is not careful. And I believe Showtime spotted him there, so Ricky needs to be a little wary of the fact that he could lose this AWP and Showtime could save it. Nonetheless, JKS does have his back from long. He's going to grab Showtime, and now it's 10-0. I don't mean to speak too soon, but when it's 10-0 at this point and nothing has worked for your CT side, I just don't see Renegades being able to lose this. Like you said, they don't really have to do much, right? They just got to sit back, wait for the aggression from SK, and see what pushes they're going to throw at him, because the default ain't working.
This is going to be the first real test to see if they like finally pull back and play a bit more passively. I can understand them still continuing it on the eco round just for the pure raw surprise of it, but there we go. It's still there. It works out this time, though. For the first time in quite a while, we actually see SK grab that. Fallen gets to the angle first, waiting for Yam on the pick, or on the peak, I should say, and very quickly will punish that.
Yeah, I think Fallen, literally, that was a little bit of luck, because Renegades really hasn't pressed long without having a read first, as in when they know that they're playing long, they go up cat. And the one round that they went out long and crossed long, I believe, was an anti-eco round anyway, and nobody was playing there from SK. So, interesting enough, Ustillo has already pushed into the B bomb site and tried to use that lurk smoke to get in, but Taco finds him, and he's getting walled through that box. He's got to make a move here in a second. That Molotov comes in, and he's joined by Showtime, so he's not completely alone here. And Azur's already crossed cat and has already taken the gunfight with Fallen and finds it. That's twice now we've seen Fallen get outshot by a rifle, and a Ricky with a nice 180 shot on a FNX. I almost called him finesse. That would have been awkward. 3v2 now. Fujan is not in the server. Azur drops Cold, and this is getting more dire for SK by the second. Ricky only has 4 HP. Winnable situation, but definitely an awkward spot to be retaking from with an AWP as Showtime creeps up with his teammate Taco through CT. And They need a round win here. They need to keep both these guns if possible because they don't have a lot of money, but round bonus be damned. They're going to go for it, and Ricky's going to find him. 2v1 now, and it's just showtime. A 1v2. He does have a kit. Go to Molotov AZR off, but Ricky finds him. Nice kills from Ricky to bring this round back for Renegades.
Ricky grabbing 2 of those kills with only 4 of the HP 2 at the end, so unfortunate that Cold kind of flubs the push he has up towards elevator there, as that position could have been used really great just to, at the very least, keep Renegades in positions that they were right when they put the bomb on the ground, but he kind of reveals himself a bit too soon, or the Renegades spot him, and the final 2 are too slow to rotate over from the B-bomb site, so comes down to this situation, and again, they're both stuck together, so when they push back out, it's very poor. They trade it, but we get into the action, and that's a freaking awesome double peek at doorway.
They didn't even flash over. They just went out silently, took their spawns, and pushed, and I feel like Fallen had its knife out, and FNX was just late to the corner, and it was just a gunfight that went in the favor of Ustillo and Azur. So now it's a 5v3. You're down 11-0. Is the 16-0 dream real, Blue?
You just jinxed it.
No.
They're definitely going to win.
They're
definitely going to win like the 13th round now because you just said that.
Blue, life is all about choices, and if Renegades choose to not make mistakes, this is a 16-0.
Essentially,
there's no such thing as a jinx.
If SK now went around, everybody tweet at LexWFX and say it's your fault.
That's how we do it, boys. That's how we plug our Twitters in 2016, by throwing out casters' curses. So I'm going to do that from now on. That said, Showtime 1v5. Promise in a dream. Can even get this kill into Yam. Does. 4v1 now. Interesting thing about that long plays, as I had just the round before mentioned that Renegades has taken this incredibly spawn-based, right? They play towards B, they're going for a pick at B. They play towards, you know, nothing, they go cat. They play towards long. They've taken the long picks a couple times before, but Fallen has been at cat. He's been at mid doors. They've had the op pretty much over towards CT spawn half the time anyway. So the fact that he's gone towards long, found some success in the previous round, and then goes there again and gets punished, it's like you have no answer as SK at this point. You just have nothing. You just hit your shots, boys. That's like what you tell your team as an in-game leader right now, because your aggression hasn't worked. Playing passive hasn't worked. Maybe shotguns will work, Blue.
And we'll see Taco on the boost up here, grabbing the first one, dropping down, brings another player into 2 HP, but JKS also dispatching him. Taco grabs another one, but it's JKS from the jump down that finally takes out Taco. Look at Yam, though, just flanking behind these players. Azur peeking up for the door, takes care of the player to his right, and tap it away for Yam. Finishes off Fallen. It's a 13th round for the Renegades. And you know that tweet that just popped up on stream actually makes a really good point. I completely forgot about this. One of the last time these guys played in a LAN match was at the iBuyPower Invitational, like last November.
I was there.
And this is when Renegades got 16-0'd. And this was like right after Sponge had that like speech too. That was like, oh, we're a better team than that.
Oh,
and then
yeah.
literally
When
this, like 10 minutes later, they get 16-0'd.
I remember. That is,
But they're about to do it to them.
Wow.
Revenge.
Yeah, see, if I say it, it's not a jinx, but if you say it...
You said it first, so I'm clear of conscience now.
I don't care.
It's already jinxed by you, so if it's bound to be jinxed, it's already your fault.
This match is essentially over. 13-0. I don't care what god you pray to, like what meme lord you submit all your gifts to. Frankly, this match is done. It is over. It's 13-0. Renegades cannot screw this up. And I don't care if SK has this massive comeback and you're like, oh, Lex, oh, you jinxed it. Sorry. Doesn't happen in this world, ever.
It's definitely going to get jinxed now.
I hate that word, jinx. It's such an ugly word. It's a tinny word. I don't like it. Taco pushing upper. Gotta find one. No trade coming in from JKS. This actually might be the first round win. I think Taco could do this. Do you have faith?
It's kind of there. But he gets mollied out.
Renegades.
He's smart about it, though, as he realizes.
They want the 16-0. They're like, let him go. Let him be free.
And there's Taco again. Brings it even now. That's the bomb going down, too.
Yeah, this is
the
round
jinx.
win. It's not a jinx. I want SK to do well.
Oh, hold on. Showtime's now the last one. He's got a pretty bad position, too, but they don't... What are you looking at, Showtime? They weren't even on the site yet. Obviously, he doesn't necessarily know that, but still, Azur pushing out from Cat.
Chat, I want you to spam 16-0 in chat. Just spam it. Give them your power. Do it. You can't see me right now, but my arms are outstretched. With our arms wide open. 14-0 Renegades. 5-8 OUPs. This is what I was talking about. The firing squad, man.
And it hits Taco.
I've played Renegades way too many times in this map to not know what they do.
That's just the tilt factor. I was amazed they didn't do autos, to be honest.
Well, the thing is, they got to throw them all over the wall now because I guarantee you SK is going to be like, ooh.
Yeah, but it's 15th round.
Spawn. So?
Doesn't matter.
It's not about saving. They just want. These guys,
yeah, but like,
these guys have
such
UMPs and Mag 7s.
You got to go
down
all the way
14-0.
across the map to get them, and then you got to use them to retake.
I'm knife out through long right here looking for Yam if I'm Showtime. That's all I'm saying. And again, like this is the Renegades play. They're like, okay, we have the entry. We're going to go B. And, you know, we'll throw some stuff over here. Yam will sit at T-spawn, and but we're going to go B.
They're taking their time with it, too. Again, they've realized at this point, I mean, SK have really kind of waned away from the aggression, but they're still trying to do it every once in a while, which is, I believe, the reason they're still sitting in the tunnels for a few extra seconds. Taco going to be waiting outside. He's got the shotgun. He's on that right side, so may not initially get checked. The flashbang, though, and scratch that, does get checked. Coldzera does deny the mid-pressure from Mauser, but then Yam strikes right back. Eliminates FNX. In comes Coldzera. Again, he's only going to find one, and that won't work at this point of the game.
You're about 30 seconds late, dog. But there it is. Finds the kill. Able to get himself an AWP. That's the last round. Yeah, they didn't even throw him over the fence. They were just so confident. They're like, you're not.
He doesn't even pick it up. He just sits with the AK anyway. And he gets wrecked.
Doesn't even matter. Okay,
So
ESL
Lex.
just tweeted me, everyone blame Lex to VFX.
15-0 will be the scoreline. Will it be a 16-0? You guys have to sit and wait because we are going to go to a short break. So be sure to stick around. And we'll be returning to you in just a few moments with the possible very quick conclusion of Renegades versus SK.
He's going to get the one kill in that bomb incoming on the inside. FNX has to stay up. Oh, he gets the triple FNX. Oh my god, what a way to win that round. They don't have a smoke, so this over still.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, TheScoreEsports.com, Mountain Dew, and ESEA.
We are back, and we are about to find out if we will have, I think it would be our first 16-0 of the season. Renegades currently 15-0 against SK on Dust 2.
Feels bad, man. Feels kind. I mean,
Must feel
seriously,
amazing,
like,
man, for the Australians.
I knew I was being all edgy with like I think I was playing it real safe. You know, didn't have the you know what to go out and say that this could be an upset. When I said it could be an upset for Renegades, I'm being like, it's probably not. But
you can say balls, by the way, on stream.
You can say balls.
Yeah, Eric's already done it like 4 times, so.
Well,
he hasn't been yelled at yet, as far as I'm aware.
Eric is Eric. Okay, I see him over there. He's laughing. Yeah,
it's a pretty consistent topic he brings up, to be honest.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, it's 15-0. We're about to go line the pistol round. I can't wait for SK to win this pistol, and everybody's going to hate me. That's fine.
Tweets will come in very quickly. Remember, guys.
I don't want this to be over because I don't want to be done casting, but
WFX.
whatever.
Oh, yeah, that is true. This is the only game you're casting today.
Yep.
You're back on the desk.
Feels even worse.
You're over there with Tom.
Anyway,
Anyway,
I don't want to be anywhere near Tom.
Let's figure out if this is actually going to be a shutdown, because we do have a problem for Renegades right from the get-go, is that SK just went for a 4-man long push, and they tried to go fast. Yes! What? Doesn't matter, though. JKS, I think from CT and mid. There we go. 2 now. 3 more to go, and they've got it. FNX responds, but Ustilo with the trade. Can they get revenge? Out they go, the mid-crush. It's all on Fallen now in a 1v4. He's got to try to close this out. As we're down at 2 HP.
16-0. 16-0.
Look at Fallen. He goes down, and that's it, boys. It's a 16-0. The Renegades will close out here on Dust 2. And not only that, but they're going to 2-0 against SK, counting in that Nuke victory just under an hour ago.
3-2-1-0. It's over.
Holy crap. That's double revenge as well. Someone tweeted me it actually happened twice against them, that they've been 16-0'd. So, with that,
I'm immune.
Vengeance. You are immune. That's actually the first time I've seen like a caster curse thing not happen.
It's not a caster curse, man. It's caster's blessing.
Like, I mean, you're not necessarily
what
like
I say is gold.
You're not necessarily like a caster yet. Like you're still like
I'm
on
just a guy. I don't know what I'm doing here, but
your
I'm getting
role
it
is
right.
indeterminate at the moment.
Because 16-0.
It happened.
16-0, boys.
And to talk about what
Feels
exactly just went wrong with that match, let's head over to the Bears and Tom. Guys, what just happened?
Holy shrimp on the Barbie, man. That was a crazy, crazy 16-0. I was not expecting that at all. Did I say 2-0 SK? I meant 2-0 Renegades.
I'm dumbfounded right now. It looked like they did watch SK on Dust 2. I mean, it didn't matter what they were doing. They could probably walk in backwards and still somehow win the round. I mean, 16-0 against SK, I don't know what to say. Like, it's unbelievable, to be honest.
It's just such a momentum game. Renegades carrying their momentum over from the previous win. They had to be feeling super good. And JKS, again, round 6, the dude is going to clutch it. When is he not going to clutch it? Today he's playing out of his mind.
He's out of his mind. As you kind of see right here, they know that Cold Zero is playing in CT spawn, and they know it. They waited for him, and then they just take it out in an easy B split. If you watched against last night against SK, there was a lot of A hits, but in this match, Team Renegades was just hitting that B. They were loving that B bomb site, and I loved it too. I mean, they were just destroying SK in every way.
Yeah, and the thing is they were, just like Lex was saying in the cast, kind of picking on B, and they're like, hey, let's think about where they're going to go, where's Showtime going to go, where's Taco going to go, and let's try to exploit that. But JKS, let's pull up his stats. Let's look at his stats. 22-3. What an absolute monster. Is there a name for that? Because usually we say like quadruple positive, but what's times 7?
I don't want to do math on stream, but I'm just telling you that he...
7-tuple.
He played amazing. He played so well in both matches. I mean, the whole team played awesome, and it's just hard to always put on one person and a one like 16-0. But I mean, at 22-3, that's impressive, especially against the #1 team in the world.
And that's the thing we're talking about. SK again. Yeah, obviously they don't have Fur and they have Showtime instead. But when you're the #1 team, people are going to be playing against you, wanting to win more than against anybody else. You're going to get their best every single time. So you have to be bringing your A game, and it looked like they were bringing their, D or F game.
Yeah, and especially a team like Team Renegades, who has a chip on their shoulder, because they did get 16-0 last time against, or as Luminosity was their name last time. But I'm sure they're feeling pretty good right now after that win.
Yeah, and SK tried to call a timeout. I think it was before round 10 they called the timeout, but round 11 was the opportunity for them to buy, and they had a good 4-on-2 opportunity, as you can see here.
Yeah, it was. I thought SK was going to win this round. It was a 4-on-2, and then Ricky just hits a nice 180, and then Cold Zero's kind of peeking out of position, maybe getting a little sloppy. And just after here, it just falls apart. Even with 4 HP, he managed to get another kill on SK.
Yeah, everyone from Renegades just playing so ballsy. We're talking about how Ricky maybe should be back towards the barrels or something like that, but he's just taking this angle knowing that this is coming from them, and you could just see working with AZR perfectly. So they're pinching the angles, getting the high ground if they need it, and look at that, perfectly timed to go behind the wall, and now Showtime's caught with his pants down.
Yeah, I mean, it was kind of a random spot to be in a 2-on-2, and you don't know where SK is coming from. I mean, I just see them run out with their knives and just hopping around like nobody's business. Like, they had absolute confidence. They always knew where SK was on the map. It's like they weren't surprised. They're hitting shots. They're checking every corner that SK's in. It was truly like everything aligned perfectly, and they got the 16-0 because of that.
Yeah, 16-0 indeed. So when it's all said and done, that's going to put SK Gaming at 2-4, and a huge win for Renegades. They came in here 1-5. They're going to walk away with this 3-5. So
impressive.
Very, very impressive, guys. So I want to give a shout out to the Score Esports.com. It's the best place for news and stats. Take out your phone, go on your iOS device or your Android device, go to the Google Play App Store and check it out. And don't go anywhere. We're going to have the next match of the day. That's going to be Winter Fox taking on Energy Esports.
Obviously, the numbers have grown in the past few years with Counter-Strike's rise to prominence, but the real way the community has grown is just with all the companies, all the sponsors coming in. There really is that level of professionalism for players who are trying to aspire to be in the top levels.
The season Mountain Dew League is doing a qualifier, and it's basically a quick path to the top.
If you win this Mountain Dew League, then you get into the professional division. You become a professional player.
And I'm looking forward to watching and spectating and seeing who actually makes it.
This is the galaxy's easiest meal. And this is the galaxy's easiest haircut.
I absolutely love it.
Soylent, the galaxy's easiest meal. This is the galaxy's easiest meal. And this is the galaxy's easiest race. Soylent, the galaxy's easiest meal.
Get your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, TheScoreEsports.com, Mountain Dew, and ESEA.
Welcome back to the CSGO Pro League. T-Squared and Lex kicking it at the Xfinity desk. Want to give a shout out to one of our sponsors, SanDisk, for making this season happen. And also mention that the Intel Extreme Masters returns to the Bay Area for the 3rd season in a row. Join us at the Oracle Arena in Oakland, California, November 19th through the 20th for some stadium-level competition in CSGO and League of Legends. For more information on that, go to intelextrememasters.com. But we're talking Energy Esports. We're talking about Winter Fox. Let's see if they can hold it down for Australia.
Yeah, I think Winter Fox, believe it or not, is going to be kind of this dark horse team throughout this season. They still have a ton of growth and probably like coming together as a team. I mean, they're a relatively new team, just made it here to NA. They definitely haven't figured out everything there is to know about North American CS and aren't quite studied yet on all the teams. But they're my boys out from Chicago. So Zusi, Offnu, Imagine, Dexter, and Moku. These guys, all new relative scenes to the Pro League. So watch out for all of them to bring in the big bucks.
Yeah, and they split games with Selfless in week 2 and lost a close series. But their opponent's going to be Energy Esports. That's got B, Peter, Legia, Tabson, and Fugly. Now, who are you watching out for in Energy Esports? Is it still Tabson?
I think Tabson obviously is proven since he joined this roster that he's a strong player with this core 4. That said, though, I think the other players that we mentioned yesterday, Tabson, are going to perform aren't necessarily the reason why Energy is going to win. Guys like Legia need to step up, and they need to bring some more firepower than they did yesterday. And, I mean, Peter's got to be banging on the op. He's got to bring some kind of presence and be consistent about it. He's a guy that can clutch at any moment's notice, always been a solid player in Pro League. If everybody on this Energy squad is hitting their shots and they're playing well together, you know, we're going to give them some time. I mean, Fugly and Tabson are both new, right? There's no telling how long it'll take, but I think this roster can actually do a lot of damage in Pro League.
We're kind of at that point in the season where these are really swing matches for these squads. Energy Esports sitting at 2-4, meanwhile Winter Fox sitting at 3-3. If one of these teams are able to walk away from a 2-0, say like Renegades did, they can really just, you know, boost their stock in this Pro League.
Yeah, I think in the coming weeks as we move, probably the next 2 or 3 weeks probably, you're going to see all these teams that we have questions about, including these two right here, you know, either break away from the pack or plummet further into the standings. And it has nothing to do with whether or not they have the talent or whatever. It has everything to do with, you know, are they making progress? Are they practicing hard? And are they actually taking something away and doing their homework before these matches? And if they're on, they're on. And if they're not, they're not. And unfortunately, as we progress further into the season past these next couple of weeks, you know, the storyline will either end or continue for these guys.
Well, talking about progression, you are coming from Winter Fox, so I'm curious, you know, what the team house environment's over there. Who's necessarily keeping the ship running over there to keep these guys improving?
Well, there's actually, these guys kind of do their own thing in a lot of cases. They're the most, I don't know what it is about teams that come in from other continents, but they're hungry to win. These guys have nothing else on their mind. They don't have any other agenda. They just want to play, get better, and win. And I think, as you've probably noticed, their record's 3-3. They're not doing terrible. They 2-0'd CLG the other day.
Yep.
They're definitely not at the bottom of barrel of Pro League, but it's yet to be seen whether or not they can play amongst the best.
Yeah, they lost a really close series 0-2 against Liquid, who again beat SK Gaming in pretty dominating fashion as well.
For sure.
And the thing is about these guys, again, all of their matches have been extremely close. Every single time it's 16-10. They're always putting up double digits. So definitely expecting this one to be a grinder.
Yeah, I mean, talent's always going to be in question because we don't know these guys.
Right.
But for sure, just as they're unknown to the NACS, other teams in North America don't know them. So they're going to bring some surprises. They're going to have close matches and maybe win some that they shouldn't. But we'll see whether or not they can get it done here today.
All right, guys. Well, it looks like the players are trickling into the lobby. So I'm going to throw it over to the casters. That's the Bears and Blue. Take it away, fellas.
Hey, how's it going? We are still waiting for players to join the server, so it might still be a couple more minutes before we actually have the match ready to go.
But it's okay because I get to talk to you.
Yeah, we get to have a nice little conversation.
We get to catch up on things.
Absolutely. It's been a while. It's been like 2 hours.
Yeah,
I know. Oh, you've been over the other side of the room.
I've been way over there.
Feels like too long, man. It's too far away.
I feel like I was missed. You know, I feel more comfortable over here. You know, over there. I like the analyst stuff, but I just feel more outgoing over here.
It was
free. Look at that free.
So it was an interesting game yesterday that we saw. We saw Energy play versus SK, and again, there was almost another upset there.
It was almost upset.
Very close, and there was some good stuff that we saw from the Energy roster on Dust too. It came down to quite a few crucial rounds where we see Fugly. Like there's one round that comes to mind. I think it was either Fugly or Tabson that pushes into the B tunnels, gets like 3 or 4 kills against SK, and then just allows them to get that long control. Still, it's interesting because I mentioned this with Lex, and we still had him on the desk too. But it seemed like that we were seeing SK, or apologies, we were seeing Energy have a very like one-dimensional T side in the way that they were pushing the sites, almost always A. But the route that they actually went about getting to the site was so varied in round to round. They never kept it the same. Whereas conversely, SK was doing the same thing, which has allowed them to get the good read on their CT side. I'm really interested in sort of digging into it more in today's match and taking a look at like what kind of different ways exactly that they're trying to approach and getting into that site, and whether they maybe want to toy around with B a little bit today since they're not going up against such a high prestige team.
Yeah, I'm curious on what adjustments Team Energy is going to be doing on this map. Tabson had a good match. Fugly had some good entry kills and stuff like that as well. They almost had SK, kind of fumbled it at the end. But I want to see how WinterFox is going to carry, if they're going to carry on the Aussie theme for today, winning out 2-0. And
be a nice little Aussie Pride Day, I guess.
Also Pride Day, you know, this is Aussie Day.
Aussie
Day.
nationalism.
Yeah, obviously SK was saving their lands for, or their strats for
saving their lands for strats?
Yeah, saving their lands for strat, exactly.
Well, of course, the problem for WinterFox is going to be if they have the ability to actually close out these maps, as we've been seeing that become a constant issue. They get up these great score lines, they get very close to actually closing it out, and then things go away a little bit. It's actually a common theme amongst North American teams, especially Liquid was probably the most notorious for that, and we had all the sort of chokes that they had going on there for a while. We saw that issue now for the most part, but
for the most part,
still seems to be a bit of a consistent problem. We can see again here, CLG, like I said, trying to round that comeback, but they were able to hold strong on the WinterFox side and still close out that match that we had just a few days ago. I think I was actually absent for this one. That was when I was on the way to Poland.
Yeah, I mean, teams, there seems to be a common theme with teams on how they're up. They're always building up to win, but once they start winning, how do they play the game from there? It's like, oh, wait a minute, we're winning. Let's not lose, guys. Let's not lose. And so they start playing a little more passive, a little more conservative, and teams will take advantage of that, especially on a pro level, where people play so much Counter-Strike that, you know, they know the angles, they know the timings and everything, and if you just let up a little bit, they're going to take advantage of it and start winning rounds.
Yeah, absolutely. So let's talk a little bit more about some individual players in this one. Starting off with Energy, who's kind of like your highlight guy that you want to see stepping up in this match. May have not been as present yesterday when they played against SK here.
I'd like to see Peter step up. I saw that him and Moses had a little
exchange
on Twitter during his match, and so maybe you should avoid using Twitter during your match and just really focus on winning the game, Peter. I think that'd be.
We probably should too, but
I know
casters do that a lot.
We have to tweet and stuff. I'm not playing a Counter-Strike match here. I'm casting. It's a little different. It's a little less, as you know, how much I fumble my words and everything. It still takes less mental power to cast than it does to play a professional Counter-Strike game.
All right.
So you need all that energy. You need all that.
You went full on the defense at that point,
I'm going full defense.
I can tweet and cast at the same time if I want. That's my business. Players, however, that's unacceptable.
No. If I was a coach of the team, I caught them, like I'd take away their phones if it's a match. Anyways, they shouldn't even have their phones.
It's like the LAN environment, man.
They should not be alt tabbing, checking out web pages when they're dead or anything like that. They should be focusing around how they're going to do better the next round. That's it.
So again, guys, it looks like we're still waiting on, I think, like 1 or 2 of the players to just get everything set up for themselves, and then they'll be jumping into the game. It'll be Dust 2 for the first map here. Should be another interesting one, too, because I think you kind of put these two teams, at least based on what we've seen so far, a bit hard to judge this with WinterFox, granted, since we've only seen these few online matches, but they're kind of on the same caliber here. A lot of the mid-tier teams like Energy, we kind of equate them to that. And the big player for me watching this match, again, is going to be Zeusy. We've seen a lot of good stuff out of him, especially from their first set of matches that I was actually able to catch. Okay. He's having some really good clutches. A very aggressive player, too, especially on the T side. Not afraid to just jump in through smokes and whatnot, you know, pulling off the Stewies and whatnot, moving himself in there to grab that. It's just what I call at this point, a Stewie.
A Stewie, yeah.
Jumping in through smoke.
Okay.
Being able to pick up frags there and whatnot, really just opening up the bomb sites. And then on CT side, too, even when he needs to play a stable position, there was some really good stuff from him. I think it was a Mirage match that we managed to catch, where he was really good at holding onto the B-bomb site, playing from multiple positions, whether that's the jump-up box in sight, hiding back by the bench, or even just, you know, going over beneath the van. We saw a lot of good stuff from him in that respect. So kind of excited to see if that's going to continue now, or whether that was just sort of a one-night thing for him.
Yeah, it's always a good thing if you're playing with a lot of confidence, being aggressive, peeking, not being scared. And from the last match, we saw a lot of that from Team Renegades. And so maybe it's, the Aussies are not scared of anyone right now, which is, I mean, that's a good thing. But it also can bite you a little bit. If you're too aggressive, teams might catch on a little bit. Like, just kind of wait back a little bit. Let's see if these guys push this area. Let's toss a fake here and watch the other side of the map, see if they push through. And I mean, it can be exploited, so you have to pick and choose your spots to be aggressive.
And as we talk a little bit more about Dust 2, I guess, so one thing that we've seen starting to happen among some of these North American teams is that they get stagnant. And this happens a lot on Cash, too, even though we haven't seen that many Cash matches yet this season. It happens to be that like these teams will get settled into just like a default mid-strat, and we won't see much innovation beyond that. Why do you think it is that teams sort of find themselves in that rut and really aren't able to innovate all that much? Kind of digging into your history a little bit.
I'm not sure. It is kind of weird that we see a lot of teams doing the same thing. I think with access of so many YouTube videos, streaming, and pugging, that people get comfortable doing the same thing and knowing what works. And so it's a little riskier to kind of bust out something new in a match or something, especially at a high level like this, where if something goes completely wrong, you might not ever do that again. Or maybe it's just like something small, like maybe they had a nice shot on you instead of your strat being bad.
Yeah.
So I mean, it's kind of curious in why these teams aren't trying to be more diverse in their gameplay. Maybe they're trying to stop this meta of people just pushing everywhere.
And we've seen that too. I think another really good team that sort of echoes this point is Echo Fox. No pun intended.
No pun intended. I'm all about the puns, though. You can say pun intended. I'm okay.
I just
with
ran
that.
into that one, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But I've noticed that and this kind of explains too why they get themselves into a lot of very close matchups, whether it's against low tier teams or high tier teams. Is that it seems like in low tier matchups, Sean is a lot more willing to try and test the waters with regards to new strats, trying to be a little bit more creative. But when they go up against higher tier teams and whatnot, where that sort of stuff may or may not work, and obviously a large chance it won't work if it's something that they haven't tested in a live match yet, then overall he's kind of wanting to stick more to just the default playbook, and off of that one too, it does restrict their ability to do that kind of stuff. So whether it's just timidness in the IGL to want to actually try something new because of the caliber of team they're up against, or just the inability to innovate now on maps like Dust 2, where finding that new strat may actually be hard because it's been in for so long. Pretty much every team knows everything about this map at this point, so you don't often see a lot of like new strats being employed on this map. Pretty much you have your about 10 or 11 basic strats, and that's about it.
Yeah, I've played Dust 2 about 10,000 times, and you see a lot of things, and there is a problem though when you fall back to that safe zone, because the problem with that is that a lot of teams, they play a lot of CS and they practice over the same thing over and over, and like it's easier for a team to stop something once they've played it 100 times. A lot of teams get better as they play something repetitive, practice timings and all that good stuff, and it just doing the same thing over. I mean, sometimes can work, especially against a team that maybe they have an off day, they're not pushing well, or their coordination's a little off. But if you play against a solid team that knows exactly how to counter that strat, you're going to have to need that new thing to one up them. Because otherwise you're just going to get 16-0'd like we saw last
nice
match.
Point. Very relevant.
The 16-0, I mean, I can't even explain that one.
All right, well, it does look like, guys, we are still waiting for some players to join the server. It's taken us a bit longer than expected, so we're going to go to, hopefully, what will be a short break. Be sure to rejoin us in just a few minutes as we get ready to jump into this first game. Once again, it is Energy versus Winter Fox here at the ESL Pro League.
He's going to get the one kill in that bomb coming down to the side. FNX has to stay up. No! He gets the triple FNX! Oh my god, what a way to win that round! They don't have a smoke, so this over still. Oh, look at that!
I'm back! Now that Kinguin has partnered with ESL Pro League, you have even more of a reason to buy the skins you need. No one has a bigger selection of CSGO products. Buy CSGO cases from your favorite players and events, including the ESL Pro League case. Buy and sell skins on skins.kinguin.net. Check it now!
Get your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
Obviously, the numbers have grown in the past few years with Counter-Strike's rise to prominence, but the real way the community has grown is just with all the companies, all the sponsors coming in. There really is that level of professionalism for players who are trying to aspire to be in the top levels.
The season Mountain Dew League is doing a qualifier, and it's basically a quick path to the top.
If you win this Mountain Dew League, then you get into the professional division, you become a professional player.
And I'm looking forward to watching and spectating and seeing who actually makes it.
This is the galaxy's easiest meal. And this is the galaxy's easiest haircut.
I absolutely love it.
Soylent, the galaxy's easiest meal. This is the galaxy's easiest meal. And this is the galaxy's easiest race. Soylent, the galaxy's easiest meal.
Get your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, TheScoreEsports.com, Mountain Dew, and ESEA.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the ESL Pro League. Unfortunately, we are still waiting. And even worse news, there's the possibility for a DQ on the horizon, Eric.
Uh-oh. Well, that's what happens when you show up late to the pool party.
For shame. Late to the pool party?
You get disqualified from the pool party.
How do you get disqualified from a pool party?
Don't ask questions. Just accept it, okay? Just accept it, okay? Just accept it, Blue.
I'll have to look into the pool party league rules later. But yeah, officially, the way it works, guys, is you have until 15 minutes after the scheduled match time, which for this one would have been 7 p.m. Pacific time, to join the server and be ready to start the match. And as of like right about now, granted we are on GoTV delay, so it's a bit ahead of time, then the players are essentially considered, or the team that doesn't actually show up with the full 5-man roster is considered DQ'd for that matchup. Now, the way it works, though, is because the Pro League isn't like a singular best of 2, it is 2 separate best of 1s, so this only counts for the first map, which would basically mean because it was a player from Energy, if I am remembering correctly.
I think it's Winter Fox. I only saw 4 Winter Fox in the server.
Well, we'll get clarification on that. Whichever team it was, they will be losing that map, and we'll just go to the second map, basically, and then they'll have another 15 minutes or so, whenever the scheduled match time is set to by that point, to then join the server. And if they still don't connect, then that's going to be another forfeit loss, and that team will just 2-0.
But it should be able, I mean, if they get the forfeit loss for the first one, I think he will make it in time for the second map. He should at least. I don't know how long.
And you jinxed it.
I'm not going to
Caster curse.
No
You're
more
a caster now,
no,
Eric.
no more.
Lex is immune because he's still like in that weird area where he's kind of a player, he's kind of a caster, and he's kind of a streamer. But for you might, you don't know. I mean, well, actually, no. You're at the halfway point too.
I'm at halfway point.
You're a coach.
I'm getting there.
So
one day I'll get.
Which side do you consider yourself more on?
I don't think in boxes, or I don't label myself. You know, I just do. Okay, I'm an amoeba.
So if there was a pool party, with CLG Red on one of them, and the casters in CS:GO on another one, and you only had time to go to one because it's going to take more than 15 minutes to get into the pool party and say hi to everyone, so you're going to get DQ'd from the other one. Which pool party do you go to?
Look at this. That's
and this is not asking you to choose between being a caster and being with CLG Red. This is asking you to choose which one you like more. Which is just worse.
Like more? That's even worse.
I know. That's why I asked it.
There's definitely perks to being a caster and perks to being a coach. I mean, to say I like one more than the other, I mean, I can't say that.
You're on the table.
No, I don't like these decisions. There's no one or the other here. Okay, why can't I like both? I want to like both.
There's a fence between them, so you can't actually get to the other one.
Well, I'm the type of guy that I take down the fence. All right, I bring everyone together. I'll say no. There's no two separate pool parties. There's one party and everyone's invited. Okay, that's how I roll.
So you're gonna tear down that wall.
I'm tearing down that wall. I'm bringing everybody to the party. Everyone, come on, please join the party.
All right. You know, I just wanted to create a bit of drama, and here he is ruining it.
No drama. I'm a drama-free kind of guy.
For there being, well, I mean, we've already got drama with the DQ, so and the SK16. It's actually quite a drama-filled night, to be honest. But
you know, maybe some people like drama, though. I don't know. Maybe they do. I'm not. For me, I like to avoid drama. I want cool feelings, happiness for everybody.
So I believe at this point, like I said, I think that the match is set. The first map on Dust 2 is set to be a DQ. We are still waiting for final confirmation on that. But at that point, we would more than likely just wait for the players to connect to the next server, and then we'll basically we'll jump into that one.
Yeah, we will. We'll cast it and we'll like it.
We will. That's unfortunate for you, Eric, because that means you only get to cast one map tonight. But you also get to go home early.
I mean, in theory, you do. We all get to go home early.
I just definitely
want to, as much as I want to kind of Counter-Strike and, I get one less match. But yeah, whatever. I mean, I'll live. There's always tomorrow and other days and weeks after that. At least I hope. But so far, I don't know what's happening. I don't know what's going on right now, Blue.
We're still, like I said, I think we're still waiting to get word from the administrators and all that, just because it's a bit of a sticky situation.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody's going to yell at me for saying sticky. Bit of a sticky situation.
What's wrong with sticky?
Well, I don't have to go into details, Eric. You should be able to figure this out on your own.
No, what's wrong with sticky?
Apparently,
looks like
people attach it.
Huh? What's wrong?
Let's move on.
I mean, it's like with the word moist. Like people don't like the word moist.
That's another one. What the hell,
I like that word. What's wrong with moist?
Hold on.
What's wrong with sticky? What's wrong with moist? I don't understand.
Look, you have to realize the age demographic of this stream more than likely, and what they think that word pertains to.
Well, I don't know how people are brought up, but sticky is like when something sticks to something, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Or it's like a tricky situation. Like it's like, oh, there's some.
Turkey? What turkey?
I almost said there's some sticky stuff on the floor. We can't go through.
I mean, sometimes every time I walk in the movie theater, there's always some stick.
It's popcorn, man. It's butter.
Are you sure? I don't know. Like sometimes things get a little sticky. That's life.
You just
sticky
made it
situations.
10 times worse.
Life
by asking, are you sure?
Life is about sticky situations, and you have to get out of it somehow.
I guess.
We all go through those situations, and it's how we come out of it is what makes us individuals.
I suppose.
Yes.
Well, The players are still on Dust too, so maybe I was wrong about it being DQ'd.
Or maybe they're waiting for the map change.
That just could be true too. But I think we would go to another server if that was the case.
Is it the same server? Or is it a different server?
Well, it'd be a different GoTV IP, so I would assume it'd be a different server.
That's true. Well, I don't know. I don't know, Blue. I'm not going to say what. I'm just going to wait until it pans out and we get in the game. Because I want to cast.
Let's do predictions.
All right, so
Who do you think are going to win these
So
maps?
I was completely wrong in the first half. Way wrong, because SK decided to not show up today. And I said 1-1. I felt like this could be an even match, but again, and this is Aussie Day, so maybe Aussies are powered up, like super, or you know, they're Super Saiyan right now. They're just ready. They want to win. They don't want to lose when their rivals, Renegades, has won. You know, I'm sure they're like, well, they won, we can win too.
And they have, in theory, an easier team.
In theory.
If we go by the transitive properties of the fact that SK beat Energy yesterday, then
okay.
It should be an easier
or by
team.
you know Majors.
I know that definitely
Majors won. SK.
There you go.
Know, there you go.
Overall titles acquired, but to be completely honest, the transitive property is like a really bad thing to use in Counter-Strike because there's so many variables that come into play match to match. So I'm an idiot.
No, you're not an idiot, Blue. You're just trying to explain something. And
That'll be clipped.
I'm using
go to Reddit. Definitely will get upvoted.
I'm using my simple mind to wrap my head around it, trying to get out of this sticky situation.
I hate you.
I mean, I like the word. I like it.
I sent you the new IP, by the way.
Thank you.
You'd like to get back in the server.
I do. I want to get back in the server. I want to watch people warm up for another 10 minutes and wondering what is going on. Why haven't they have 5 people in there?
At the moment, by the way, it is WinterFox missing a player. So
Windows Update. It kills.
Yeah.
I wonder what Windows they're using.
I don't know. So does installing the ESA client like 5 minutes before a match. That'll also.
What Windows do you use?
10.
I've never used 10. Is it pretty good?
It's pretty good. I mean, you know.
It's okay.
It's all right.
What's the difference? Like, is there anything?
Better looking UI, in my opinion.
Okay.
Faster performance. Generally speaking, that will vary based on your mileage.
Yeah, mileage.
I'm trying to think what else. I mean, there's some cool features in there. Like if you have like one of those like laptop tablet things, it's probably better because it's like more friendly for that. But those, I'm not really one of those guys.
I don't have one of those, so I don't know.
I like normal laptops.
You like normal laptops?
Yeah, normal laptops are my thing. I have a pretty nice normal laptop.
Okay. I'm happy for you.
So we have an update. We no longer have to sit here and talk mindlessly. It is actually going to be a forfeit on the first map, so that means that Energy is actually going to take control of that first map. WinterFox, unfortunately, have to forfeit it since they have been unable to field a 5th in time for the match to start, and that means that they will go 1-0 for tonight. This also means, of course, that we'll go over to map 2 in just a little bit. I'm assuming probably is going to take a bit of time to get that set up. So what we are going to do, guys, is once again, apologies for doing this. We are going to go to a break once more. Stick around, and we will be bringing it back to you with the second map between these two teams. Stick around.
He's going to get the one kill in that bomb. Coming on the inside. FNX has to stay up. Oh, he gets the triple FNX. Oh my God, what a way to win that round. They don't have a smoke, so this orb is still.
I'm back! Now that Kinguin has partnered with ESL Pro League, you have even more of a reason to buy the skins you need. No one has a bigger selection of CSGO products. Buy CSGO cases from your favorite players and events, including the ESL Pro League case. Buy and sell skins on skins.kinguin.net. Check it now!
Get your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, TheScoreEsports.com, Mountain Dew, and ESEA.
All right, well, apparently I am a dirty liar. We are going to play this match, but unfortunately, probably is going to be the best match because it's being played 4v5.
I do not agree with this at all. It's not like, you take a sport team, you know, if you don't have all the players, you forfeit. I mean, this is silly.
Bit unfortunate.
4 and 5, well.
So it's paused right now, and I think they're waiting for us because of the GoTV delay. It's probably going to be about, I'd say, like 30 to 60 seconds or so, and then they will start the match. So we're just waiting for that, and then we'll actually jump into the pistol round. It will be WinterFox starting off on the T side, again, with 4 players, and Energy will start off on the CT side. I'm imagining at some point within this match, their 5th will connect since he's like just trying to load up a computer with the ESEA client and apparently updating Windows as well, and that's why he wasn't able to show. But yeah, it's basically just going to be, I would say for the first like 5 or 6 rounds, it'll probably be a 4 on 5.
Yeah, 4 and 5. Whoop-de-doo.
Just keep in mind, not our fault. Blame the players.
It's okay. You don't have to be so defensive about us.
I do.
I'm not going to blame you. I'm not blaming you.
They always blame the casters.
You know,
it's not our fault.
You can't listen to that. You got to be above that.
It's like,
you got to show them
it's like,
the
oh,
way.
it's the casters' fault. It's a 4v5. What?
Well, it's okay. We're in a new time. People are understanding. There, as we get to know the people, they get to know us, and they know it's not our fault, Blue.
Okay. Thank you for consoling me there.
You're welcome.
Feels. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, but again, we are just waiting for the unpause Rooney to roll in.
Yeah,
then we'll jump into this match.
I'm waiting to watch this 4 and 5 match.
Basically, it's going to be a mess, and we're going to be watching a glorified ESEA pug.
Pretty much.
Where someone drops out after they lose pistol round.
Unless WinterFox somehow wins 4 on 5, I mean that'd be pretty impressive. That'd be some cool news. Let's be optimistic though about the situation. I'm trying to be optimistic.
I think there was a premiere game that we did like 2 or 3 weeks ago. Not us.
Okay.
It was me and like another ESEA caster
Okay.
that we did like 2 or 3 weeks ago, and it actually was 45. And I think they went up like 6-0 before they finally started losing. It was like somewhat entertaining. Still
impressive.
a bit
impressive.
annoying though.
I mean, winning any round 4 and 5 at a high level is really impressive.
Yeah, casting 4v5s is
I can't see that being fun.
I mean, yeah. It's always like, well, they're down a man. So what are they going to do?
Handicap.
Especially on T side. That's the worst part because it's like, oh, they're probably just going to rush sites every round.
Maybe it'll be a fast match, though. Maybe
It's
they'll
true.
join. Like it's still paused. I'm wondering, like, why not just, are they stalling now again? Are they using some dirty tactics? I don't know.
So good news is that there is some good sportsmanship going on here. Like we said, the 5th eventually probably will connect. So basically what's happening right now is I think both of the teams are using their pauses.
Really?
WinterFox used their pause as soon as Pistol went live. They're tactical pauses, mind you. And I think, again, they get 2 through the course of the match. So that's 1 minute for them. And I think at the moment, Energy are also using their tactical pauses to give them more time.
Okay. So
basically, we're waiting.
We're waiting. All right, we'll play the waiting game. Let's play the waiting game.
Doesn't the waiting game require you like not to talk though? Or
no, we can't do that though. We have to
it's on pause. Quick, going game.
Oh, whoa, hey, pistol round 4 and 5. Let's go.
It's gonna pause again. Watch. I'm waiting for it.
Energy has a kit, so even if WinterFox gets the bomb down, it's still 4 and 5. Let's just make this clear a couple more times. 4 and 5. I'm being an ass about it. I'm sorry.
Please watch your language, sir.
I'm sorry.
This is a family show.
We're killing people,
unacceptable here when we're murdering people.
But it looks like WinterFox is going to go up catwalk. 4 people going up catwalk. Uses the strength in numbers, so it's a good idea by them to just use it. But Peter gets an easy, 2 easy kills. And now it's 2 on 4. 2 on 3, I'm sorry.
People go down to Imagine, and now the rest of Energy slowly rotating over from the B-bomb site as they have the usual split. members of Winter Fox will be down a man here as Offnu falling back a bit. And imagine peeking out, actually able to grab one. Looking for more, of course, but the response comes out from Gobby. Now it's just going to be Imagine all on his lonesome here. They know where he's at. He's playing back there, but the jumps actually allow him to grab a kill. Fug's only down at 17 HP. Are we going to see the 4v5 clutch? And we shall.
Oh my
Winter
goodness.
Fox win the pistol 4-on-5, and they'll get the advantage.
All right, okay. Good job, Winter Fox. Way to win 4-on-5. It's pretty impressive. I mean, they just literally just went up catwalk, outshot Energy. Peter had 2 nice kills, but it wasn't enough. They still lost. But it looks like it's going to be a bye by Energy. Common second round bye after you lose. Fugly Tapson is going to take towards long. They're playing a 2-on-2. This is a safe setup. This way they can, if Winter Fox does anything cheeky, Energy will be right on to the rotate.
That's a British thing, not an
Cheeky.
Australian thing.
I know. I didn't say it was
think-
Australian.
Do Australians say cheeky?
I'm sure they could. I'm sure they could say a lot of things
I
that
don't think,
isn't native to Australia.
It's actually amazing like how similar the accents are, but like how different the vernacular is among the 2 countries. It's crazy.
You think they sound the same?
Well, I mean, to an untrained ear. Well, let's get back to the game because we do have a match, of course, and Winter Fox are starting to get ready to push themselves. We think in long. There's always going to be this problem though, in the fact that they have to wait basically, because it's like, oh, if someone pushes, we will use this to get a kill, but that's 9 times out of 10, that's probably not going to happen because Energy have the 5v4, so they'll always just wait back. And now Winter Fox will wait for the time to get low enough, and they'll go for an execute anyway, which right now seems to just be a full man push, which will only be 4 men in this case, not 5. Out through long, Fugly picking up 2 around the corner from outside of the door, trying to rack up more, but he does overexpose Zeusy, gets to the trade. Peter now also gets lit to 9 HP, but he tags one of them before falling back. There's Imagine around the corner. The deagle work though from Tabson, only nets 1 kill. It's a 2-on-1. It'll be punished by Legia, and we will see it tied at 1-1.
Nice eco for a 5-on-4. But I'm surprised that Winter Fox, I think that the style they're going to be playing this half is as slow as possible until their 5th comes back. So you might see a lot of these rounds just draw out until he gets back, if this guy comes back. I mean, I don't know how long it takes to install window updates, but it shouldn't take that long.
I mean, so the full story is essentially, as far as I've heard, is basically that they're playing from the Northern Arena LAN area right now, and they have to use their PCs, but their PCs didn't have the ESA client on it. However, they didn't install the ESA client on their PCs until very close to the match, and one player also did do Windows updates or something, so his computer is just pooped right now.
Lack of preparation by Winter Fox.
That's the story I was told.
Yeah, well, they should have been prepared. Should have been prepared, my man.
And right now it is Imagine and Zeusy basically racking up all the frags for Winter Fox. We can see that 6 kills for the top guy at the moment on this team and just 2 for Zeusy. The other 2 have yet to find a single pickup here. And again, the slow play is going to continue as they wait for any early aggression on Energy's side to move out, but eventually will conspire, and they're just moving into one of these sites. More than likely an all-in hit. Doing splits in a 4-on-5 is, or fakes in general, is probably going to be a pretty hard task to accomplish. You could still, I imagine, execute like mid to Bs and stuff like that, but trying to go for something that requires like cross-map tactics is probably going to be a bit impossible to accomplish when you're always down a man.
Yeah, so in order for them to actually pull this off with these fakes and stuff, when they toss a fake, Winter Fox has to get an early pick, get some picks on their kills, and then they're able to rotate once Energy starts to make adjustments to their defensive setup.
Energy, though, do pick up 2 kills after losing one of their own. Imagine hunting for deagle shots here, but a nade is going to punish him. He actually does get one, though, with that final bullet he tosses out. Now it's just Offnu, finding a kill at range with the Glock, but he does eventually get taken down by Fugly, so Energy will go up now 2-1.
Yeah, a standard round for a 4-on-5, in my opinion. I think
that's always just going to be the joke of this match. Is that, yeah, it was a 4-on-5 though, so it's like, oh yeah, they did this really well in this rail, but it was a 4-on-5, so none of that matters.
I'm going to keep railing here, Winter Fox here. I mean, I would have just take the high road and not waste anyone's time if I was Winter Fox. Like, yeah, I'm sorry guys, we forfeit. I mean, that's. You never want to give up on something, but again, like something like this, you're wasting everyone's time. Like on a high level, it's near impossible to win a 4-on-5. Like you have to be really bad to lose a 4-on-5 in a match that is.
You definitely just
you have to be really bad
for Energy. Right?
As Zeusy gets an early pick off in the middle. Now Winter Fox is just, oh, they decide, nah, let's just fake that mid push. They got a kill, so that's good. But now they're walking through the B tunnels. Legia and God B are in back of B. They have a good idea that they're going to do a B split, but WinterFox like, nope, it's a double fake. We're going to fake going up B, then walk back up middle. We're going to hit that catwalk area. They're going to try to get this other pick in middle. Legia is right here. Gets an easy pick. Spots another. Having a hard time trying to get this kill here, but he managed to pick off New. And he falls back to CT spawn. Now he spots the bomb in middle, and it's a 2-on-4. An uphill battle for WinterFox.
Imagine as well, trying to push back out to retrieve that bomb. Pretty light. For some reason, Energy like aren't even peeking out here. They're going to let them grab it. So they're able to fall back through the doors again. Peter knows it's gone now. The only real question remaining will be where exactly WinterFox are going to take this bomb, and they're heading back through Suicide right now. I imagine this is going to be a long hit, and indeed it shall as APOC pushes in. Gabi saw that jump, so I think they know it's coming to this site. Yep, Legia's already primed with a flashbang. Fugly ducking down as well with an SMG, so Peter just going to chase the guy on Cat down. He's not expecting a flank this early at all. Fugly just takes it out anyway, and the long player's only got 10 seconds to get up on the site and plant, which is essentially impossible. So he's just going to fall back behind the blue dumpster and save.
Let's see if he gets a save, though. He's peeking the corner, and he's going to peek with no time left. Okay, that's cool. That's cool, Imagine. He likes to play dangerously.
The absolute madman.
The madman. Enigma. I don't know. I'm trying to say his name backwards. Everyone has these backwards names these days.
Wait, what is it?
Enigma. I don't know. I'm thinking Enigma, but it's not.
I'm going to move on from that now.
Trying to find things to do here. It's for, oh, wait, Dexter joins the game. What do you know? They have 5 people now.
I told you, like 5 or 6 rounds in, dude. What did I say?
Yeah, Windows Update takes a while, apparently.
Must have been a really big update. He started that update like
Windows Pack 1.
Like 40 minutes ago.
Yeah. So now WinterFox has 5 people. Maybe this is going to be a more entertaining match now that it's 5-on-5. APAC with a first pick off for Bryat. They're just holding the middle. Have the bomb towards the catwalk area. Looks like WinterFox is going for a default where they take and hold control of the middle while trying to work off picks and over rotates. They're creeping up towards Cat right now. Still haven't spotted anything. Energy's playing a long A kind of setup. 1 middle, 1 B. And WinterFox is going to execute towards A. They're throwing their flashes and smokes. They're going to hop down to CT spawn. One hops down to CT spawn. Zeusie's running up. But the smoke having good cover. Now it looks like WinterFox can get the bomb down in A.
Now Zeusi once again hanging out back behind the dumpster position. Legia going to be peeking out here, but Zeusi doesn't want to take the risk on peeking just yet through that smoke. Since a player here from CT can spot him, decides to go for it though. Grabs a first quick headshot. Unfortunately, that kill leaves him out in the open, and that's where Peter's going to strike. Now 3-on-2. The problem is, though, the bomb's been down for a while, and they're just now starting to creep back into the site. Good peek from Imagine. Doesn't take it down. Gabi catches the trade. Peter round in the corner out of nowhere. They pick it up. Gabi will be up on the site. Nicely done as well from Peter, just tossing the gun right up. Doesn't need to run down. So get the defuse, and look, he even gets a second option in front of him.
There you go.
That AK just pops into nowhere.
Just hopping right in. That was a nice retake by Energy. 4-on-5. But now they have 5, so no more 4-on-5s. 5-on-5. And I'm sure WinterFox is hungry to get some kills. And wins.
Dexter, though.
Dexter.
Let's see. What's he going to have? They will be able. They will manage to get him an AK on this round. Okay.
Yeah.
If he's there, that is.
He should be there. I think I see him moving around.
Yeah, there he is.
AFK a little bit, maybe changing his game settings because he also forgot to do that. Who knows? Well, this guy's a mess right now.
That would be just the tipping point, wouldn't it, if he didn't set up his config yet?
He is a mess right now. What, Dexter,
Guys,
get your stuff together, man.
I know I'm 40 minutes late, but I didn't set up my config. Can we pause?
Yeah, I would be like, no.
So Imagine wrap it out from the corner here, but unfortunately, they will get killed by the double peek out from the tunnels. Legia being the one to actually punish that with Gabi. The rest of WinterFox still stacked it mid with a couple more sitting up. And look at Tabson right now just spraying it onto Dexter. Dexter was caught, sort of looked like he was still AFK, trying to fix a bind or something there. So he'll spray him down to 6 HP after that. Zeusi picking up another, but it's Gabi in the close corner. He doesn't get anything though. APOC takes him down. Tabson gonna push in through this smoke, but he's found by Zeusi, eliminating him. Only 2 up and running still for the Energy side. Peter does catch a kill amongst the chaos of that smoke. Dexter finally eliminated. The 3 still plastered on the site. There was going to be too secure of a hold. So it looks like Energy are going to fall back and save and yield WinterFox the second round.
Yeah, Energy still, they were playing a 2-on-2, and they still lost middle and B, so that was pretty interesting how that happened. They had people set up, they had guns, and just Winter Fox just kind of just outgunned them. They outplayed them right there. Just coming out middle, hitting B, splitting that. Nice round by Winter Fox. Imagine if they had 5 people from the start of the game. Could have been a different score.
Could have.
Could have.
But
it didn't.
That's what you get.
I'm a little upset about the whole thing. But,
it's okay.
But we're here. We allow people to bend the rules because they're special people. Why not? That's right.
You're just going in.
I'm, you know,
Calm down,
I don't
Eric.
like this. I don't like how they do that, you know?
Well, I'm sure there'll be more details on the situation later.
We'll see. You can't hate him too much. You can't hate him too much. Just a little bit.
Regardless, it is now a full 5-on-5, and I believe Dexter's been stabilized now. Hopefully he's solved everything with his computer, because there's no more pauses.
No more pauses.
That is another thing to consider from this match, there is that, like, if this actually turns around and Winter Fox takes a lead, Energy can't take a tactical pause, because they used it to buy time, essentially, at the beginning of the match.
But you know how it's going to work. They're going to allow him to do it.
Dude!
I'm vicious right now. I'm being a savage.
All right.
You know, just
going in.
Okay,
that was their decision. They're allowed to do that.
I'll let back. I'll let back a little bit. Okay. you gotta keep a stern foot down. But anyways, back to the game. Winter Fox doing a little standard default, trying to hold the mid, push back catwalk. The Molotov, and Zuzi runs through the Molotov and gets plowed by Peter. And now that slows down Winter Fox pretty much. They're just holding up Cat, trying to push back this Opera, who's all the way by Goose now. They're going to have some good smoke flash placements if they want to push back Peter, who's just scoped in right in the spot they're about to peek. And often it looks like he's going to throw smoke. I think it's going to be the drop smoke that he throws.
Peter's got a great angle, though, if it doesn't cover the initial approach. Oh, he fired just a second too early, thinking they were moving out.
And that scares off Winter Fox to come right about middle. They just jump right back out to middle.
The thing is, though, is that Peter, from that angle, he should be able to detect this. So I'm expecting them to move over towards CT and counter it pretty quickly, but it's still a slow follow-up. Only Tapson moving in. Gabi is completely blind up against that wall. Easy pickings. Tapson and Legia grab 2 at least, but it still doesn't make up for the site grab. Now they're going to still have to rotate all the way over. However, this is the key thing. The bomb's down outside, and that was a perfect pop flash thrown by the CTs. Again, the bomb's still going to stay on the ground, and out goes Tapson. So he's going to shut down Dexter, trying to rush from window. Them dropping the bomb. I think that was Legia that grabs that kill. Pretty much actually saves the round, where I thought it might have been done for after they get into the site. Very well played by Energy. They stopped them just as they were about to outrun them, and with that now, they trade the round back and reset the Winter Fox economy.
Yeah, Winter Fox, I mean, that was a great round by Energy. I thought Winter Fox was going to have it once they had the people in B, but the bomb somehow ended up outside of B, so that's unfortunate. Now they're rushing out long, get blinded everywhere. The flashes are flying everywhere. Molotov's being missed. Tapson just throwing nades like nobody's business, but he gets like 4 of them, and then he follows up with 3 kills. So good job by Energy to somehow clean up that mess. APOC, though, has a bomb. He's just lurking back, trying to get some kills, and Peter picks him off. Easy round by Energy. Looked a little sloppy. Nades were flying. But they ended up Tapson with nice 3 kills.
Very nice indeed. So with that, obviously, Winter Fox will get shut down, and they will be, once again, down onto, I believe this is double save territory for them. And no buy yet. It seems like they're debating it last minute, but there we go. Just armor buys. No, they go all in, actually. Like 1 second left on the clock. They buy it big time. So 4 AKs, a Tech 9 for Zusi. Decent utility across the board. They could basically afford this one. I think they kind of realized that towards the end of it, but it was kind of on the very edge of that one. They bought out completely now. So we will see if this pays off for them. But of course, Energy still armed to the teeth. And also, Gabi still working with that SMG right now, too, which could prove problematic depending on the position he's playing from. In the pit, though, should be good. But if the rest of the team gets knocked out and he ends up in a situation where he needs to rotate quickly, if he ends up in a long-range duel, that's where this rifle's really going to come back to bite these guys. However, site execute, getting ready to go. Or at the very least, they're going to make some noise here on the A-bomb site. Tell it up, though. Good Molotov basically traps them in a corner, and they can't get out. They created a circle of flames, and APOC burns in it.
Wow, that was pretty hilarious, actually, how he was blocking his teammate in right there.
There was nowhere else to stand. They were like, "Oh, this sucks. Sorry, bud. One of us has to eat the flames. Guess it's you this time."
Unfortunate for Team Winter Fox. But it looks like now they're just going to hop down CT spawn, and Zuzi gets a pick. Fugly with nice exchange, and Winter Fox is going to rush towards B. Now it's up to Legia to clean this up, but no, he gets picked off really hard.
And so with that, WinterFox in control. Around comes the rotate, however, from Energy in through CT spawn. Gabi with the SMG. This is where it actually should do some good damage if he catches Imagine sitting below. But the nades are rolling out. Nothing actually blocking the window, but oh, that's a big nade from over top the window that connects on a Fugly. Eliminates him. And I'm not sure if they're going to go for this one anymore. Gabi, granted, does get a rifle out of this, but it looks like they're starting to back up. They don't really know what's on that site, where they're positioned, so better to save it, it seems, and call it a day. It'll put a third round on the board for WinterFox.
Yeah, it was a nice execute. The B split seems to be what's helping them out, taking that B, picking off middle, just limiting the rotation of Energy. And they're somehow pulling out the win. Like, Energy's got that early pick, and then just WinterFox is just quickly turning it around.
And now, of course, we'll see what exactly the Energy side will be able to rebuy. And will still be quite a lot, looking at more than likely a full buy. Probably like 1 or 2 guys down on pistols, but if not, actually it looks like everybody's going to be able to get a rifle. So they'll be good in that regard. Like I said, again, another one that was kind of on the edge, but thankfully those that save are able to drop guns for teammates. Still be in a pretty good position here, and WinterFox is going to waste no time pushing the long area here. Peter's ready for it, though, but he misses that first shot. It doesn't connect, or at least very lightly. Now they're going to push out, but Fugly and Tabson team up there. Peter actually grabs the first kill, so Fugly not getting anything at all, but attracts the attention at least. He will go down. It'll be a 2-for-2 trade. The bomb was not present here, however. Still sitting at the back corner. That's a good reaction on that one from Tabson, as it actually looks like Dexter kind of partially blinds himself wrapping that corner. So Tabson is able to punish that. And now the last 2 from WinterFox are stuck at long, but I don't think Energy fully realized this yet. They're still positioned, ready, and mindful for a catwalk, especially after they got that first kill. So the only one watching for a push against the cross right now is going to be Gabi.
Yeah, and Legia is outside long A, so they have to know that they're off A, or coming up A, and they just get spotted. Now Energy's in a really good spot to retake. WinterFox needs to try to get a pick if they want to stand a chance, but Tabson is picking off Offnu and flanked from Legia.
So Energy do get the shutdown there, denying the plant as well, so keeping the money in a pretty low spot. It's actually been, with the exception of rounds picked up, actually quite a few rounds since we've seen the guys from WinterFox be able to get the bomb onto the ground. With the exception of rounds that they've won, it's been like 4 or 5 lost rounds since we've seen that. So money's still going to be in a bit of a difficult place for these Ts. They'll be back onto essentially just a full eco here, with a couple exceptions, the P250s and Deagles being bought up, but no armor, no utility beyond that. It's very, very light indeed. And Energy themselves, of course, back on a full buy. Spread across the map, they'll take things very passively, as I think they know the current situation that's against them.
Yeah, and Dexter's just still chilling CT or T spawn, just kind of lurking about. He finally makes a move, and Offnu, he decides to
get wrecked by some nades.
Get wrecked. Peter also got wrecked in the process too, so it's a little even exchange. But WinterFox does not have any guns, so Energy should have an easy time picking these people out. And Gabi just sliver peeking everything, pre-firing, and he gets a kill off Offnu. It's a 5-on-3 in favor of Energy, and so all they got to do is just sit back and just pick them off as they try to enter a bomb site.
Tabson picking away here at the mid doors, knows there's a presence, but the good thing is these pistols, again, this is where it gets dangerous.
Okay, that's the opposite of what I just said. Sit back and wait. They decide to peek and get shot in the face.
Running pistols, very accurate. In theory, right? It's because of the fact that they're, well, I mean, like, the problem is that situation is where, like, the pistols get really sketchy, because that's where they can, like, just go and rock back and forth between the 2 edges of the doorway and hope they connect a shot through it, because their accuracy is so much higher. Whereas the rifle guys kind of got to stand there and be like, well, I hope I hit a shot, but if I don't, then I'm probably dead.
Yeah, and WinterFox managed to get the bomb down, even though Energy was up 5-on-3 at one point. Now Fugly and Legia, I'm never going to say that name right.
Legia is probably the easiest way.
Legia?
Legia.
Legia.
Either one works.
Legia. Legia.
Our producer told us to call him Legolas.
Legolas? Legolas. Maybe.
You know.
I like it.
He's not an op player, though, so it's like, that would be a lot more relevant.
That's true. But he's
granted, this game is entirely guns, so it's like it's definitely still applicable.
Legolas used to shoot bow and arrows really, really fast, so that's kind of like a rifle, right? Yeah.
I would still think, because like a bow and arrow CS would be like the ops. You think about a guy who can like take like really quick shots, like that simple play at the major. Like people can do stuff like that consistently, which no one can, granted, but
you never know. You don't CS:GO.
So we'll see WinterFox prop themselves up just outside of mid. They're actually not even pushing for a top mid cat control just yet. They're still just hanging around in this area between the top mid and the entrance to the doors, kind of waiting. Energy, though, holding a lot of close angles. This is going to be sink or swim here. And for Tabson, it's going to be a huge swim. Picks up 2 kills, falling back. Dexter does kill him on the drop down, but the damage has already been done. Not only this, but Dexter also lost a quarter of his HP. It's a big play from him. And I'm pretty sure he essentially knows that all of the remaining 3 are stuck in mid, too.
Yeah, WinterFox has in dire straits right now with 2 energy people just holding that long A push, and WinterFox looks like they're going to keep going up catwalk. That seems to be their go-to thing. They've won the rounds by going B, though, so I don't know why they kept trying to force this A take, and we have Dexter dropping in CT spawn, so now he's kind of in a good position to kind of kill off rotators that come through. And but Energy still has too long, so they could easily just retake this bomb site if they play patient and use teamwork and communication to take over this bomb site. And Gabi with a pick off Dexter and CT spawn. So now they're going to clear out CT spawn. WinterFox is looking in big trouble right now as Legolas.
Often will find the first kill and the second follow-up, actually, but it all comes down to him as he does lose Imagine in the process of this. There's the first kill, though. He's doing this with 20 HP, but he goes too close to the rafters, and that's where Gabi is going to find the easy closeout punishes, and there's still about 10 seconds left on this bomb by the time he gets to it, so plenty of time for Gabi to grab that defusal. It'll be a 9th round from Energy. They are starting to run away with this now. WinterFox are in a dire need to try and pick up some of their own rounds, of course. Bit of a streak. They're starting to stack up the losing bonus, and again, at this current round share, there is going to be enough to justify under their buy from WinterFox. 3 rifles and 2 Tech 9s on the board this time.
Yeah, that round was a little too close for Energy. They had the man advantage. They had people long A. Like, where was the flashes on the retake? Like what's happening? That was way too close. I mean, nice for my off new to pick off 3 people at the end, but that was a little too close for my comfort.
Dexter again also going to hold towards top mid, waiting for the rest to move out, but nobody spotted Peter sitting in this Xbox position, and that smoke covers his escape entirely. Tabson, though, not so lucky. He gets dinked in the head, down to 16 HP, and he does need to fall away, but APOC on a very fast chase grabs him just as he was about to jump down in towards CT. An even trade it will be after the first engagement, and WinterFox are lining the rest up again to try and throw their nades out onto the A bomb site. There will not be an execute coming in just yet.
Not yet, but Imagine's waiting for Legolas. Oh, he gets picked off. He's waiting for him.
Now you're attached to Legolas, aren't
well,
you?
I know, I am.
Legia.
I'm going to get sued by...
Energy?
Not Energy.
You got sued by Shaq.
Shaq?
Yeah, he's an investor in this team.
Oh, is he?
Yeah.
I did not know that.
Yeah.
Because I learn something new every day.
Watch out, man. Shaq's coming for you now.
Can't wait.
Off new, though, grabs this kill, and that clears the B bomb site. And that's probably actually going to prompt a save call from Energy. The other 2 are still stuck at long and by car position. So as soon as they hear that bomb going down, they're probably going to realize that and fall back. Will be WinterFox's 4th round. This has kind of been like how they've gotten most of their rounds. Is actually just like out-rotating them, playing a few mind games, and being able to essentially get the plant when Energy was like completely detached from the current situation.
Yeah, it seems like Energy's pretty weak in that B bomb site. I believe all 4 rounds, except for Pistol, so 3 rounds, I guess, was won by them taking B. I don't know what got B. Maybe he needs a couple new B setups or something. They're just getting wrecked, like Rick rolled over there at B bomb site.
There's only a few rounds that we've really seen WinterFox like totally commit to it. They've been able to hold it a couple of times as well, but they seem to be big fans. WinterFox, this is pushing out towards long early in the round. And also, let's not forget too that they always try to go for that default mid stack at first that we talked about in the pregame. So many teams are fond of, but plays like this from Peter actually punish this so often. They found a counter to it, though, and were actually able to punish, I think it was Tabson that had pushed up aggressively. Got him out before he was able to retreat, and things kind of went downhill from there as they slowly worked towards that B execute.
Yeah, WinterFox is pretty much going to take that long A fast. You have to get a quick pick, and then both of them get blind, but they manage to stay alive as Energy falls back. Tabson, though, is in a very bad spot. He managed to get a pick, though. Nice team flashing from his team. And 2 exchanges from both teams, so now it's a 3-on-3. Zeusy, though, is pretty low in HP, and it looks like WinterFox is going to try to force this long A take. Got B, though, spamming one through the smoke. Imagine picking off Peter, so WinterFox is now up a person and getting the bomb down.
There's going to be a jump up there, tossing the nade. Members of Energy have a little bit of a gift for Imagine, but he's able to get out of the way of it. Especially considering he wasn't ready for it, but there goes Imagine again, over peaks. See Legia able to save the life of his teammate and also his own, of course. They're peeking back out, but the trouble is now that both of these players are back over here by long B. APOC is now the last one. However, after a 1-for-1 trade, this goes into a 1-on-1, but I don't think it is planted properly. Nope, scratch that. It is planted in the long position, and that may have just killed it. He does not have a smoke in hand, so he's not able to defuse this, basically. He's got to bail out. He's got a kit, but there's no way there's going to be enough time after that. The Molotov had been extinguished. So, managed to recover it off at least, but again, WinterFox play it out and just force another save from Energy.
Yeah, that was a nice 1v1 by APAC. Being able to toss that Molotov at the bomb at that crucial last second.
There we go again. That was a bit of an awkward play we saw from Zusi there, who got a nade thrown at him from the Kelly spot.
Perfect nade. That was just right in the money right there.
Towards the end, we saw that one executed. But now we go into the 15th round, and, well, Energy have no reason to hold back. Now they're going to push right up. Lakia, I think that's a jumping scout onto Imagine. He spotted one already pushing down Suicide. Peter grabbing a second. Dexter does respond, but Lakia, he's still playing with the Xbox. He's got to be careful in jump timings, but all he's doing is being a distraction for Peter with the real big gun to move in there. He shuts out Zusi. They're down at 2, but that doesn't mean they're not fragging. Peter with a blind timing kill against Dexter in the meantime. That loses the bomb, and now it's all on APOC in a 1v3. They've got bomb control themselves. They're going to move into mid to crush. APOC, though, can have legendary timing on this nade to bit off a bit too late, so it's only going to do about 5 damage to Lagia. And now he drops down. Peter reads that like a book as well. Pete's back. Said you wanted to see him frag, and, well, that's definitely it. The past 2 or 3 rounds now, he's been doing it in big ways, and with that Energy, are going to go 10-5 against WinterFox in the half.
Yeah, Peter's, he's upping. I guess Moses kind of fired him up a little bit, got him a little, you know, got his juices flowing.
Dirty Peak Pete.
What?
That's what they call him.
Dirty Pete?
Yeah.
I don't even know what that's from.
It's not from anything. It's what people have been calling him.
Okay, Dirty Pete.
It's original, I think.
Right, yeah, well,
might be a reference
I've never
to
heard it
something.
before, so it sounds original. At least to me.
Let us know if it's not original.
Yeah, let me know. Let me know. No, let him know on his Twitter.
What is my Twitter?
Blue CSGO?
Correct.
I guessed. I had no idea.
I mean, it's pretty straightforward. If you got it wrong, I actually would have been a bit disappointed. But
yeah.
Yours is a bit harder, though.
Woo. Oh, yeah?
They gotta kind of like hunt for you.
Yeah, it does. It's pretty simple once you get the idea.
I mean, the good news is like, you know, you're not a dummy like Moses, and you have like the on fire thing in front, because that actually makes it like really hard to find Moses. Like if I want to go look at his profile, I always type Moses in first. That doesn't show him. That shows like a bunch of other people with the name Moses. You have to type either Jason, which is his first name, or you got to type on fire, because that's
Jason. Really, you find it by Jason?
Yeah, because that's what he has. Because it's like you have the account name, which is the @ thing.
Okay.
And then you have the display name. And the thing is, Jason's display name is Jason O'Toole. It doesn't say Moses on it. So when you search Moses, it doesn't find him. And also, his @ tag doesn't have Moses till the very end. So the Twitter search algorithm like doesn't identify when you search for Moses as like him. It's very confusing.
Learn how
Basically,
to use Twitter.
If you have a Twitter account and you have a tag in front of your actual name, it's actually hard for people to find you.
Oh.
Unless you have your nickname in your display name. Then that negates itself.
Well,
which is why I have my real name and my display name.
You cover all angles. You cover all angles, Blue.
Probably, I'm probably completely wrong about all this, by the way.
You're
I'm
a
just
smart man.
Going off of my
Calling
experiences.
everything.
Social media is very important in the casting world. But anyway, we have a very quick push from WinterFox now, moving into the B tunnels, and they're going to leave no room for survival. Zusi sitting down below. He's actually going to try to cut off this very fast cat push. Can't stop it, though. Only manages to pick off one of them, and now the rest are moving in onto the bomb site. Dexter, what are you doing out in the open, bro? You're going to get destroyed by Got B. It's going to be an easy kill for them to pick up. Rotations are moving in, but look at Lagia sitting in the smoke. You don't catch him, he can do so much damage, and he can hear all of these players moving out towards mid, too. They're not being sneaky about this at all. He's ready to frag out, but are they ready for him in this smoke? It's a bit peculiar, so they may be waiting for him, but no, they're not. Lagia rips them to shreds. A real Metal Gear moment there. And now Afnu is the only one left alive, pushing in from long, and they're all just going to be able to sit back and relax.
Sit back and play the bomb. That's all you got to do. Literally, you guys can peek one by one every 5 seconds, and you'll be able to defuse the bomb. But that's not the point, because Gabi's like, I'm going to headshot him, and we don't have to even risk it.
So with that energy, they get the edge on things. They will go ahead once more here to start off the half. WinterFox will expect the force up from them, as we are seeing it by now. Zusi picking up the scout. The rest more than likely just going for upgraded pistols. And actually, no one's saving this time, too, so not going to be looking at the op pickup as they go into the first round. And this is another key thing, too, that we kind of saw in the first couple games from WinterFox, that there didn't really seem to be a consistent player picking up the op. Whoa, that's actually a nice little jump over there in mid, but it kind of gets wrecked by Peter. It's a good jump, but it's a very obvious one, and it is spotted.
Well, I mean, that was a nice shot by Peter to even catch that. But if he had an AWP, I don't think he would have seen that hop up. So, because there's a zoom difference in the scope. So, I guess that's a good thing by Peter to catch that. Now it's also going off by Long A. It's a firefight there. Tapson, though, will be able to pick off Dexter. APOC gets a kill in the middle. Fugly just kind of, I don't know what he's doing, just running out middle like that. I guess he's trying to get some kills, trying to get some money, but he loses an AK in the process. That's not good. That's the opposite of getting money. That's losing money, all right, Blue? That's a losing battle. But it doesn't matter. Gabi cleans up. He's going to pick up the AK. So I guess all is well for good old Peter and
Here's
Fugly.
Jump again. Peter actually with a really nice shot. He was running while he got that.
Running headshots name the game, ain't that right, Lex? All about the running headshots. You like it, you love it.
The best part is if I didn't say that was running, he probably would have just moved on to the next point.
He
the
would.
fact that I said running, again,
Triggered.
He probably did the sidestep thing.
He did. I mean, it's a good old.
Technically wasn't running, but to most people it will appear as if he was fully running when he takes that shot. Now Peter in Suicide. He's going to get pushed by 3 players now. The jump over from Zeus and Peter holding this like a big man on the field now.
Running 5-7 by Peter. He just drive-bying that guy. And now, but though he's still kind of stuck in this position. Apox, though, cleans it up, gets a scout. We got Legea fighting for his life right there. Almost getting knocked out, but he's like, no.
That almost went south with that AK spray, but it's all right. He switches over to the Glock and gets the triple shot, so
why not?
He does close it out there. But now we've gotten over the chaos, of course, of the first 3 rounds. We are finally getting into the gun rounds, of course. As mentioned previously, though, because they went for the more aggressive buying style on the second round, they were not actually able to get it off this time, and that's kind of been a consistent thing here with the Winter Fox rosters. We really haven't seen that offer come out to shine just yet for this team. Zeusy now is going to be actually taking the battle here, but there's flashbangs all over the place, and Tabson able to jump right up, and Tab's like, whoa, okay, there's a second one sitting behind me somewhere. Zeusy now the last one, trying to hide in pit, but he surrounded everybody from Energy. 3 of them pushed out here now, and not only this, but Gabi tries to sneak in. He does good damage to APOC, but APOC nonetheless does survive this with 7 HP. He's going to fall back inside of CT for now, keeping himself alive, but nonetheless, Energy, I mean, with the current positions of the 2 remaining Winter Fox players, Energy basically has full control of the map.
I don't like this move by Team Energy. They had long A, and they decided to completely leave it back and take it out. I mean, yeah, they might win the round here, but they had control of a whole long A area, and now they have to fall back and re-enter a bomb site. So, like, maybe against top teams it might have been a bad idea, but, you know, like, you have the bomb site A with 1 person there. Like, you know, just kind of flash and nade through it, you know? Like, Now they had to retake the whole bomb site. Luckily, no one was there. APAC is low on HP, so he's going to save his gun by dark spot area.
So it'll just be APOC again, as you said, sticking himself into the dark spot, looking to carry into the 5th round. But this win of a gun round really does not leave Winter Fox with a whole lot of room for growth at all here now. They're down by what's going to be 9 rounds against Energy. And more than likely, if they force up here, it really won't be the greatest. Thanks, DJ, for showing us the money there. You can see there's basically nothing left over. Granted, it's going to be the 4th round losing bonus, so they get a decent amount to attempt to force. But still, even with that, it's either going to be players downgraded on the 5.7s, or we're going to see a lot of rifle buys without basically any utility.
It's pretty much Winter Fox. It's going to get $2,900. That's what you get for the 4th round losing bonus. And I mean, that's not enough for anything really, so they might do another save. Or actually, if you're losing by 4 rounds, at CT you want to buy probably till like 2,500, 2,700 is what you want to buy to, and then you'll have guns and utility next round. But Winter Fox is like, no, we're going to play for the win, we're going to buy out. We're going to take our chances.
And as you can see, too, we've got Imagine going down to the Deagle to add that bit of extra utility to the table. But for Optimo and Zeusy, who bought up rifles, same for Dexter, too, there is basically no utility to hold back the T's, and Energy knows this. So Gabi's going to waste no time pushing right out towards long. Very fast control. They even have Peter watching for that top mid flank there. Lakia just decks Imagine what appeared to be through the smoke. A bit hard to see from that perspective, but still shutting him down. He gets clothesline while trying to push out against the cross. Taps in. Look at this. They're flanking him all over the place, too. Offie's already the last man alive. 5. He's taking this battle in mid, hoping for at least some kind of damage here, but they know exactly where it is. They've got him low, and Renegades pushes through the cross smoke, ends it. Energy at 15 rounds, 1 more to go, and the first map will be theirs.
Apex, though, was able to afford an AWP. He had a lot of money left over, but still, it's 15-5. Looks pretty grim right now for Team WinterFox. They have to pull something really big and able to even just come back from this. That's a lot. 10 rounds in a row. Not possible, especially when Peter picks you off right off the start of the map. Not good news for WinterFox.
And so Legia, again, we'll also be waiting to see if WinterFox really try anything cheeky, I believe as you put it earlier, by pushing their way in through the B tunnels. Won't be the case, though, since they're already down a man. The most aggressive thing they have is Zeusy, positioned outside of the long doors, and they've even got somebody waiting for him. Easy kill for the members of Energy as he does push out. And now they've even got them all contained, most of them, I should say, within CT spawn. Taps and finding another one. Whoa!
Flying high right there and just jumping up doing the cartwheels.
Away he goes. We get an interesting perspective on that, but nonetheless, Energy do close out the round and the map. It will be 16-5. They take it. And indeed, that will close out. Again, keep in mind, there was actually no forfeit, so that is just the first map. The second map is still yet to come here in a little bit.
Yes, and even 4 and 5 for the first 5 rounds for WinterFox, they got outplayed the entire map. I don't think they were just paying attention. I don't know what was going through their mind, but they seemed flat. They seemed out of it. Maybe it's the land, maybe it's the traveling.
They're playing from a different environment, and there was obviously the issues with just getting the game started, so I imagine that throws them off a little bit. Not only that, too, but a lot of just inconsistency problems showing up in that match. And by the time we got to the second half, it really just seemed like Energy was kind of solving it a little bit. So hopefully they get a few moments here to sit back and recenter, and then maybe they'll look a little bit better heading into that second
You can't
map.
let those things kind of affect you, though.
Yeah.
You have to, yeah, it's bad that they started 4 and 5, but you have to carry on. You have to move beyond that and start winning rounds. You have to be a championship team.
Well, to talk about their possibility of being a championship team and a whole lot more than that, we are going to take things back over to the analysis desk. Tom, along with Lex, feel free to take us away here.
Yeah, a pretty interesting match. Don't think I've seen that before, but when it's all said and done, both teams are going to be 3 and 4. So what are your thoughts on that, Lex?
It's a good win for Energy. I mean, whether or not, it comes on the back of a 4v5 win or not,
right?
It's a win's a win, right?
Win's a win, it's a win.
Yeah, unfortunately for WinterFox, it's like you start off the game 4v5, you dig yourself a hole, trying to come out of that. Once the money control is already in Energy's favor, they actually had some really close rounds, even when it was 4v5, but wasn't able to get it done. Energy looked pretty solid against SK yesterday. Correct?
Yeah, I believe so.
16-14, they almost pulled that comeback off, but looking at map 2, and I think like the Bear said, hopefully WinterFox brings something else to the table for this next map.
Yeah, they just need to reset, and it's hard to come in there and say, hey, all right, plug and play. You go, Dexter. We haven't even talked about anything, but we're just going to go and play. Right. I mean, they won the pistol round. That was pretty wild, and I was thinking strategically, they kind of just charged right out after that. I would try to slow play and stay in spawn as much as possible and just try to wait for Dexter to try to reconnect and try to just limit the amount of rounds we were playing, because he connected, I think, around the 5th or 6th round. So if they drew it out a little bit more, that could have gave them a little bit of advantage. So maybe they needed someone to kind of consult them on something like that.
I feel like a lot of the pace was set by Energy through probably the first 6 rounds or whatever, and once Dexter had reconnected, maybe you're right. Just relax, try and get some map control, and at least find a way to knock Energy kind of off their high horse. Like, these guys are pushing like crazy. They're constantly picking cat, picking lower B, getting aggressive, and that's exactly what I would do if I was Energy, because it was like textbook plays on the CT side of Dust 2, just get aggressive, make it 4v5 early. And it almost seemed like, because Dexter was AFK fixing his settings or something at the beginning of those rounds, kind of feel bad for those guys a little bit. But on the other hand, I mean, NRG came to play. They're all hitting their shots today, and they have confidence, right?
Especially, Peter, you can't take anything away from Energy Sports. They did beat WinterFox. It may not have been very fair, but that's the rules. The rules are the rules, and as you can see, Peter, 24-7. That's still a really strong individual performance.
Pete. By the way, Dirty Peak Pete is a reference that I don't know, but it is the name of his op, if you are still wondering. Blue and Eric, very strong bird. I got you, boys.
All right, guys. Well, I want to give a shout out to thescoreesports.com, which is the best place for news and stats. Take out your phone, go on your iOS device, go to the Google Play App Store. Are you like uninstalling it? Because I know that you downloaded yesterday.
It's a bit, man. It's just a bit. I'm doing it for the stream. Look, score. I don't even have the app downloaded right now.
Well, check it out, guys, and don't go anywhere. We're gonna have Winter Fox taking on Energy Esports after this quick break.
Obviously, the numbers have grown in the past few years with Counter-Strike's rise to prominence, but the real way the community has grown is just with all the companies, all the sponsors coming in. There really is that level of professionalism for players who are trying to aspire to be in the top levels.
This season, Mountain Dew League is doing a qualifier, and it's basically a quick path to the top.
If you win this Mountain Dew League, then you get into the professional division, you become a professional player.
And I'm looking forward to watching and spectating and seeing who actually makes it.
This is the galaxy's easiest meal. And this is the galaxy's easiest haircut.
I absolutely love it.
Soylent, the galaxy's easiest meal. This is the galaxy's easiest meal. And this is the galaxy's easiest race. Soylent, the galaxy's easiest meal.
Get your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, TheScoreEsports.com, Mountain Dew, and ESEA.
Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to our final match of the evening. It is once again going to be WinterFox taking on NRG. And we will be going live in just a few moments here with the second map. It is going to be on, I think, your favorite map, Kabobble.
I like Kabobble.
So you love to call it that as well.
I mean, I think I've cast it every day at least once on Kabobble.
It's a very common map in North America now.
People love this map now.
I like it.
It's all right. I think it's good.
Fun map to cast, but very repetitive in the way the team's like. It's like, oh, another B take.
Another B take. What do you know? They're sitting back. What do you know?
It's been getting better though. I think like that was the meta like 3 months ago when like NA teams still kind of hated this map, but I think they've kind of grown into it a bit more. However,
it's good.
Does look like the match is ready to go, guys, so we can head into the game and get started with it. Once again, WinterFox will be jumping onto the T side to start us off, and we will be seeing the guys on Energy on the CT side.
Way to go, WinterFox. Way to start on time this time around. Learned your lesson.
Damn, dude.
I'm vicious.
Throwing shade all over the place, dude.
I'm just, like, you're a professional league. Come on.
Just throwing it out.
Get your stuff together.
Call them out.
But it looks like WinterFox.
Didn't tag their Twitters, though. So.
They're studying heavy towards B, so it looks like it's going to be a delayed B take. Energy has 2 towards A. Fugly, though, is rushing. Tabson, just like, I'm going to take 1 shot. Why not? Just one bullet.
Flick as well.
Flick the flack.
So now more are going to try to push, but here's the problem, is there's a big what? Fugly diving in for more. Also, Tabson kills a player out of drop. Dexter finally turns it around and grabs one. So does Offnu. Now Legia, again, also trying to hunt a player down from range. Gonna get a bit dodgy right here, but he does do much more damage out of this duel. So the final 2 is still up and rolling for WinterFox, trying to figure out how exactly they can play this. They lost the bomb, though, initially, so they had to take a few seconds to grab it from drop and then toss it back up. They've got it in their control. Nice pop flash from Energy. Now they know that drop's cleared. They can start the rotate, and they are going to get back over here way before Offnu arrives. So they'll move into the site now. Offnu moving his way up. And we can see that Peter tucked away. He's probably even going to often take the long pass, so Peter's probably going to be in safe corner by the time he even pushes on site. Offnu's still clear. It's like, yeah, they didn't know, but they definitely know you're there, bro. So Peter's going to push right out. And the knife.
Oh, that's a lot of money for him. Way to go. That's unfortunate for Offnu. It's get knifed. You give him that extra money for the off, especially for a guy like Peter who's going to be opping. And now he's got an extra 15 hundo in his pocket. He's going to go buy a car right now.
You can buy a car, 1,500?
I mean, a car payment. Yeah, I mean,
that's a couple car payments.
Wait, who buys a car cash straight up? I don't have that money. Do you have that money?
Drug dealers, probably.
Maybe. I'm not going to go into that because I do not know any, of course. as Energy, Tabson get into because all that Dexter. Nice exchange from Tabson. Zusi, though, has the bomb by middle connector. He's kind of lurking around, trying to spy if any Energy people are going to push in, but Peter's like, no, I'm just going to sit back, wait back. Energy do have 3 people in the bomb site. APOC is just going to like, smoke, see what's up, say hey. Hey, Legia, what's up? I'm going to get headshot by you. Legia's like confused. He's like, his teammates shooting him? I don't know.
Yeah, trying to peek back out now, doing even more damage. They've got WinterFox trapped. Unless they try to retreat, they're not going anywhere. And like, yeah, perfect timing on these peeks. Good accuracy too, but there's also a good shot from Dexter. And interestingly enough, a CT smoke that was thrown a bit too late to cover off Legia's escape. So now it actually kind of lets Dexter run away if he wants to, but it doesn't look like it. He knows the odds are against him, so he's going to dive right in. And as soon as his feet are out of that smoke, it'll be Gobby with a quick punishment with the second round on the board for Energy.
Yes, walking through smoke, not the best idea. Not a fan of it, as you may have heard me from other casts. Walking through smoke, it's a gimmick play. Not a big fan of gimmick plays. No, I am sometimes. Once in a while, it's cool. So, you gotta throw in a gimmick play.
So now for WinterFox here, on to their trash round, of course. We will see how exactly they are going to proceed in this one. And again, it's just looking like another fairly straightforward hit. Well, it was, but they slowed it down a bit. It was looking like it was going to just push into the B-bomb set again. And they would have had Zusi push in from mid to try and kill any rotators, but it doesn't look like that's happening anymore. They're going to spread across the map and play this to more default. That's a great nade, though. Almost completely kills Zusi, and he knows it hit someone.
Yeah, I mean, he heard the noise, heard the noise. He's going to spam through the smoke. And it looks like WinterFox is in a explode through connector. Tabson though and Gobbs have a nice crossfire going on. Imagine able to get a pick kill, but not too successful for Winter Fox. No bomb plant or anything. So now this is a must-win round for Winter Fox.
And we'll see, of course. Energy still with a big investment, and the op still in the hands of Peter too. And we saw just how potent Peter was in that last match. Absolutely flooring Winter Fox, but a different map though. And definitely, I could say a bit of a more difficult one for Oppers. Obviously Dust 2 very straightforward in the angles you have to work with. Cobble's a bit more difficult in where you can actually position it properly. So we'll have to see how effective he continues to be transferring over to this map. But nonetheless, still that default lineup from Winter Fox as they wait the time down now with guns in hand.
Yeah, it looks like Winter Fox is going to push back A halls possibly, but Peters are waiting with Pugly as his backup. So Winter Fox is going to have to hit their flashes if they want to dodge a bullet, but no, they don't do it, and Peter gets an easy sliver peek. He's not going to move from the angle, and he safely gets back. Nice smoke by Fugly to kind of give him a little cover from right there. And now Winter Fox is in trouble. They're down 2 players. The bomb's not even close. APOC and Offnu has to make a move in order if anything to happen. Enigma's going to try to get the bomb and fall back, but it looks like Winter Fox is going to kind of just regroup and see if they can just push through an area together.
So Winter Fox now will just proceed out through the mid connector, but obviously already losing 2 of their players does not give them a whole lot of credence to be able to actually push to this site with confidence, which you can see again is reflecting in the more slow-paced Molotov from the CT is thrown way too late, so it's not really going to do much damage. After even pushing up first. And there's good utility to hold back. Imagine it's a great angle against Fugly, but he's going to strike first onto Imagine before Offny was able to take him down. And it's just absolute chaos as the T's try and get some control, but it works out. They grab 2 kills on the way up. It's even now. And the final 2 from Energy are stuck outside of the site, and they're just taking the battle. Tabson's out the last one alive. I don't think he actually gave away his position, so there was a bit of uncertainty as to where exactly he was moving in from, but he's going to leap in now, going up to the site very quickly. They definitely would have been able to hear that jump by the APC, so they know he's here, but looking to gain as much control as possible. It's very difficult to do, though, since no one from his team actually pushed back out onto the site. They're in post plants, and he doesn't know where to look. This is a ballsy play, and it doesn't pay off. APOC just going to shut it down and give Winter Fox the first gun round.
Nice round on Winter Fox, but that was a terrible play by Pugly. As you notice that he jumped up, now he has to look at 1,000 angles in order to pick anyone off, and now the T's can easily see him in that spot. That was a terrible play, terrible move, and you pretty much cost your team that round by handing them that easy death. That was terrible. I'm sorry, Fugly. You gotta play smarter than that.
Now for Winter Fox again, lining up the default. Obviously with a bit more confidence built up this time, we would assume, but Energy as well are back onto the buy. They still have Peter with the op. Dexter, though, looking how closely he's moving up to the broken wall spot here this early on. Has a smoke to support him, so not taking a big risk here just yet. And Tabson up on top of the boxes, trying to spot players peeking out from the B halls, but nothing to be seen at this moment here. And also, with the smoke that's applied a little bit deeper back, it does prevent him from seeing that player on the T side retreating over there behind the boxes on the left side. This nade, though, should actually do some massive damage. Rolls right in. Dexter does get a bit away from it. I think it bounces as well, so it's only going to bring him down to about 57.
It hit a pebble, so it blocked half the damage.
Would make sense.
Yeah, you know, CSGO.
You never know in CSGO.
You never know.
One could say.
But it looks like Winter Fox is going to take off this A hall. It looks like they're going to commit to this A take. They have 4 people towards A. Let's see if Peter gets a pick through the wall on the APOC. It looks like that's scared enough Winter Fox to be like, nah, I'm just going to take the bomb back towards this B connector area. Offnu, though, is going to like, nope, I'm just faking you, the Bears. I'm going back through the A halls with the bomb. Can't fool you. But Energy has 3 people stacked towards this A bomb site, so they're going to... Winter Fox needs to toss their smokes and flashes and get this early pick if they want to have a chance in this round.
Imagine starting to push up the ramp as well, but Energy, they've already started rotating, can't hold off the initial play, though. Peter even mollied out of his position by the plant spot into the open. Very well played utility-wise here, and even Dexter rotating back in. Great crunch on the site from the Winter Fox end of things, and now Imagine moving in to shut down players pushing out from the doorway. Tabson knows he's lost this one. He'll fall back promptly to save.
That one's so perfect for Winter Fox. It's kind of hard to even think that the Energy had 3 people stacked in that bomb site and couldn't even get a kill off of Winter Fox. And that's kind of amazing, to be honest. They had the nice nades. They kind of forced them out. They peeked together. It was overall a nice round by Winter Fox. I'm impressed.
So with that, Winterfox are going to be on the edge of taking the lead here too. Energy's money, unfortunately, won't be in a very good position, and they've only just started losing these rounds, so the bonus is not really going to be that well built up as of yet. Forcing it, obviously, would put them in a pretty risky spot, and from the history we've seen on Energy, Gabi tends to stick to the more passive side of things, or at least the less expensive route in some of these takes, but it's either two. Peter started us off with a great shot. It just didn't really follow up that well.
It fell apart like dominoes after that. Bad positioning, no counter nades really to slow down Winterfox, because Winterfox tossed their nades, got right up in their faces pretty much after the first couple kills. It looks like Winterfox is going to go towards a slow B. They have Offnu watching for the pushes. Energy stacked 4 people towards A, so this is going to work really well for Winterfox. APAC getting an easy kill off Legea. Offnu picking off that right halls area. Energy is going to try to slowly pick off, maybe try to get this AK holding in the middle. Offnu is all alone, so if they push up on him, he's going to be pretty exposed.
But that's probably going to be the only big kill that they find in this round. Energy have already been outmatched here. It's a very quick one, obviously with the full save coming in. And for those who missed it, obviously most of the players on Energy sitting right around that 2K mark, so the full save is going to leave them in a good position to maybe go for another battle in the next round. It's still kind of going to be a bit on the edge, though, with them only getting right around, I think they get right under 3K for this one, right? This is the 2900 losing one?
It's going to be, yeah, 2900.
So they'll probably be, yeah, they'll be good then. So they'll be sitting at around 5K each, so they'll be able to buy next round. But Peter racking up at least 1 frag. Math is hard, of course.
Wait, no, it's going to be 2400.
Third round is 2400?
Yeah. No, well, I meant if you, on the 4th round, it's 2900.
Oh, okay. That's right.
It's 1400, then 1900, then 2400.
Yeah.
So they're going to be 2400.
I think I forgot about the stuff.
Math. Math. It's great.
It's so hard to do a math. Like, even simple math while you're casting.
It is.
It's so hard. You like won't ever know this unless you try casting. It's like, there's like so many other things going through
the
your
lights.
head.
It's the lights in my eyes. I swear.
There are like 20 plus lights shining at us right now.
20 plus. I mean, the lighting people here, fantastic job. Love you guys. You guys are good people. But it looks like Winterfox going to the 4 towards A. They're like, yeah, you know, we like their A take, so we're going to keep doing that against you guys because you guys are not doing good at A at all. And Peter and Fugly are holding up in their A stack. Fugly, though, with a nice pick on Zeusy. Another pick on APOC, so it's he's trying to take it back here. Offnu, though, is going to try to sneak in middle. Hopefully, he can get an easy early pick. And Fugly's caught in position, but Legea, with a nice save. He saved him, because I don't think Fugly was going to look in that left spot.
Dude, you got it.
Legea.
Got it.
Legea.
You finally did it right once.
It's so foreign to me.
It is like a really hard name to pronounce.
It's like I'm used to John and Bob. You know?
I don't think any players are named John and Bob.
We got Legea. You know, I've seen some Bobs around, okay? I've seen some Bobs.
Like, what their in-game name is Bob?
Yeah, I mean, pub, you see
Bob. You should just call everyone Bob for the rest of this game now.
Bob is, Bob's going to fight Bob here in this window. Oh, Bob takes out Bob.
Definitely need someone to just rename all the players with like normal names and see how ridiculous it is. Peter gonna move in on a flank though, and that does leave the last man up running for Winterfox, who will also get shut down pretty quickly by Legea. It'll give it the 4th round over to these guys. And once again, they'll take the lead away. Not going to reset Winterfox just yet, though. They built up enough money on the 3-round streak that they picked up. So we'll be seeing another AK buy from them. And it's pretty much a full buy, too. APOC having to reduce himself a bit there down to a Galil, but everybody else is like full utility and everything. The only thing they're really missing is the op, but we talked about this before. They don't really bring an op to the table at the moment, so that's not too surprising to see.
Tabs into those off in this round instead of Peter, so I like this little change up. But Winterfox is like, yeah, we're going to go back to our A take. We know you can't do this twice in a row, right? Right? That's what they're thinking. But Zeusy's right around the corner. Him against Peter. He knows he's kind of close. He saw the angle of that nade, but he decides not to peek. He's going to just wait for his teammates. Oh. And Peter cleans him up really hard. APAC decides to run through smoke and just dies by APAC. He's just still holding the angle. APAC pulls out the pistol. It's going to be tough. Looks like he's going to fall back, though. Bomb, though, is still by A-Halls, and Winterfox is just getting picked off one by one. Energy's finally holding down that A-bomb site. And it looks like I think Winter Fox is going to have to change up tactics a little bit. I think this A is kind of forcing these A takes now. So I like to see more maybe B takes now, or maybe kill some rotators, like keep a person in middle and then fall back.
Now they move up here. Fugly holding that first one. He cannot grab the second, so Dexter gets himself into a 1v3 scenario. Doesn't move on to the site, though. Again, they haven't actually been up here yet. It's been a very slow and arduous battle to get themselves over to the A site, and they are.
Nice word.
Thank you. Constantly expanding vocabulary.
You have to. Improve yourself.
Yeah, I would like to thank the 10th grade.
Okay.
A really good English teacher. Taught me a lot of new words.
That's good. I like, English is good. English as well. Whatever you want to say. Proper
That's
English.
not proper English.
Proper
English as well is not.
No.
Unless someone is, unless you're talking about a person named English.
That's true.
In which case, that person has a very weird name.
Could be. Like Legea, Could be a weird name. You never know. You never know when a guy's name is English or female. It can't be sexist. But Winter Fox listening to me saying we're going to change it up. We are going to go B. They're on eco, so it's still an uphill battle. Tabson with the up. They have a double platform set up. Tabson's going to re-peek, shoot. Legea is going to exchange kills. Nice teamwork by Energy. Got B. Can you get this kill? Oh, he gets headshot by his own teammate. And he's not going to get this kill.
Man, going off on that round. He pretty much had the ace too. I think it was Legea that kind of stepped in there.
Yeah.
So, why do you keep saying it like that?
Wait, how are you saying it?
You're saying Legea.
What am I saying? Or what are you saying?
Legea.
Legea.
It's 2 E's, not AY.
There's 2 E's?
Well, no, it's just like in the pronunciation.
Oh.
Yeah.
I'm from the Midwest, so I've got that little in everything I say, That's how we talk in the Midwest. It rocks.
Winter Fox have gone for the default split once more, but APOC tries to push up to the broken wall position early to grab some intel. Unfortunately, that Molotov is going to send him back pretty quickly, and Gabi with an early smoke. Playing the more passive style on drop right now. They're letting them move into it for free, but then smoking off or just having 2 players to hold the window and just the main entryway positions.
Come on, spam the smoke up. Just spam the smoke. I see people spam smoke all the time. They hit it. I believe in you. You could spam smoke as well. Legea is right outside of Imagine. We have a little just staring contest almost. They're right next to each other. They don't know, and Legea turns around. You go towards A. I think the bomb was spotted. God B gets a kill though and drop. It looks like they do spot the bomb towards A, so they're going to have over-rotation from Fugly, who may have heard Dexter in the window. Smart move by Fugly to not over-rotate too much, because Winter Fox is swinging back towards B right now.
Legea also going to be able to snipe out Zeusy over here, shutting him down, and the rest are looking to execute too, since they've got that 2-2 split. And we move out, but Dexter needs to find these kills, and he turns his back for a second. However, Taps after finding that first 2 kills, gets a nice goodbye kiss from Apox AK, shuts him down, knocks him off the wall, and it'll be 3-on-2 for the retake scenario. Fugly, though, has been doing a good job of playing it passive in the swipe away kill to get him back behind the rock. Ofnu almost just did the same thing, but not do as much damage. Now he's alone. He can't even really get to a safer position, too. He's just stuck here behind Statue, and ultimately he's got a flank coming from Legea right now. Good reaction to it, but it does kind of leave him overexposed in the open, so Gabi's going to grab the easy kill, and it'll be a 7th from Energy.
Yeah, nice shot by Fugly right there with that flick on the stairs area. Now, if I'm Ofnu in that 1-on-3 situation, the best move, I mean, obviously it's a tough battle, 1-on-3, but what you have to do is you can't just stand still and hope that they won't check a spot or something. You have to make a play. You have to peek. You have to be aggressive and catch someone off guard. Because, you cannot rely on a person to miss or not check a spot, especially at this level where people are hitting shots and checking every corner.
And so for Winter Fox here, again, onto an eco. They will proceed back over towards, right now just kind of hanging out in the halls, but obviously mid-pressure is going to move out in a second. What this has allowed the Energy guys to do, though, is because they didn't push over here towards long entrance immediately, is look at Peter just posted up with that op. He's waiting for any peeks in this direction. He may not get any. Winter Fox, as you can see, are kind of shuffling around, still trying to decide where exactly they want to send this towards, but considering they're on an eco, it wouldn't be completely out of the question for them to just send 4 guys and drop in plat real quick, and then leave the 1 man behind in the halls to watch for flanks.
Yeah, but Tapson is getting no resistance on platform. And every round, he's just peeking up platform, and he's just destroying Winter Fox in every way possible. I would like to see Winter Fox put a little more pressure towards that platform, pushing back, making play towards the statue area, so then they're able to maybe work drop a little easier, maybe fall back to A. But with them hitting taps in that platform, he's just going to get a free shot every single time. He's going to get a kill, and then like, okay, reposition myself. Good luck, guys. Good luck taking this bomb site with me opping. So Winter Fox has a big road ahead, and they only have Tech 9s. They do have smoke, so let's see if they could execute a smoke flash right here. It looks like they're going to do that.
So they are getting ready to move over towards the B-bomb site now. Pushing into it here. Offnu is going to be first up to bat to try and find something to pick, but Peter actually caught in a sticky situation. He's going to move in there, grab the op shot up close, but the responses are still very strong for Winter Fox. Ultimately, though, it comes down to just one. Dexter, AK in hand, he blinds Fugly on the rock position, but look at how sneaky he's being peeked out. He didn't find that kill, though. Second peek, he's got it. And with that, they will shut down Winter Fox once again, but they got very close indeed to clutching that out, despite them just working with Tech 9 armor buys.
Yeah, they had the smoke and flashes, and it caught a couple Winter Fox people off guard there as they pushed up beyond the smokes. And if they had any rifles or guns that round, I think they would have been pretty much a round win for Winter Fox.
And now that they're back on guns, of course, we'll head into the usual strats again. Fugly, he could have been a second earlier there from Winter Fox. Fugly may have found himself a dead man after being flashed. Perfect timing on it, granted, but also now, look at this very aggressive platform pressure we are seeing at the moment from the Winter Fox guys. Good nade tossed over, and look at the sneak from Tabsin. He's been an absolute monster on platform this entire half so far. They even know there's a second player sitting up there somewhere. Just unfortunately, Tabsin got brought down a bit too low, so he doesn't want to pressure the steps again.
You got to Molotov that stairs area if you're going to take that platform. Like, he just snuck up there, a nice team flash or a flash from his teammates for him to peek up like that. So it's good teamwork by Team Energy. But I would have wished. I mean, like, by missing a Molotov in the area, you allowed him to repeat you guys.
Tabsin finding another very good shot to shut out APOC Nexter players now. Imagine also getting eliminated here, so only leaving 2 up and running. And that'll be Offnu and Zeusy.
But Energy's still playing 4 towards B, which is weird to me because if it's a 5-on-2, play bomb sites, please. Play like 2A, 3B if necessary. Like, he's completely still play 4B. And now Winter Fox is going to get a free plant. It's still 4-on-2 in favor of Energy. But again, this should have never happened if they kept, you know, a couple people at A.
Gabi already shutting down one of the remaining 2, and Offnu's not going to last for very long either. This is becoming like the big problem for Winter Fox, I think, on this T side, is when they actually do get onto a site, is their post plants are just awful, because like the problem is they're whiffing so many of their shots on entry, and Energy are kind of just ripping them to shreds in the early portions of the round. They're also, again, this default split that I talked about before. This is another team that's like falling into that problem where they're just doing that default split over and over and over again. Energy know this. They're punishing them. Here's the early round part where they just get ripped, and now these last 2, well, I guess we'll go A. It's like a last-minute decision, and by the time they get the bomb down, everybody else is rotated. It's a very obvious choice that they're making. Energy have no problem pulling off retakes. The only time they've gotten close is when they force the issue, and that's simply because of the shock factor that happens when you go for a site take that quickly.
Yeah, good round on Energy. Nice holds. Winter Fox, though, have all 5 people towards this B area, so it looks like they want to work this drop area, get control of the drop, see what they can work. And Fugly, though, having none of this, he's going to say, I got the drop, this is my drop, get out of my house. Get out of it.
It's not really a house.
What is it, like a...
I guess it's like a storage room, but it's in a castle, so like they didn't really have storage rooms back then.
How do you know they don't have storage rooms back then?
I mean, it would be called something else, wouldn't it? It would have like an old-timey name.
Oh, maybe. But let's call it a storage room, okay? You got killed in the storage area.
I'm trying to think. No.
APOC, though, getting blinded off the bat. Nice flash from Energy. Who was that flash? I think that was Magea who tossed that flash.
Tabsin also peeking out there, too. He grabs the first one. Finally, he'll be taken down by Offnu. It's a very short-lived story, though, as he stays out, and another kill rolls in for Legia.
Good teamwork by Team Energy. Just nading for each other, they're exchanging kills. So it's like a way different team that we saw the other day.
Yeah, definitely. Doing a very good job. But now, I think obviously the real test is probably going to come in on the T side, of course, because I think that's where they really started to fall flat against SK the other day, was on this map. Dust 2 was great. It was just that we didn't really see that echo over very well to Cobblestone. So
I think that was more of a mental something than anything, and now they're just up ahead, 2 maps, and exchange kills down middle, though. Finish my thought later as the whole team gets blinded. And now Team Winter Fox is just blind in middle, trying to rush up. Peter missing the off shot, gets the second one, nice little flick. And now he's going to just lurk. Well, why not? Just push through a smoke with an op, because that's what we do in CSGO.
Dirty.
Just going to lurk and smoke with an op.
Dirty from Peter as he gets that nice close-up one to finish things. Winter Fox now again will invest obviously into the last round here. Full AKs for the team, but not much hope to be honest here. Even though they get that like huge advantage or what could have been a huge advantage at the beginning, they have the entire team blind. Where's the follow-up, right? Where's the push for them? They don't go up to the site, they just sit back down there waiting for peeks. You blinded them, right? Or just assume you blinded them. Why are they going to peek? They weren't. Obviously. At least I would think so.
You would think so. But
what do I know?
Well, what do we all know? We're a bunch of amateur
know
players here. Well, I know nothing either. But it's cool. I like to commentate. It looks like Winter Fox. They're throwing flash. They're throwing smokes, but they're not going out yet. They're just kind of stuck in this area because Energy has a good flashes. They dropped the bomb way back this year. I don't know if this is a full B or they just forgot the bomb. Off Nuke getting it early pick and got B. Tabs just looking around. Yeah, the bomb's still back there. This might be a mistake by Winter Fox. They don't get all 5 kills right here, but they do. Luckily, they do. Someone, whoever had the job, or whoever the Bob job that round, kind of messed that one up a little bit.
He blew it.
Blew it.
Get it? Well, I was more bomb blowing up.
Oh, I thought it was about blue. I don't know.
Anyway, that's the half, boys and girls. We'll be coming back to you in a little bit. Be sure to stick around for more of the ESL Pro League and the continuation and finalization of our last match of the day right here on Twitch. And we are back, ladies and gentlemen, getting ready to jump into the second half. It is already started. What are you doing there?
I'm
adjusting the camera for us?
I'm envisioning the camera as the camera's envisioning me.
Well, we can get into the game, of course, as the pistol round is already live. And, of course, we are ready to take a look at what exactly Energy are now going to do to continue this lead. They went 11-4, and they will be trying, of course, to keep that going. And look at this interesting spread from Winter Fox, who very aggressive on that platform position. Trying to get that intel as quick as possible, but still.
New dropping 5-7 for Zeusy. Energy's going to just rush up middle. Why not?
And look at what's this guy doing out in the open there. Imagine, can't even hold it back against that. Trying to spot for intel, but he completely misses the hit from Legia. They move right in there. Tabson even in the position over here by the crawl space. Fires up a bit too quickly, though. A good read from the Winter Fox players, and actually Tabson struggling to find this hit. Ends up falling back into the smoke. He's going to move in there. Nice little Goosher takes down APOC, and a second one to follow it up onto Offnu. Just Dexter and Zeusy now. We see Dexter trying to wrap around, but Tabson still fragging out there, and Fugly.
They looked too easy. They looked way too easy. I just felt like they're just fighting against bots right there. Like, this guy's caught off guard, looking the wrong way. Gets in good position, get more kills. Tabson, one-shotting people. Why not? I'm just going to use one bullet.
Yeah.
All I need is one bullet.
Absolutely.
That's all you need.
So for Energy here now, again, the round shares continue to increase between themselves and Winter Fox. And Winter Fox's hopes of trading out their map this evening with the Energy squad continue to dwindle. 4-12 now, and they're on their eco with Energy possibly being able to stack up just 2 more rounds for free.
Winter Fox, they do still have 3 nades, so I think they're going to try to do like a spot nade explode on someone. No, they're just wasting nades one by one. Why not? If you have like 3-4 nades in a save round, why not just save it for like, you see a person, toss two, 3 nades in that area, hopefully for, a kill. But no, they just toss it one by one. Peeking corners, Energy spots 2 people in the halls, so I think they might just kind of sit back a little bit and wait. They have rifles, they have guns. The ball is in their court. Or bomb, whatever you want to call it.
This is not television. We don't have to PC things down a bit.
But it's like, it's like a sports on the balls in their court. And APOC, 5-7 running. Lex's favorite thing in this game, 5-7. Best gun ever. Tabson killing off Zeus in the middle. He's going to work his way up. Peter's going to rush through his side. He doesn't care. He's going to run. He likes it. Clears the spots. Nothing. bomb site A is completely clear. They're going to plant the bomb. And Winter Fox looks like they're just going to maybe just try to get exit kills here. Let's see if they can get a gun.
Now tabseN as well, kind of still holding outside. I mean, good control overall. It's going to be hard for Winter Fox to get back in, especially with just those P250s. I think they even realized it too, that it's pretty much impossible. So they're starting to fall back for those that have the upgrades. That's going to be APOC moving away. Same thing for Opnu in a second. Out goes Dexter since he doesn't have that much, but actually, Opnu might not even get away now. He's stuck behind the pillar. He peeks out and almost catches Peter as Peter's trying to check the right side out the door, but Peter does hold back, doesn't push in against the pillar. And with that, I think Opnu should be safe.
Where's the teamwork right there from Winter Fox? They had 3 people alive still. Let's just stack together in an area and see how many kills you can get. You're just going to run away and just die one by one. You know, that's nothing special.
APOC does grab a second, of course, before the round expires. So a bit more damage done to Energy, but again, in the grand scheme of things, it means very little. They know that this is the trash round, so look at all the SMG investments.
Hey, there is no trash round in CSGO when you can win with pistols,
That's
okay?
true.
5-7 and Deagles all day.
You know what I'd like to highlight, though? I like when teams do this thing that tabseN's doing right now, where, you know, they know there's a possibility that they may lose like 1 or 2 guys on this push just due to, you know, this unfortunate circumstances. So they actually don't give tabseN a main gun. So in the event someone like that does get taken down, he can just retrieve it now. However, again, like you said, there are no trash rounds in CSGO. They just got 3 kills. Now they have the possibility to win out entirely here. It's going to go into a 4-on-2, and the 2 remaining Frenagers are stuck on platform with a possible flank lined up against them from Imagine.
Yeah, where the AK-47s go? It's got to be here somewhere. I would like for one of them to pick it up instead of using MAC-10s. But it doesn't matter because they're picking off 2 by 2. Winter Fox, one's flanking, and Imagine has the flank. He has a bomb. Very trouble for Godby, 11 HP, and he has to fight Deagles with a MAC-10 long range. That's not a good thing.
Godby just trying to jump out of the way that somebody thinks his opponent and wrapped around to counter that. So he's going to be wrong about that guess. Dexter will close it. And indeed, Winter Fox will upset on what was basically, with the exception of those few Deagles, a full eco round with P250s. Nicely played by Winter Fox. They go up 5-13. Still a very long road to recovery, of course, but they get it done, and that's the start of it. Unfortunately for them, Energy did kind of pave their way through the previous rounds, and with guns being preserved on the second, they are going to have no trouble rebuying again.
Yeah, with Peter on the up, he might catch one of these people off guard. I don't think Winter Fox expects him to save, but they might let up a little bit and peek a little aggressively. So Peter's going to be in position to kind of cut that off and be like, go ahead, peek me, I dare you. I got an AWP on that A Halls. And Peter's going to lurk up that A Halls. He's going to push. He's going to be aggressive. I like it. They have Energy has 3 people towards the middle. Imagine, though, turning at the wrong moment, getting picked off by Legia.
There you go.
Legia.
Nicely done.
Thank you. It took me like 10 times. But
we're slowly getting you in gear with that. Took me a while, too. There's still debate as to whether it's Legia or Legia as well, but I think both are kind of considered acceptable.
All I know it's not acceptable. It's not Bob. Okay, that's all I know.
Yeah, how dope would it be if his first actual name was Bob, by the way? It's definitely not. I don't know a single European guy named Bob, but
you just never know. Peter gets a pick off in the crack house area. That's what I like to call it.
Very appropriate.
Very appropriate. We got names for everything here. Often is hiding smoke in the A-bomb site. APOC, though, is trying to help him out, but Peter picks him off. It's up to Opnu to get multiple kills if they want to win this round. And he doesn't get any kills because Peter's going to be flick shot and headshot, and not headshot, but he's going to just off everybody. Why not?
With Energy's response onto that round, they go right back into winning position here. Winter Fox pretty much going to be broke is a joke. They've got 2 players that can afford a full rifle buy, and the rest are going to be working with either upgraded pistols or other
glass cannon from Dexter.
That's a very risky move considering what the rest of his teammates have.
I mean,
especially considering they haven't really wanted to buy an op previously. Like, this is coming out of nowhere.
Yeah, I think at this point, though, Winter Fox, like, we're going to just play to win. Like, it's all on the table right now. They're just, I mean, if they're playing to win, get that op, they want to get that early pick. Dexter, though, is not being aggressive. He's being passive. tabseN takes out Zeusy towards that drop area, and often is going to try to hopefully clean up on this But Energy has 2 people on the platform, so it's going to be rough work for Fugly to make anything happen up here.
Offnu sneaking in as well. Ooh, instant headshot on the Tabson. Very well found indeed. And it just sneaks his way in and a casual tap to finish it off. But the rest of the team is now on their way through the B halls to line up for the push into this bomb site. 4-on-4, yes, but you still really don't have that much in the way of gunpowder. It's coming in mainly from Dexter, but at the moment, Dexter impacting in a big way. That should call the rest over with the bomb being dropped here. He's going to be blind though. However, at the same time, there is no fault from Fugly. At the moment, Peter's whiffing shots left and right on these peaks from the CT. The Molotov will burn him out, and finally Peter connects, but they're not even beyond broken wall. 50 seconds, so plenty of time, but they've also got to be careful of this flank moving its way in from Imagine right now. Legia moves in, shuts down APOC. As they wrap around the corner, it's Offnu sitting ducked below. That's that AK they retrieved earlier. And look, now Imagine's got himself an up 2 and the smoke's covering him. Offnu's shutting down Legia, looking for more. But Peter grabs Offnu. Seemed like through the smoke, but he might have had a slight angle to spot it. Now Imagine strikes, but he misses the first blow. And this is where this becomes a lot harder since Peter's up close. He tries to take down Fugly. It won't pay off though. Energy win the big round, the big force from Winterfox. And with that, they're 15 rounds.
Game point for Energy, and Offnu with a nice pick, but it's not enough because Energy's going to be like, hey, we're going to win the round. Doesn't matter what you do. Doesn't matter how many kills you get. It's all about the W.
The W.
The W. It looks like Energy's sending 4 people towards A with the bomb, so it's a little different. Back to the earlier round kind of setups when they're working towards A. Fugly's going to make some noise. I don't believe he threw that smoke, so he's going to chill. Gabi, you know, they sneak out middle, so Imagine does not know that they're that close. I mean, he might have an idea, but I don't think he's doesn't know too well how many are in middle. He's surrounded almost by 4 people, so Winterfox will get caught off guard here. Offnu, though, is over-rotating, so he smells something. Nothing's been spotted yet. He might have seen elbow at the Gabi, but like Legia getting that nice kill. Now it's in trouble for Winterfox. Offnu gets a kill. Gabi with a nice exchange. And now they have to retake the bomb site, and it doesn't look too snazzy for Winterfox, but Dexter is going to flank him from behind somehow.
Here comes Fugly, but at the same time, I think Dexter realizes he's on the way. That's a good flashbang. Where's the fall from Fugly, though? In it comes. Took him a minute. Actually, Fugly ends up getting brought down very low to 18 HP, but they do get it. Bomb's still sitting on the ground. It's still a bit of a tense situation, and Peter's going to miss that shot, but all right. Fugly just grabs a double spray down, and it will be a swift end to this map as well. 16-5, I believe, is going to be our final scoreline. And with that, Energy are going to 2-0 the match for this evening. Continue to climb in the rankings, making up for that loss yesterday, of course. And for the Winterfox boys, no continued Aussie pride for tonight. It's just going to be Renegades that hold it all against SK.
Yeah, Winterfox came up pretty flat today. They were late. They weren't doing great. Maybe it was just because the traveling. Maybe?
Yeah.
Or on land? I don't know.
Different environment, whatnot. Just, I mean, that spells bad news, though, for this weekend when they're going to be playing at Northern Arena. So,
are they land players? We'll find out, I guess.
Are they on landers?
Are they on landers?
Guess
I don't
we'll
know.
find out,
We'll find out.
boys.
We'll find out this weekend.
But that, again, is going to do it for myself and DeVeras this evening. Tom and Lex, why don't you guys go ahead and take things and close this out for the evening?
Take it.
Yeah, Energy Esports, they're looking good, man. They're going to move to 4-4, and they're going to be going up against Winterfox is going to be going up against SK. So both the teams that lost today are going to be looking to bounce back tomorrow. That's going to be a pretty interesting storyline. But again, you know, I think that Winterfox, they could have been feeling the repercussions of the first game. Came out maybe a little bit slow, but not much to say from that game besides Energy just stomping.
Yeah, I'm not sure even like you can't even necessarily talk about Winterfox's gameplay because for the most part they were absent throughout that game. But I mean, Tabson on the one hand, and then Peter, honestly, the whole team really stepping up. They all had their moments. They all played well at different points in time. And NRG, I mean, if they can find this kind of consistency, at least against the low-tier and mid-tier teams of Pro League, I mean, still in it, 4-4, not bad at all. And totally a lot of time for them to actually, you know, bring back the rest of the season.
Yeah, impressive from Tabson, 22-10. The guy that went 42-2-11 on Overpass is doing it big today, going double positive. Meanwhile, you know, Winterfox, like you said, non-existent. Zusi didn't even, you know, it's like, again, 4v5. He was goosey. Zusi was goosey up until round 12. So that's definitely worrisome from Winterfox. Again, I'm not really sure if there's any excuses for this, whether it's travel or whatever it may be. But let's not take anything away from Energy Esports. Peter Opping was just ridiculous.
Oh, my God, yeah. I think that's the biggest thing is, like, when Peter's on and when Peter can actually, like, open up the rounds is, like, he's really comfortable taking aggressive picks on both T side and CT side. He's someone who, when he's comfortable with his shot, he's going to go take those risks. And it usually pays off for him. I mean, he's always been amongst the top oppers in North America, but never really kind of grazing the top 3 maybe. But he's never somebody that you can count out. And I think, you know, when he finds his stride, the team usually follows. So Tabson being a rock and just playing out of his mind is I think this is we're going to see that for the rest of the season out of Tabson for sure. But you know, as the rest of these players on Winter Fox and they try to find their stride, so too is NRG. So it was a good 2-0 by them today, and they improved their record, but also their morale for the rest of the season.
Yeah, Winter Fox and SK Gaming, their stock going down today. Meanwhile, Energy Esports and Renegades really looking strong. Let's get a recap of today's matches overall. Again, it was a completely crazy day. Nobody could have predicted this. 16-12 in favor of Renegades taking on SK Gaming on Nuke. 16-0.
16-0.
Yeah, that one, that's one all over Reddit right now. Also some choice words being said between teammates as well. I think some things got deleted, but the evidence is still there. You can never delete the evidence on the internet. Meanwhile, 16-5, Winter Fox going up against Energy Esports again, that 4v5, and then no excuses here, 5-16 again on Cobblestone. So again, the stock for Energy Esports really going up. They are going to be making a pretty solid push, hopefully, for that top 4. I enjoyed watching them play.
Yeah, I mean, I touted them yesterday as being, not necessarily a dark horse team, because last season they were pretty strong and they beat good teams, upset teams, and actually had a solid record. Made a push for the LAN finals. I think they still have it in them, and I think they're a much improved team from last season. They just haven't shown it yet. Winter Fox, on the other hand, like us as analysts and casters, I mean, we're not too familiar with the Australian scene. We know they've got talented players, at least according to the Australian experts.
Yeah, right.
And that they can do big things. It's just a matter of time till we kind of can really assess where they're at. So today was not a good mark on their record. But, plenty of games left to play for both these teams. Speaking
of plenty of games, tomorrow there's going to be some awesome games as well. Again, that's going to be Liquid going up against Renegades. The maps are going to be Cash and Dust 2. We're going to see Dust 2 again for SK Gaming taking on Winter Fox and then again on Cobblestone. These two teams, SK Winter Fox, they lost today, so I'm curious to see who's going to be the team to bounce back. I can't imagine how demoralizing it would be to lose, again and again, back-to-back in these 2 days. Whoever it is, they're going to be not feeling too hot.
Yeah, they need to bring something to the table. I mean, to claim one map against SK would be huge. And then going into Northern Arena, I mean, if they can have a little bit of confidence going into this event, like to lose, like if say they lost out at Northern Arena or something like that, that's just not how you want to start off your legacy here in North America as the second Australian team. But barring that, I mean, Liquid versus Renegades, that series is going to be nuts.
Yes.
Because I think Renegades is coming off hot. I mean, they're feeling good about this. They're definitely a team that we've always said is a team to look out for in North America. They just have had this kind of weird up and down inconsistency over the last year. Then they changed their roster. They moved things around. They made changes for the better, or so we thought. And then it finally took until today for them to really blow things up with a 16-0. I'm immune.
Yeah, they're 3-5. Liquid is 6-4 on that 6-map win streak. So arguably some of the, probably two of the top 4 hottest teams right now in the season 4 Pro League. But that's a wrap for us for day 10, week number 3, season number 4 of the CSGO Pro League. On behalf of everyone at ESL, thank you so much for watching. We'll see you back here tomorrow at 4:45 p.m. Pacific time.